Yo, I think maybe this should finally work. The thing about it, I don't know what way of confirming it. So throw some thumbs up if you can hear me. We're trying just to record this on the other YouTube. So I hadn't noticed, but I did. I guess I am recording it here anyways. So let's just show this real quick. I guess I won't be able to share it from here. Oh, I know what to do here. 1 second. Just post it. There you go. That should work. Not sure why I didn't think of that, but that should do the deal. So, guys, I wanted to have this conversation because earlier we were having a bit of a argument on the other space, and then it got nowhere. And I wanted to put it on the record, just record it that way. In 2 or 3 years, when this happens and it starts affecting everyone, then we can't say nobody said this, right? Well, people were talking about building a Wix website. So we'll have that discussion because, like I said, I mean, at least I'm glad that I joined because I noticed now what the issue is. The issue is that there's a gap in understanding. So some of the people that I'm trying to debate on this topic, they might know, how to count up to 10. They might know how to run the McDonald's drive-through. They might have engineered some Lego, basic set. But then when it comes to the law, apparently, it's like stupid, but they want to debate it though. They want to get into debates. Even they don't get it. So even though they're hurting you in your bags, because, by the way, that's another problem. The problem is that when you don't understand this, you get affected. And then in a year or two, when this gets implemented, that's going to be a problem, right? And again, it seems that then the people that we're debating about this, they don't have an issue with this, because they probably have $100 in Pepe and $50 in this shitcoin and that meme, and they minted this NFT. So they don't care about long-term effects on DeFi, right? Because they just don't have no money. So they don't have no incentive and no initiative. And they prefer to go into a space and talk shit on people that are experts on the topic that they can instruct the people in the room, right? Because at that point, you have to understand that this is just some selfish motherfucker that's trying to take over the space, that is trying to take over the narrative to talk about fucking building websites. I mean, that should tell you how stupid that conversation was going. Instead of having a conversation about a law that's already passed back in 2021, it's just the implementation and the start date. It's not till January of 2027. So they've continued to delay this because it was going to start in January of 2023. So yeah, I think that's important because if not, we continue to listen to the same retards that were pushing us into all these lending platforms and sacrifices because they were paid to do so. Like this motherfucker. You have to understand that this motherfucker is being paid by some group or some government agency or someone to just go on a space and talk shit, like just, spill bullshit for an hour, answer his own fucking questions about this retarded topic. It doesn't relate anything to Pulse Chain or the effects on DeFi, and then create discourse. They come up with, basically it's the same idiotic fucking topics. Like, we used to have those same topics with liquid loans and they would say the same shit. Are you drunk, ID? Are you drunk? And the answer is no. No, I'm not drunk, but I have incentives for this to work in the long term, right? Because I staked, I used the product. That's another thing. These motherfuckers want to hang out in our community, a community of stakers, a community of long-term people. Like, you know, we're thinking long-term. We're delaying our gratification. We have all these people that then try. I mean, I can't believe that they try to tell me that I'm wrecked because I was staked. Do you understand this? These are people that are liquid, making 0 APY, trying to tell someone that's making 88 APY yearly, not daily, yearly. And they're trying to tell us that we're the wrecked ones. Well, I mean, we showed them. We showed them how to dump pegs on the way up. We told them to get them to die. We told them the pulsion was going to go under sacrifice. So we gave the plays. We were the most accurate channel in Hexaco, the most accurate channel in Pulse, because even the new people that were coming to us with all this expertise from layer ones, and they had seen airdrops and forks and all this bullshit, they didn't get nothing right. They didn't prepare you. And we see it now. They need all these circle jerks just to even get the word out and then promote their own bullshit, which has not worked. I mean, I'm sorry. It just hasn't worked. It hasn't worked. It's been very disappointing because some of these people, like I said, they took your own money. So they took millions of dollars of your own money or the community money, kept it to themselves, then locked up into liquidity pools. But then they're trying to say that this was the right way to go. And you have to understand that people like that, like this idiot motherfucker that was trying to debate me today, but he doesn't understand that there's a difference between the tech, what the tech can do, and what the legalities allow you to do. You see, he's too stupid because he's one of these engineers that he doesn't see like a round peg. He's trying to like hammer in the square peg on the round hole. And that hurts you. Because if you're thinking long term, if you're thinking more than 2 or 3 years down the road, this is the conversation that you need to have. Because if they start censoring DeFi by 2027, what happens to the people that have already locked in their coins? And then all of a sudden they tell them your coins are not allowed in Coinbase. Your coins are not allowed in over here. Your coins that you swapped, your hacks for ETH on some atomic swap or whatever, or bridge, we can't use that because you went through these restricted sites, which is what was happening to Tornado. So I don't understand how these motherfuckers claim to be so much fucking experts, and they don't understand that there were some of us going through OFAC for the last fucking year to have to report a couple of transactions that were legitimate. You know, there's people using Tornado Cash for legitimate reasons. They're trying to protect their identities. They're trying to protect their activity in the blockchain. So it's not nefarious transactions, but they were restricting. They were telling you that if you had coins that were either tainted, marked, whatever you want to call it, and they went through Tornado, that now you had to go through OFAC. And we get the part that some people were saying, yeah, that didn't mean that it was illegal. We get it. We get it. We've been reporting on this. So it's funny that the same people are trying to use our own arguments against us because they don't understand. They've been in the last 2 years listening to Maddie and Sami and Katie and all these dumb fucks that don't understand shit. And they don't understand how this will affect crypto in the long term unless we go out and fight it, though. So I guess the problem is that all these people that were in this space earlier on, they were thinking that I'm just bringing in problems instead of bringing them the solution. All I'm trying to tell them is that there's a problem coming down the road. It's 2 years away. It's 2 years away. The problem is that 2 weeks ago, a week ago, I locked in my last 15-year stake. So I need to be concerned about the things that are happening in 2039, in 2045. Right? Because I'm already locked into that period. And I want to make sure that my money is there. Because the problem is that every time that I have this fucking debate, someone just tries to tell me that the tech works. I don't care about the tech. I trust the tech. That's why I locked it for 15 years because I know it works, and I know that my money's gonna be there when I lock it. And that's why I scaled it. So not all my money's long, but I don't care. Let's say it's only 20%. Let's say this 30%. I want my money that is 15 years away to be more valuable in 15 than it is today. Because it's not restricted, because it has all the avenues, and because it's accepted. So it doesn't have to do shit with the technology. Tornado Cash was not a technology problem. Tornado Cash was being restricted by OFAC, by the fucking regulators, by the Department of Justice. So I had no issues with the technology. You could still use it, and now you can use it again. But after a year of dealing with court bullshit and jumping to regulatory hoops, but was that positive? Probably not. Do you have time to do that? Do you have the money to do that? Because not everybody does. Not everybody has, thousands of dollars to just be wasting and contacting attorneys and having to communicate with OFAC and trying to get all these licenses. Because I don't want to do that. That's why I went into DeFi. So they wouldn't mess with my DeFi. But if we don't learn the changes that are coming, and we just say, that's happening in January of 27, so I shouldn't do shit. No, bitch, because some people have fucking money here already. So we have to discuss it today at the start of January 2025. Because 2 years from now, it's going to be an issue. And some of us already have the money locked longer than January 2027. So we have to make sure that the money's there in January of 28, in January of 32. So yeah, that's why I got so heated earlier on. But the second I start hearing that bullshit, I'm like, oh, he's drunk. Oh, like, what the fuck? Like, no, guys. Some of us have serious amounts of money in these dApps and in hacks. And we want to make sure that the money's there. And I don't understand. Like, I mean, having that conversation today about technology, like, it really made me feel that I was talking to fucking dumb tarts. Because it's like, no, moron. The problem is not the tech. The problem is not the tech. It was never the tech. You can lock up your money and extract it in the UK. You can lock up your money and extract it somewhere else. When you off ramp, if they limit the amount of coins these brokers can deal with, then what do you do? Some of us were up 100x on Hex. What the fuck does that mean if I cannot take it back to fiat? And the problem is because of not having conversations like this motherfucker that today wanted not to have a conversation about a DeFi law that it's already implemented and it will affect the rules that are coming for us in January of 27 to talk about a fucking website. That I have a problem. And then when someone tells them like, hey, but let's discuss it, and then they just try to double down on this bullshit, then yeah, I'm gonna get loud. Because this was the same bullshit that happened in 2021 when these retards were telling us that just getting into liquid loans is gonna make it all better. And some of us, we made videos telling them, no, we've seen what Liquidity does. We've had crypto client that been liquidated, that had a redemption against them. And had to pay a shit ton of money. So all the bullshit that Liquid Loan said for more than 12 months, it was lies. So that shit needs to get called out. And motherfuckers like this one that gets their fucking platforms out of sucky on Maddie and Tommy and all these other idiots should get called out too. Because we can't give platforms to fucking idiots anymore. And then people that are questioning facts. How the fuck is this retard going to say that I don't have the right information when I have been putting it on fucking video for all this time? It was there. All they had to do is just watch it. Instead, they went on the little fucking circle jerk, I call it the marble towers of the OGs and the founder groups. Which was a bunch of fucking idiots that just took your money, guys. They're not smart people. They just took your money. That's all they did. That's all they did. They took your money, and now they give money a little bit to KDP, a little bit to Matt from Liquid Loans, a little bit to Walrus, a little bit to this guy, a little bit to that guy, and they all talk about the same shit. But it's not because they're smart. It's not because they want to talk about a 90% down coin that has absolutely no fucking volume and is not bringing any network effect. Let's go. Sorry, guys. I just something. Good blow. I don't know who you are, and I don't do well with anons. So, yeah, if you want to come here and have a good conversation, I'll bring you up. If you troll, I'll kick you out. I have no patience today. Like, I just don't. Sorry. Like, I'm trying to talk about long-term effects on the DeFi products that I'm in already locked in. Have millions of fucking dollars and reasons to be locked in. So if I have any type of anything that is not related to this, I'm sorry, but I'm not trying to be an asshole, but it's just, I'm starting to ask, why are people not getting upset about this if they're supposedly have millions of dollars? If they supposedly have all these stakes, if they're dolphins with 10,000 fucking t-shirts, what's happening? What the fuck's happening? You have all these people telling me all this bullshit, and then they go like, oh man, if they restrict DeFi, okay. What the fuck? Am I going to put my money on the stock market at 10% inflation? So I'm going to make 8% in the stock market to be dealt with at 10%. By the way, that was another funny one. Like I was walking around, so they trying to talk, trying to make fun of me, like I was startling. But it's almost like they have absolutely no fucking information in their goddamn brain. So instead of just shutting the fuck out for a second to listen to what I was saying, instead of trying to mock me and all this shit, which is funny. The money's in the blockchain, motherfuckers. I don't have to say shit. I don't have to talk. I don't have to say nothing. Richard told us what to do, and we fucking did it. And now some of you have to fucking suck it because we did it the right way. And that's why the boss said it. This is a merit-based community. And we did it the right way. We get to talk about it. That's all we're doing, by the way. We're not being paid. We're not doing nothing outside of giving our testimonials. And that's the problem that I have to listening to fucking idiots that have never logged tax. They don't know how the product works, but they want to have a fucking platform in our community. Plus, they want to threaten me. That one's not going to be a fun one for this motherfucker either. Like, don't come at me, guys. Don't threaten me. If you don't have the fucking balls to back it up, don't do that. Because some of us, we're fucking nuts. And we're trying to help the rest of, the community. We can just fucking walk away. We don't have to be here. Some of us, we're not in the liquid loan fucking sponsorship bullshit. Some of us, we're going to get paid no matter what. Like this fucking idiot not understanding that if the price of Hex doesn't go over a penny, it doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't fucking matter. We're going to make 3, 4, 5x either way. We locked it. We made the money. It's making us 88% APY. Genesis stakes are making 80% APY on year 5, motherfucker. Get that to your brain. Secure. Don't fuck, Donald. You see? He doesn't get that. In his mind, the price of Hex has to go from 1 penny to 10 pennies for him to get his 10x. He doesn't get it that some of us don't need that. Some of us don't need that. We already 3x our bags in 5 years without doing nothing. The price just keeps doing the same shit. About our coins, you have 5. Go check it now. Go check it now. You have 5 mil at the start of the Genesis. Sorry, not the Genesis. BPD, Big Payday, November 19th, 2020. Go check how many fucking coins you have now. You're not going to tell me that the price fucking doesn't go do shit. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Some of us are making more than the fucking inflation rate. Some of us are making more than the regular inflation rate outside. So if inflation rate is 10, some of us are making 88. That's 8.8 times more. Okay. So some of us, we don't need the price of Hex to go up. Some of us, we just get triggered because we saw it at 50 cents. So, I'm sorry, guys. I'm fucking human too. I'm gonna get triggered if I don't see people acting with the same passion, let's call it. No, I'm not drunk. I haven't had a drink in almost 2 years. It was my birthday yesterday. I could have gotten shit-faced, but I don't do that shit anymore. It's not my focus. My focus now is how do we get better? How do we do better as a community? How do we not get wrecked? And Joe, bro, I give you the whatchamacallit. Did I hit the wrong thing?
No, I appreciate it, brother. I'm not a troll. I'm a day one Bitcoin Hex guy. So I'm just here to listen for a second. I appreciate everything you're saying, brother.
Thank you, man. Thank you. Sorry about that. I thought for a second I hit the other button. There you go. So yeah, the part that I do agree with them is that this should not be about fun. And I did come out way hot, which obviously triggers people because it's almost like they might think that this is like their crypto's going to dissolve out of their bags or something. No, nothing like that will happen. We're in a great effing product. We're in the right ecosystem,
The big question that I have that kind of goes along with what you're saying is what happens when the government, and I'm in America, so what happens when the government in America brings in USDC, or not USDC, but CBDCs and changes laws and all that? That's the reason why I hopped on here, was because it was about that stuff. And
beautiful.
how can we as a community, I guess, navigate those changes that are going to happen with the banker not liking us not needing their bank? So
such a great question.
And a lot of that has to, we have to trust. If you trust Richard, that's the number one thing. If you trust Richard, or if you know enough about him, and it seems to me like you've been around a while, to know that Richard is a trustworthy person and he wants glory. And what's going on now in our community does not bring him glory. So when things are able to be changed by Richard, he will change them to bring him his glory. You can count on that.
So I've been around for a minute. I started listening to RH in May of 2017. He was having that conversation with Chris DeRose. So I used to follow Chris. We were more the whole fun, have fun in the blockchain type stuff, build memes, launch memes and that type of stuff. But then when he had that conversation, that's when I started following him. And so I've been on Strape Chat, SciVive, Bitcoin Hex, CFT Token before, so all the different chats. And then before that, I was even in a coin that he was in, Prime Coin, which it was just, we were going to do a fork of Prime Coin in April of 2018. And it was that group with Ray Creighton, Bitcoin Private, and all that mess. So, we tried. But anyway, so to go back to what you said, I have a different approach or a different take. It's a little bit conspiratorial, so bear with me, guys. What you said, Joe, makes total sense to me. Meaning, the rules of real money, and in my mind, those rules have been modified now for 5 years, especially March of 2020 when the COVID situation happened. So 2 days before we got locked down in March 15th of 2020, the GSIBs, or the systemically important banks of the states, Wells Fargo, Bank of America, Citi, all these, they went to the White House and they had a conversation. The conversation, well, you could tell that it was just for the circus and the normies, for them to feel that everything is great and we're fine and everything is good. But like I said again, I'm a tinfoil hat, so I'm gonna try to see between the lines. So between the lines, what I saw was that yes, everything looked okay in the system, But then other stuff were happening since March of 2019. No, sorry, not March, September. So since September of 2019, the banks were in all kinds of deep waters, getting repo loans and all kinds of stuff from the Fed. I mean, to the tune of a couple of trillions in just those 6 months between September and March, which I think that's what incentivized the pandemic. But that's a whole different tinfoil. But my thinking is they knew that this was happening. March of 2020, they knew, well, this is the end of it. We can only go with repo loans to so much, right? And at one point, the repo market was a 7, 8, 10% in overnight lending. So my thinking is they went to the White House. They said, this is it. Like, we need to like close the economy. We need to do something drastic. And I think that the CBDC started for the U.S. in the summer of 2020, because by the summer of 2020, everything was implemented, meaning banks a zero reserve requirement, banks doing crypto custody, which Biden took later on, just a couple months later, when he took office, he took that out. But when Brian Brooks was set as OCC controller, so Office of the Controller of the Currency is what the position is called, he made that possible. So he made banks that were at zero reserve requirement able to do crypto custody, which that lets me know it's almost like you're able to hold the gold as you're buying it with credit cards. But then you get to hold the gold, and then you can also default on the credit, which is what Saylor is doing, by the way. I mean, he's not doing it that way, but I mean, whenever the price of Bitcoin goes down, he can go to the government and just ask for something called an impairment charge, and he gets a discount. So he gets to reduce his cost basis without selling the actual asset. And I think that's fucking brilliant. I mean, like, as a cypherpunk, I think he's an asshole. You know what I mean? But then I'm seeing what he's doing. You know what I mean? It's the way I see it, like, it's what Richard used to tell us. If you see some money on the table, you know, like, just kind of bring it into Hex. And so I see it that way. It's almost like he sees some money on the table, he's bringing it into Bitcoin. Which, I mean, is hilarious to me, because, like I said, I see some of the maxis just all being all lovey-dovey with Saylor, and I'm like, guys, he's using you. Like, if tomorrow there's a new tax strategy that's better, you'll be like, oh, that's what I need. I mean, I was telling people that what he really needs is T-shirts, because he's already asking for T-shirts. He doesn't even know it. Like, he was like, oh,
he'll end up
all this. Oh, yeah. Sorry about that, Joe.
He'll end up with M shares.
There you go. That's exactly what. If it works at the same rate as it worked for him on Bitcoin, then yes, because it'll take him 7 or 8 more years, like it took him to figure out Bitcoin. But in all reality, I know that Richard has said that, it took him so long. I just think that the strategy that he needed was just not there. You know, like the new accounting system, it just started maybe 2 years ago, and it was lobbied by him. I don't think many people have noticed that. And I was like, yeah, no, it was him. And I mean, all these, they go through the same period. You know, these are rules sent by the Treasury, posted on the Federal Registry, and they're there for 30, 45 days. I mean, on this last one, we sent so many commentary, and I know that later on, like, I had sent the original commentary period of April of 2023, and then Richard shared it in October of 2023, and that's when it really took over, because then the whole community was sending AI commentary, and I mean it went over 44,000. Which normally I've checked some of those commentaries, and they're less than 1,000 every time. So the community 40x those, and obviously it wasn't just us, but yeah, and I was a great also to go through the commentary, because some of them they're sent anonymously. So I figured, you know what, the ones that don't have names and addresses, I'll share those. And those were so powerful. I mean, I remember I started crying when I did that episode, because these were regular folks sending messages to the government, and it was awesome. But yeah, they still passed it. Assholes.
I think one of our main problems short term is new people coming in being confused as to which hex to get. Which one is the real hex? Because I believe that Johnny Chaos just posted something about how on CoinMarketCap they have hex listed, but they don't have it listed as hex and e-hex or old hex or classic hex or whatever. You know, they need to change that so that people understand which hex is the one that they should be getting into, that they pay less fees, gas fees and whatnot. And that's where we are, or that's where we're all basically hanging out at, is on the Pulse network. So that's something short term. And then long term, that's, knowing that the fiat or government is going to allow for us to have a way out if we needed to pay our bills in their fiat, or changing everything so that everything just gets paid by cryptocurrency, which that seems like that's quite a ways off. They are really going to hold on to their dollar as long as they can. But yeah, that CBD stuff is what scares me long term. And I mean, I've got Quattro Cinco stakes in as well, and they're fairly large, and so yeah, I mean, I'm not worried about the tech. I'm not worried about the tech.
So you and I are having like the same conundrum thing, because in my opinion, the problem's not the tech. I trust that in 15 years, more units that I put in are going to be there waiting for me. But my point is, I don't even care about what they were talking about, the fiat part. You know what I mean? Like, I was like, I care that when I decide that I want to take it out, I can take it out in Europe, Australia, the UK, wherever I want. So I don't even care about if the US or if the price doesn't go up based on dollar. Like, I don't care, because my point is, I think that they're already launched a CBDC. I think that they can manipulate the currency, deflation, inflation in ways that we have never even thought about before. And I think that that's already active and going. So my point is, like, I just want them to just not F with like you said, with the tech. Because if I know that in 15 years, I put in 1 million units and they're making me 80 APY and they're coming out as whatever much at the end because there was emergency end stakes and this and that, then I have no problem. I mean, at that point, I wouldn't even care about what the dollar does, because it's like, well, there's a chance that the dollar is not even there at that point. It'll be either a digital dollar or the BRICS or the euro or whatever. Or maybe I moved, maybe I moved to whatever, because the situation changed. Maybe the U.S. now has other, I don't know, how it works in Puerto Rico. We're like, so, yeah. My biggest issue is just that I think that people think just 2 days, 2 months down the road and are not thinking long term. And if I had no issues with trusting them, because you said it perfectly, like if you trust what RA's designed and how it's been working and the code and everything, yeah, I do. But then my problem is that these efforts in the regulators, they go and change the rules. Then they tell me, oh, well, if you use Tornado Cash, now we have a problem. Thankfully, now after a year of battle, the court decided that's not the case. But then for their developer, he's still locked up, so he's still going to have an issue for another year or two for launching code. And
the new administration needs to give that guy a pardon, for Tornado Cash guy.
100%. And they need to amend also some of these rules that they passed in November of 21, because they just they're not going to be good. I think a lot of people are confusing what the regulators do with what the law does. And what they're thinking is that if Trump doesn't do or go against us for the next 3 or 4 years, that it'll be okay. But my thoughts is, what happens in 5 years? In 5 years, if we don't amend this law, the new SEC chairman, they can say, oh, well, look, it says here that all the cryptos are properties, which are securities. And then what?
Yeah.
So
that's
the only.
What do we know about who he's starting to appoint in the crypto field for his administration? Do we know anything about these guys other than the fact that they've heard of Bitcoin?
Right. I don't want to sound negative, but the appointees that I've seen, I think they're more pro CeFi, pro Bitcoin, pro that technology. So when you listen to them, and I've heard this guy Sachs, and I heard the other guy that he appointed, Bo Haynes, Bo something. I'm not sure right now. When you listen to them, they sound like this, like libertarian type, like cypherpunks. But then the second that you were to say, oh, but Hex, or oh, but Pulse, that's shit coins, and that's taken from like Bitcoin market, Bitcoin dominance, and and that's just this, and that's what the North Koreans are using, and so that's where that conversation turns, and that's the part that I don't see them as my enemies, but I sure don't see them as my friend. And if they're the ones in power, the type of rules that they would pass is rules like that IIJA. Like that rule that they passed in November of 21, that was lobbied by Armstrong and Sam Bankman-Fried and CC. So even though Sam is locked up and CC got locked up and Armstrong is under SEC scrutiny, they were the ones spending a couple millions of dollars on all these lobbying. So you figure... You're like, well, they're sure as heck not thinking about DeFi at no point.
Yeah, they don't even realize what it is. I mean, I believe that Hex and RH are the first actual DeFi to ever hit the market, and
But Cleo,
do you not agree? Whoever laughed.
Cleo's anti-Richard, so he's not going to agree with anything that you say, Richard or Hex. I bring Cleo just for like balance, I guess, because like I used to get, if I used to be contrarian back in the day, like people would just automatically ban me.
I was in Famous's space earlier and I heard all the arguments and that. It was pathetic. These people are fucking idiots. These are the people that think Richard Hart being on the Interpol's most wanted list is a good thing. These are the people telling people to buy Hex and stake it for 15 years. These are the kind of people you were dealing with.
I'm telling people to stake for 15 years. But I mean, in my defense, I'm telling people to look for tools that protect them against all this fiat seniority, fiat fuckery. That's what I keep telling people. It's just, this is not going to slow down, guys. So if you've been suffering 2, 3, 5, 10% inflation, then now we're probably going to be suffering 20 or more. It's just, obviously they keep telling us, oh yeah, but these products in these baskets over here, this CPI basket, and then you look at the basket, you're like, bro, I haven't used any of these products in like 10 years. Like, you know what I mean? This is what doesn't get inflation. You're like, you can get like a can of Spam and some like Chef Boyardee's over here.
I mean, Richard Hart's going to prison. There's no two ways about it. I mean, he's going to prison. He's going for a long time, and the governments are going to take hunted.
Okay.
And the government
you must be new to the RH ecosystem, huh?
Yeah, I've only known of it, been in it for like, I don't know, 10 days.
Okay, so if you've been in it for 10 days, those are awfully strong words that you're using against the founder.
I mean, the founder lost his virginity to a prostitute. He assaulted a 16-year-old girl in Finland, and he's wanted on Interpol's most wanted list, which will cause the government to take hundreds of millions of dollars.
That wasn't in the report. That we don't know who.
I'm like, what? So where are you getting all this information?
Interpol.
You're getting that information from Interpol? That he lost his virginity?
Oh no, Richard told Richard told us in one of his videos that he lost his virginity to a prostitute. He told us that himself.
Oh, I thought I'd seen all his videos, and I don't remember. I don't recall him ever saying that. So that's why I'm curious.
He did a stream a couple of years ago, which I watched a couple of days ago, and he told us that he'd lost his.
What? Cleo's going back to watch all Richard's streams, bro. Are you gonna be Hexagon again?
What's Hexaco?
Shut up.
Well, I've never heard that one. In 5 years, I've never heard that one. So,
yeah,
all right.
Yeah, Cleo's in Richard, so he doesn't like Rich. But we try to tell them like, there's. I mean, right now, I mean, like, what other products can do what we're set to do? Because I don't see them, and I don't see. I mean, Solana, all this volume that Solana did over ETH. I mean, it was meme coins. It was shit coins. It was not real tech.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I think that we need to start providing real tech. Like what I was telling the other guys over there, like what we need to do is we need to try to show people how to launch their own IDOs type of situation. So instead of like IPO and going through Wall Street, they just launch their own, token through the blockchain, through DeFi. And that's how they create their own market and their own valuation. Because I'm sure that if we go to Wall Street right now and say, hey, I want to launch a IPO or IDO for a company that's making like 20, 30 grand, they're going to be like, what? Like, you know what I mean? Like they're not even going to listen to us. They're going to be like, bro, you're not even like penny stock material. What are you talking about?
Right.
But on DeFi, if we can launch with $20 of Pauls and 10 grand in liquidity.
Right. Well,
and you can tell that they're looking for that. I don't know if you follow that, Joe, but even Larry Fink and some of these guys, they keep saying, they're like, oh, we need to tokenize, we need to tokenize. So I know there's a negative side of that as well. So I'm not trying to be all like, oh, great, everything, tokenize everything and everything's going to be perfect. But
if they had it their way, if they had it their way, you'd be brushing your teeth with tokens. Yeah, I get it.
Exactly. But I mean, but my point at least is like whoever does it well, they're gonna have an opportunity that not many people had in the past. I mean, like right now, even what we did, like right now, technically, I feel like I'm competing with like H&R Block and Jackson Hewitt and Liberty because I'm doing what we're doing. And all we have is just a little token on on Pulse Chain. No liquidity, no nothing. It's just basically to like separate the equity in the company. Just say, all right, whoever has these many tokens, they own 1% of the company. Whoever owns this much owns this. So right now we're obviously starting, but I know in the future there's going to be companies that are going to be able to do this all at once and then have maybe they sell 4, 5, 10 grand per day. So they have 1 or 2 mil that it's just there parked. And they're like, what do I do with this money? I don't want to put it in Wall Street. I don't want to put it in the bank to get, debased. Oh, look, I can launch like my own initial DEX offering. I'll do that. How much it costs? Like $20? Obviously, if they were to do that on Ethereum, it wouldn't be $20. But yeah, it's just, yeah.
Well, I don't know. I don't know what is your name or what do you call yourself there? All I got is a bunch of emojis.
I go by
ID. ID. Got it. I'm like, what's your ID? Right. Okay. All right.
Identity block. Yes, sir. So I just.
All right.
I'm the little like troll of the community. That.
Okay. So hey, that's fine. You're the troll. You're the troll who doesn't want other trolls. I get it. Okay. So, right.
No.
So if you'll recall, with TBC Dev and Dev Kyle and Richard, when they were putting all of the when they were putting Hex together after the debacle with Bitcoin Hex, do you remember what happened with Bitcoin Hex and why they had to go back to the drawing board?
Well, I remember the Bitcoin part. I think it was issues with the marketing because we were getting a lot of trolls coming into the chats, and then with the redesign, I think Kyle figured out that you can game the system. So someone that was doing shorter stakes, they could just kind of like keep compounding, and then by year 5, year 10, they were going to have more than people that had just locked for 500 days. Or however.
Okay, so
yes, sir.
Okay, so you are correct that early guy bug is what they called it. They ended up calling it the early guy bug.
Nice.
That was because of me. I'm the one that found the early guy bug, and I'm not.
Are you serious? You're the one exploiting that. That's awesome. So
Okay.
you weren't testing
yes.
with Kyle and Kieran and all these guys then, huh?
Okay, so their main rule after I found the early guy bug and told Richard in a direct message, told him, listen, I said, I can game this system by just taking my WASP bonus every week and just adding that to my pool, and I will be the richest motherfucker in this chat. So Richard looked at that and he was like, oh shit. He's like, fuck.
So was
So
that
then he
why
had
we
to-
got so delayed? Do you remember that?
That's why we were delayed.
In the summer. So we were going to launch in the summer of 19.
I'm the asshole that stopped that. Yes.
Damn, bro.
All right.
Fucking legend. Then that's awesome.
We were 2 days away from sending it to audit, an $80,000 audit, and I stopped it by asking the question: are the stakes going to be weekly or daily? And when he said daily, I knew that I was going to be able to game it. So after making that public, everybody hated me, of course, because I made it public. And Richard just had to go back to the drawing board with Kyle and with TBC Dev. And the rule that Richard had for those guys to figure it out was there must be meat on the bone for the guy at the end. And that was the one rule that he kept stating over and over and over again in the dev chat with these guys is there's got to be meat on the bone for the guy at the end. And if there's not meat on the bone for the guy at the end, then it's not going to work.
Damn,
So
bro. I was one of the nerds just kind of like waiting because you know how like there was no sacrifice. So we had like no commitment to Hex technically. You know what I mean? Like until
Right.
December 1st that you guys had the Bitcoin started and then some of us started with the AA on day 2. At least me, I waited because I mean I only had like 2 ETH. I was so wrecked. And by day 3, I figured, you know how the only metric that we could watch was how much ETH was coming into the contract, just how much ETH. So by day 3, that I figured, oh, this much, like 60% or 70% less ETH came in on day 3 than by day 1. So by day 3, I knew that my key was, all right, you need to go on like day 30 because like the ETH is just going to keep drying out. And I ended up.
And then the snipers came out. Right. Then the snipers came out and right. So, but yeah, in talking with you right now, ID, this is the very first time that I've actually stated this publicly. There are no hexagons.
Awesome, bro.
All right.
So right here, Durant, she was there too on day 1.
Right on.
That's awesome.
So
I'm like a little nerd right now.
So to know what I know, and to have been there since as long as we've been there, I know that I am glad that I'm in the very best crypto that I could possibly be in because I helped fix it. Okay?
And bro, that's so awesome. Because I know that in the summer, like in 2019, it almost felt like we were like ready to rock. And then all of a sudden he kept going with the 4 more weeks. Remember, like, he was like, oh, 4 more weeks.
Yeah, of course.
We need the order. And we were like, what the fuck? We want to go. But it wasn't, it was more like we just wanted to, use the product. There wasn't like that same.
But here's the thing.
Sacrifice.
But listen, here's the thing. So everybody who was in the channel at that time that I made that public announcement in Telegram that this is what I'm going to do to game the system. Kyle and I had talked it over, and this is what I'm going to do to game the system. And Kyle's like, yeah, you could actually do that. You could game the system that way. So I'm behind, in front of everybody. I just made it public because if it's going to be fixed, if it's going to be perfect, it's got to be honest. And Richard told me in a direct message, he said, everybody's mad at me. Richard said about himself, everybody's mad at me because I told you that it was going to be a 1-day stake minimum rather than a week-long stake minimum. And now everybody's mad at me that we're not going to be able to launch this. And I said, Richard, I know that you can fix this. So get to work. Get back to work. And that's exactly what he did. He got back to work and he figured it out with Kyle and TBC. And that's the hex that we have today is because of that. And it's provable. If you want to go in the archives, you want to look at the channels, you want to look at the chats. That was all. That was how that went down. So I know that Richard could have launched that coin. He could have ousted me out of the channel, never to be heard from again.
You could have probably flagged your wallets too.
You got it. You
doing the silly wealth penalty.
Right. So
by the way, what we're not discussing, the gas on ETH, those times it was as cheap as we're getting right now on Hex on Pulse. So it was just 3 pennies, 5 pennies, 10 pennies.
Right.
So all these transactions could happen because we could do microtransactions for profit. This is such an awesome conversation. Thanks for sharing, Joe.
No worries. I'm just a troll. So just for the guy who's only been in for 10 days, I don't know if he's still around, but there's this has been a roller coaster since the very beginning, and we have seen it all. The people that have been there for forever, we have seen every amount of FUD that we could see, every amount of hate, every amount of gatekeeping. Like, I'm not worried about the immutable code that is perfect. I'm not worried about that. I'm worried about what the world is going to say about our immutable code that literally makes us the next 1%ers.
Bingo. So you're mentioning exactly. I wish that I could convey my message like you're doing, but it's just people automatically assume that I'm trying to FUD and all this, and I'm like, guys, the problem is that this law or rule that obviously can change. That's another thing, guys. I think that once the new person and the SEC takes over, they'll change it. But in the meantime, I'm already locked. So when they make one of these changes and then say on January 1st of 2027, this happens, I look at my T-shirts and I'm like, damn, my Genesis stakes go till 32. Or my, this or that or the other. My Genesis stakes go till 34. I have a ladder going all the way till 35. So, and then I keep staking. That's the problem. It's like, I don't want to be in fiat. Like the part that I don't think people understand is like, I don't want to be in fiat. I don't think Hex is ever going to be expensive because Hex is like helping you. You don't want to be getting debased every single week. Now, I mean, we're getting debased faster and faster. So I'm like, I want to have enough fiat for 2 months, emergency fiat. And
that's it. That's where I'm at right now. I literally take out enough to pay my bills each month and I leave the rest. Take what you need, leave the rest. And I've been able to live, even through the bear market, I've been able to live okay through all of this, just barely touching what I have. And it's like, it's but it's still,
you need to have your fiat, your crypto making you more crypto, and then as little as possible in fiat, because everyone's always like, well, should I have 2%, 3%? And I'm saying, well, where are you going to have your rest of your investments? I mean, are you going to be in stocks? Are you going to be in bonds? Are you going to be in?
There is nothing. You can put it in nothing that is going to go up faster and bigger than staking it in Hex. Nothing. There's nothing out there. We've done all. We've checked it all out. Trust me. We've gone over the books. We've gone over the numbers. There's nothing that is better than this. That's the problem.
I remember in 20, in 2020, right there when we started dipping in August, I remember still thinking, you know what? I want to have a bag that I leave in silver, and I just let them run, run at the same time.
Right.
By the time that RH did the August videos, and he just kind of said, like, whoever's got the t-shirts, they're going to get all the hacks. I was like, oh, fuck. I need to have as many effing t-shirts as possible. I need to be as close to a shark as possible. And then I've gone back and checked, and those bags that I would have had in silver, which it was only like 300 ounces. It wasn't that much. But they would have been less because even though the price is similar now, then now it would have been hit by 4 years of very high inflation. So I'm so glad that I did not do, because I was just trying to do a little experiment. You know what I mean? Like, oh, well, let me see if having, and of course, I'm not trying to trash real metals, guys, because holding real metals have its own benefits. So obviously read into that and maybe have a little portion in case of emergency. I know in Puerto Rico at one point, during the hurricanes, having silver coins worked because the banks were limiting us. They were telling us, oh, I don't care if you have $1 billion in the bank, you can only extract 100 in the ATM.
Shaving silver and gold to put a steak on the plate, Yeah.
There you go. Exactly. So just use this as an emergency, as insurance. Don't think that you're buying this silver so that in 2 or 3 years it's now $300, $500, because they're just manipulating the market. It's not that the market shouldn't be there. They should, because of supply and all sorts of manipulations that they're doing in Wall Street with paper metals. But it's just, I don't have the time. I mean, like right now, by the time I started getting in metals in 2012, I would have just wasted so much time if I hadn't just shifted my approach. Maybe now, I would say around that time, August of 20, so 4 years now. And I just said, you know what? I get it. There is a space, or there is a use for real metals, real money. But if all we're trying to do right now is just multiply this and then just play this game as fast as possible, I mean, I still regret back those days in 2011 and 2012 not being more into crypto as my main play. Because back those days, I was just listening to Maloney and listening to Peter Schiff and listening to Robert Kiyosaki. So for me, thinking of digital money was kind of like, what? Like, no, because they're just going to keep debasing it. They're going to rehypothecate. But if I had thought about that, I would have had, 12 years of Bitcoin around those prices. I think it was like $300, $400. So it would have been what, like a 200x? But back those days, all the crypto that I used, I mean, I would spend it. I mean, like, I remember like my whole thesis on Bitcoin and crypto was to make 10%. It's so stupid. But I remember thinking, if I make it 10%, so it covered my fee, my tax, and my transaction, like, I'm cool. Like, I'm more than good with it.
I think that the most important thing that we can do as a community, are you in Puerto Rico, or are you in America? Where are you at?
I'm in the States. Like, I go back.
You're in the States. Okay, I got you. Okay.
Like,
so I think
my whole family's in PR.
I got you. Okay. So I think that the most important thing that we can do is, if Trump does it right and he's moving us forward, is to get JD Vance in there afterwards for another 8 years. Like, we literally have to keep the momentum going, because once the other side gets control, they're going to try to undo everything that's done. And the cost of a loaf of bread is going to rise to $1.5 million. And we'll be lucky that we just got into crypto early, that we can afford the $1 million loaf of bread, and, maybe that was the only move that we had at the time. And maybe that's all it will do. Maybe that's the best it can do, is just afford us that $1 million loaf of bread in 3 or 4 years or 6 years or whatever it is. But, I worry about these CBDCs. I worry about the regulations. I worry about all that stuff, because I'm all in. I'm all in, and I'm not going back.
You're here.
So
exactly.
Right?
You're like me, bro. You're like, we already jumped. So it's like, this parachute better fucking work.
Right?
Yeah, ready to go into terminal velocity going. So, I mean, like you and me, we're in the same conversation right now. So I guess what are your thoughts, Joe, on what I mentioned earlier about what if by them switching some of those rules, letting the banks do all that zero reserve requirement for a while, and then access to crypto custody, which again, I know Biden and FDIC and OFAC OCC limited later on, but then for a little bit there, they were doing it. You can tell that's when Silicon Valley started and First Republic and Silvergate. But what are your thoughts about if they switch the rules of the game, even if they don't tell us? Because my thinking is that they released a brand new dollar, almost like when Venezuela just does their little bank holidays on a Monday and they just shut down and then they just released a new coin on Tuesday. But
right.
In my mind, if only a couple of nerds can see this. So meaning they don't understand inflation, deflation, monetary policy, M2, and none of that combined. Which I'm not trying to say that I do understand that, guys, by the way. I'm just throwing out their names and stuff. But my point is, if they can just get away with that without telling anyone, and then they just call it dollar. So instead of going from Bolivar Fuerte to Bolivar Soberano,
that's just it, though. That's just it. If they have been able to get away with it in other countries in the past, there are a load of us, not just Hexicans, but a load of us who have got all of our eyes peeled. We are on X and we are paying attention. And Richard Hart's attorneys are Elon Musk's attorneys, and the Manek crew with Valuetainment. They are fully aware. If this SEC stuff, when that goes away, and when the Interpol stuff goes away, because it's all going to go away, because Richard Hart was born and raised a Jehovah's Witness, and he is not going to be beating up any girls in any deep, dark alleys. So stop that bullshit right now. And when that happens,
I don't know. I read the report, guys, and that there was no specifics like those were being.
All right, I got you. Maybe he was fluid. Who knows? But it's one of those things where you just don't know what they're going to bring up. But we do know Richard. We know Richard. We know what his goals are. We know what his past is. And we have that to fall back on when it comes to having some backbone against the people who want us done with. They don't want us to be at their restaurants eating at next to them at the table next to them with our legs up on the fucking table drinking an old style. They don't want us there. Right? So if we know that, then the best thing that we can do is to wait for this stuff to finally go away. All this Richard's going to jail and all that bullshit. Wait for all that to go away and then follow Richard's lead, because I guarantee you I got plenty of pew-pews to be able to go to Washington and get my loaf of bread. I don't care what they do when it comes to telling us that we can't eat, but that's their main goal. This whole, the world is overpopulated.
Thank you, Joe.
Right, the world is overpopulated.
What we're talking about, guys? What we're talking about is they continue to overreach. And then they're trying to tell us that those of us that took a chance 2 or 3 years ago, 5 years ago in DeFi, that we cannot use this platform, we cannot use that platform, we can be limited to this, we can use a VPN, we cannot use that.
I don't need a platform. I download my computer and do from the comfort of my own home.
Exactly. And then the problem that I keep trying to tell them is guys, if they were to be smart, what they would do is they would just put a 1%, 0.5% flat tax, something very small that people wouldn't have an issue paying them, and then they would get more from us. I would probably sponsor that shit. I'd be I'm not into taxes, but sure, whatever. I prefer to pay 0.5%. And now my I know guaranteed that I can send my hex directly to my bank, and then my bank's not going to flag me and debank me. So yeah, I wouldn't have a problem with that. The problem that I have is when they start getting all fucking greedy and then trying to tell me that I have to pay 20, 30, whatever, or pay taxes on unrealized gains or that type of stuff. And it's like, no, bro, because when you're over there in Washington, your little comfy office, I'm here taking risk and trying to promote this technology and trying to incentivize the economy, because that's another thing that it would do for our whole economy. That's another thing that all these politicians are not getting straight. They keep thinking that, oh, well, because we own the dollar, because this and that. It's like, it doesn't matter. People are just going to leave then, because they'll prefer to deal in other currencies if they have more liberties to build and develop those. And the reason, guys, that when they passed that IIJA in November of 2021, I kept telling RG3, I kept telling everyone, they need to go and amend this, because they cannot include developers, DeFi stakers, and validators. Because then at any point in time, they can go after any of us. And look, the first ones that they went to were the Tornado guys, the Tornado Cash guys. And again, thankfully, after a year, now court is determining that we'll be able to use that platform again. But I don't want to go through that BS every 2 or 3 years. That's ridiculous. We're not doing anything illegal. Like, I don't have a problem telling them or even paying the taxes. But give me more freedoms. Open up the market. Let us build. I mean, at this point, if they were to understand, or at least the excuse that they keep using, they're trying to protect us. You know what I mean? The little always good excuse that they're trying to protect us, to keep us safe or whatever. If they would understand that, you know what? Let's just open it up. And then whoever's scamming people, you'll be able to track them in the blockchain. And then whoever's doing good, you'll be able to see it in the blockchain. You know, who's raising real money, who's creating fake platforms, drugging people, this, that, the other. Eventually, we get to see all that. We get to see it, on chain. And then we get to self-regulate. Oh, here, I think. Joe, 1 second, brother.
Hey, Identity Lock, belated happy birthday and Feliz Navidad.
Sorry, ID, I lost you there.
Oh no, I was just kind of like just talking about how like all these politicians, they're not thinking that if their logic, what they're logically saying to us, that they're just trying to give all these powers to Gans, or give all these powers to other regulators, and all these powers to
I got you.
whomever. Yeah, right. So it's like,
hey, ID, hold on 1 second. I think we got somebody else that's talking in the background. Is that correct?
oh, there you go. I think Doc, I think we have like a little feedback on your mic.
Yeah. Thank you.
So, I was saying that, how in the way the politicians talk, because I've been following just every single government hearing that we've had on crypto in the last like 5-10 years, especially since they changed Bitcoin into property in 2014. And I've talked to all these people. I've even talked to the regulators. Oh, yes, sir. Yeah, I'm still here. Can you hear me? Maybe my mic left. Don't check. Oh, I think Jason can hear me. So I think it might be maybe we lost Joe.
Oh, just every once in a while your mic gets wrecked a little bit. You're good.
Thank you, Jason. So
there we go.
If the politicians were,
and Jason is going off.
It might be all these like spaces. What I keep telling everyone is before you guys join a space, probably go to the applications settings right there directly on your phone, and then just delete that data. I mean, it sucks up so much data, and then the cache and everything. Sometimes I've checked, and I'll have like half a gig of useless data there, and then just the phone starts getting all glitchy and funky. So then what that does, guys, it'll reset your permissions. So then next time you log in, it'll ask you want to give permission to your microphone to X. But I noticed that it's like the only thing that works on the phone.
I followed you now, ID.
Awesome, thank you, bro.
I followed you now.
I post 70% serious, 30% sarcasm. So just that time, because sometimes I'll post some stuff that he'll be like, "What? What is that?" You're like, bro, it's supposed to be a joke. Not supposed to be that serious. But some people.
Yeah, it's all good. I was just getting so much feedback. I had to drop out and come back, and that's what few times of that. Okay. And Jason is still talking away. But he's okay. I can't hear him.
What Jason is? I can't hear him.
So it says there that his speakers, he's something. Whoever that is just rambling away. But I don't hear anything. But this is the first time coming back in that I'm not hearing any feedback. There we go.
I just need to reset it.
So yeah, so what do we do? Like, I mean, I'm gonna hold because I have to, because I'm locked in and I'm not early end staking. So I'm gonna keep paying my bills the way I've been paying my bills. I'm gonna eat peanut butter and jelly sandwiches until Richard comes out of the clinky dink, and and that's about the best I can do.
I mean, for now, that's it. And then what the other thing that I add is just to remain informed. So in my side, I follow the 2 or 3 congressmen that are very pro crypto, and there's just not that many. It seems like there's like Congressman Massey and then Congressman Warren Davidson. And
follow him
from up in Minnesota, Emmer. But outside of that, I mean, I see people that are pro CeFi. And not that that's like bad or negative, but it's just
they don't even understand what they're. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
They don't even. Yeah, they don't understand. You can't tell 90% of the American population the difference between CeFi and DeFi. They don't have a clue. So.
And then the guys said they bring in for interview on these Congress hearings. They're always CeFi guys. So they'll bring in like the legal guy from Coinbase and the CFO of Kraken and this and that. Lately, I want to say in the last like 2 of them, they've brought in this lady from the DeFi Foundation, and they brought in someone from the Blockchain Association, and those guys were legit. Because you could tell that those guys were like, no, we want to make sure that all this is included. And I think as they started doing that, that's when the stable coin regulations started being proposed, maybe like a year ago. And then what else was changed? Oh, the proposal for CFTC and SEC. So they did like a Cynthia Loomis and Gillibrand proposal where I'm against it. And I'm going to sound like I'm flooding my own bag.
All right.
I'm against it like a couple of times. Hexo is like, now it's funny because like when someone asked that, like Hexo just said like, ID thinks is the wrong thing. It's almost like he's throwing me under the bus. Like, yeah, go and troll that dude over there. It's just,
hey, ID, listen, do me a favor. If you could please tweet who to follow and who, just a list of who to follow, because there's a lot of us that have been around a while, and we took some time off because we were okay.
Okay.
Thomas Massey, of course, is one. All right.
Heck yeah. All right.
And are you guys all? Is anybody here aware that Nuclear Herbs is proposing to become the ambassador of Finland?
No shit. Like I heard some stuff online, but I didn't know that it was from Finland. That's funny.
Okay. Yeah, like listen, like how crazy is that? Think about it. He announced running for ambassador to Finland 2 months ago. He's already got the letter given to Donald Trump. It's already been handed to Donald Trump. Donald Trump is now aware, or his team is now aware, that Nuclear Herbs is looking to fill the position that is vacant for the ambassador to Finland. He had 95 signatures that he needed 100 of about 4 days ago. So anybody can go to Nuclear Herbs, pull up that petition, and sign that petition to have him, which would be a hexagon / pulsican, in the Finland government that's trying to fuck Richard. Think about that. How could that have happened? To have a hexagon in their government as the ambassador from America? And he's a hexagon? All right. Somebody go pull that up from Nuclear Herbs. I'm sure he's got it on his X channel.
That would help us.
Yeah. And I'm not much into tech. Okay. I was a house painter for 22 years of my life. And then I had a stroke in 2016 and couldn't walk. So it took me 6 months to learn to walk again. But at the same time, I had my laptop with me. And that's how I was introduced to Richard, was back in 2016, and had been listening to him ever since then. But I grew up on a Commodore 64 back in 1984, and I was coding on a Commodore 64. I've always had a computer. I've always had a laptop. I've always been.
Someone of those a couple of weeks ago.
Right. So, I've onboarded over 150 friends and family and friends of family and friends of friends. Like, I'm all in, brother. And so is everybody that I know.
Nice.
So, yeah. So if it's one of those things where I'm
gonna reset my mic real quick. So I'm gonna leave real quick and go.
Yeah, I'll be here.
It's like my mic is getting a little bit wrecked. I'll be right back.
So this is an awful small spaces here. What do we got? About 20 people, 20 some people. Actually have stakes going now. Can you do that for me? Literally only one of you actually has hex stakes going currently. 2.
We don't need to discuss personal holdings
3.
of crypto. Yeah.
Excuse me.
Nobody
Excuse me.
needs to know how much you hold, whether you are holding anything.
Excuse me. I didn't ask those questions, and I was not going to ask those questions. I don't need any help using my mouth or my brain. Thank you. So
so as you don't, neither do I. Okay, so
understood.
Yeah, and the whole thing is, if anybody is listening to this space, it is more likely that they are holding Hex and Pulsion and PulseX because of the title of the stream, and mainly because Identity Block is holding it, and only real hexagons and pulsicons follow him. So
understood. I wasn't trying I was not trying to separate the two between the winners and the losers. I wasn't trying to do that. I was just curious as to how many people are actually engaged in the RH ecosystem. Yes, we're all here. We all hold some pulse. We all hold some pulse X. We all may hold some X or some Hex, but I'm just curious as to which ones actually are using Hex the way that it was designed to be used. That's all I was asking.
Yeah, great. Okay. You got your answer. Yeah. And I'm telling you, never disclose your crypto holdings. There is a kind of a whole post on Reddit on how people got jacked because they disclosed or people came to know about their crypto. So yeah, operational security. That's something.
I got you. That would be from one of those scammers that just got into this last week or yesterday. That's not me. Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
That's all. And I appreciate your concern because it is good to be concerned. Thank you.
Yeah. Identity block. You should. Hey, this is a general kind of tip or a trick for using X, especially on mobile. I realized this a couple of weeks ago. If you have Brave browser, I would highly suggest using the X mobile website through Brave browser, and not only does it block ad, it's like much lighter on your mobile in terms of data usage. So it gives a kind of a premier experience. So just
okay.
And plus,
So I hear what you're saying. You're suggesting that people use the Brave browser on their mobile. But how long have you been a part of the RH ecosystem? Can you tell me that?
If you don't know me and how long I have been here, I don't think you are really have been here for a long. So I've been here since 2018 at least.
Okay.
So you've
been around since
streaming since October of 2020, I guess, starting
2020. Okay. So are you aware that it is highly challenged to not use mobile or any cryptocurrency? Are you aware of that?
I don't know. Are you? See, if you like, it's like saying don't use Windows 97 for doing crypto. Like, yeah, there were kind of what do you call security issues using mobile that have been long since been patched, and I think more people own mobiles than PCs or especially Macs. So, and I'm not talking about using mobile for a crypto itself. I was talking about using it for X. So yeah. So
correct. Okay. Okay. So that's all. I just wanted you to be able to add that caveat, or someone to add that caveat, that we do not suggest that you use your mobile phone to get into crypto and hold your crypto assets on a mobile phone. That's the caveat that I just wanted to be able to let people know.
Like, again, you have to add another caveat. It also depends on how much you are going to put into crypto. Yeah, if it's a couple of dollars or anything on mobile, yeah, you can do that. And for most of the centralized exchanges, they do have a mobile app which is very much convenient to use. And here where I am, there are a couple of apps for onboarding into crypto, which are great. So yeah, you can have a mobile wallet for like just getting crypto in, and then transferring it to cold storage. It is all related. Like
Understood.
yeah,
Understood. Do you use Internet Money Wallet or Rabby?
No.
No. Okay. So I would suggest, if you and I are both long-term holders and long-term users, I would suggest using either of those if you're going to be using a self-custodial wallet. Internet Money Wallet, number one, Rabby, number two, for the convenience. But you can hop on to, what is it, t.me/Hex Security, and you can ask all the questions that you need to ask about mobile and wallet security.
Yeah. Is that the one where Papa Boner cosplays as a security expert? Anyways, look, see, operational security issues, different. Like I don't want to discuss them right now.
Right. Oh, the only reason why I bring that up is because $200 may seem like a drop in the bucket to you, but $200 to somebody in Ethiopia might be their life savings. So everything is different for everybody. That's all I'm saying.
I didn't say even say $200. I said, but look. Okay, look here. This is being recorded. You can go back. I said $5. And
okay, I couldn't hear that. Sorry, I couldn't hear that.
Yeah. So the other thing. Yeah, in general, if you are into like, how many people have you heard of that their crypto got hacked because they were using a mobile wallet, versus how many people got pulled, versus how many plus there are now like you can connect your hardware wallet to your mobile, and in general, if you are like Apple devices, I would say better security, but if you are using Android with a custom secure OS installed.
Understood.
Yes, it would be
understood. If you're right,
even safer than using your.
Right, you mentioned Brave browser, and I just meant to you that it goes a lot deeper than just using the correct browser, because there's a lot of people that can't afford a brand new phone to be able to do crypto securely, properly. Have a special phone or have a special laptop or a special PC,
especially for
designated, especially if you're going to stake out, like you said, stake out for 15 years or 10 years or, right. Yeah, please do that.
You don't need a new phone. You can factory reset your old phone, install the wallet, get your seed phrases, do your crypto transaction, and factory reset the phone. You have all your crypto in the seed phrases. So that is.
That's the
kind
thing.
of.
I feel that there's gonna be people that they're smarter about their OPSEC, even through a phone, and then there's people that they might use all the security features, including hard wallet and all this stuff, and then they'll
still end up fucked.
Yeah, brother. They'll have like their seat. I used to joke. I used to say, guys, if you spend like $200 on like the super expensive car wallet and do all this other stuff, and then you put your seed phrases on some like McDonald's wrapper in like your kitchen or something, like that's not smart. Like, you know, think about stamping your seed phrases and having them in multiple places and all that stuff. But many people think that way.
Yeah.
This is a good conversation because it seems that we, even if we start with like $5, like some of us, we start. I mean, I started with $200.
Right. Hey, listen, there's a $200 guy. Right.
Exactly.
But
no, I mean, like,
but
exactly.
check this out.
Honestly, not.
Yeah, but check this out.
AA, but yeah.
Yeah. So because can never tell what is somebody's ability to get in. It may only be $5, or it may be $200, or it may be 200,000, or 2 million, whatever it is.
If you
and
stick
Pulse
to it,
Chain,
because the thing was when we were getting into this, those $200 was the start of like 5-6K that I ended up putting through year one through the whole AA. So obviously not everything was at 4 zeros, not everything was at 3 zeros, not everything was at 1 penny. Most of the transactions were at, you know, a profit. And then, but it was because I was not going into all these other, and I know that this is controversial because I'm going to sound like I'm this big maxi or whatever. But I didn't go for Token Air. I didn't go for the shrimp farms. I didn't go for none of that. And I just remember thinking, oh, bro, I had no money. So my thinking was like, as I had like, like 2 or 3 grand in the system, everyone that I would listen to would be like, oh yeah, I got like this like $1 million and this and that and the other. I was like, damn. And then Richard, that's when he started saying the whole, well, if you don't have the money to do short-term stakes, just do the time. And I was like, oh, that's right. And then fucking heads
ECA, baby. Right.
So like I was not expecting that though. Because they're like, you know, half a penny and 2 zeros, you think that a couple $1,000 is not much. But the second that they've done 1,000x.
I remember when it was a big concern in the community on Telegram at Hex, t.me/Hex Crypto. It was a huge concern once Ethereum gas prices were so high that it could not be brought to the masses. It could only be brought to by people who had a large amount of money to put into Ethereum to then pay the gas prices. So Pulse Chain has eliminated that so that people can literally stake and end stake for pennies on the dollar. So that was a big deal, and that's
like limit orders, you know, V2 liquidity providing, because it was the only way to just beat some of the stuff that was happening. You couldn't just do straight up market swaps. You needed to put limit orders. You needed to figure out the way to just lower your cost, because it just from the amount of money that we were spending in transactions in Q1 of 2020 to Q2 of 21. I mean, it was ridiculous. I remember seeing way at 1,000 a day or two.
I was creating the first mobile app for the Hex community, and I had $95,000 spent in Ethereum gas fees in 2020. And that was a lot. It's like $95,000 in gas fees for the year. It was kind of crazy. So, yeah.
But Ethereum went insane. I remember a couple of days in the summer of 21 where, I mean, gas got so ridiculous that just a swap, it could be $200-$300.
Yeah.
So whoever didn't have those limit orders set, they were wrecked. You know,
and if it had to go to if it had to go to SDisk, oh, you were fucked. Yeah.
I feel bad for anyone that had to end limit, not end limit orders, end stakes around that time for sure. That was
well, that's what's a lot of us are very appreciative for Pulse Chain and what Richard has done in Pulse Chain And so now the goal is for us as a community, because Richard's words are, you are the community. You are the network. And it's up to us to be able to get more eyeballs on Pulse Chain. And I don't know how much more we can do as a community, because we are everywhere. As soon as Mex started taking what was the $120,000 that we all paid to be able to be listed on Mex Centralized or MEXC or whatever it is. And now we're just all over them. And we're everywhere. We are everywhere, and we don't mind defending our crypto or defending our ecosystem. But for all those people that don't have the extra money for those gas prices, they need to know which Pulse, which hex to get into, the Pulse Chain hex. So that's one thing that's really got to be fixed.
Right. So like the one that CMC, the CoinMarketCap shows, it is the eHex still?
Yeah, they're showing hex. Like if you searched hex, it's going to come up with both hexes, and one is going to say hex, and then in parentheses Pulse Chain, and then the second one is hex. And I don't even know that it says Ethereum. So that's got to be changed. They've got to allow us to tell them what that needs to be changed to. Because I remember when we first got listed there on CoinMarketCap, and so there are some things that just need to be changed, and I'm sure that people are on it. There's always somebody working on things in the background when it comes to the Hex community or when it comes to the Pulse Chain community. I don't need to omit the Pulse Chain community because you guys are here as well as a part of the ecosystem.
Yeah, but I think for like Hex, especially CoinGecko is still better. And like I haven't used a ranking site for a long time because most of them like have been hiding Hex since day one. Like we have been gate kept. I think there is there is the one by who is Morales.com, Ivan on Tech's website. I think it's slightly better. It does both hexes properly.
But you know what? Now that you guys are mentioning this, I don't check ranking sites either. So like if people are not checking the charts or doing TA, what do they use the ranking sites for? Like to copy contracts or just to get data, or what is their main focus when they go visit?
You use CoinMarketCap to see where BNB is.
Yeah,
I stopped using CoinMarketCap once they started messing with us, and I was like, oh, so this is not like actual trusted numbers. So once I couldn't translate the information from the blockchain to clear rankings, I lost it. I was like, well, why don't I use this site anymore for nothing? Because then,
but he's right. He's right. CoinMarketCap, they used to rank our ecosystem properly, and then they got changed as well. And that was what? That was like 2021. Things got changed there as well.
So it's just once Nomics did the same thing, and I
Nomics. I haven't heard that name in a while.
Yeah, I stopped using all of them because at that point I was like, at one point it was fun to be top 10. You know what I mean? So we saying to people, yeah, sure, go look at us top 10 coin that we've been pushing and this and that and the other. And once we couldn't, once it was like, I mean, it's just it became so odd of a conversation. I don't know if you guys remember how you had to almost explain to people. It almost sounded like we were overselling our own product, because it almost felt like we were making up this. You know what I mean? Like, because people would be like, "Oh, why are you on page 3?" And you had to be like, "Oh, well, but it's this thing where like the supply is not being properly." You know what I mean? And then I'm sure that by the time
all those know-it-alls. All those know-it-alls went back to their regular.
30 of that conversation, people were like, bro.
So here's what I did. Here's what I did. Here's what I did. I took and I wrote Hex, Pulse, and Pulse X. And I wrote it on a piece of paper, and I have it stuck on my refrigerator. That's my listings. Hey, they're at the top. They're always at the top.
I mean, at that point, whenever I would look for a coin, it was if I was trying to look up for a contract, or if I needed to know some info about supply, or I mean something like that. But to actually follow the rankings, I was like, no.
Yeah, it was a nightmare. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. And I'm telling you, the second that you tried to have that conversation, I felt that we as a community, we lost like a year. Because what we should have done was just try the lawsuit in the quiet and just shut the F up about it, not ever bring it up upon until it went into court. And
good luck with that.
Yeah, exactly. Because I feel that for like a year we were explaining to the world how like we needed to be top 10 coin.
No. There was only about 50 of us explaining it to the world. Everybody else was quiet as fuck.
Yeah, exactly. Like, nah, whatever, bro.
Right.
It sounded like we were making this up. Like it was almost impossible that our coin.
You literally had to make your own coin ranking site.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I had that conversation a couple of times with Maxis, and they were like, wait. You're trying to say that they're manually like gatekeeping your. I was like, no, bro.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, all right. Yeah, right. Okay, yeah.
Exactly.
Right.
The second
for sure.
I saw it. I would be like, I've seen Hex as a top 10 coin on.
I saw the screenshots of Hex at number 3.
Oh no, I was
eat a dick.
Like I remember seeing that stuff. I mean, we were there for what, 20 minutes, 2 hours, whatever it was.
Yeah.
Whatever mistakes they did.
I don't know.
Market cap, they put us top 10.
It was enough for us to get a screenshot. That's all that mattered to me.
That was about it. Exactly. That was about it. Because I mean, I remember maybe a week after that, a couple of people did bring this into like crypto Twitter. So I know a couple of influencers, they did say, and obviously they were not saying like, oh, Hex, but they were saying, hey, what's going on with this movement, or why are these coins that,
where the hell did this coin come from?
Exactly. What the ranking sites just went to was like the whole situation about supply, about how like, oh well, we can't identify
okay,
we can't do this and the other.
I remember them saying that whoever listed Hex at number 3, you're fired. I remember that tweet went out. And hey, Doc, I apologize. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Oh, Doc is talking. I didn't.
No, it's okay.
I was just saying, so I was saying, coin ranking sites are passe. Maybe now, then if you are introducing anybody to the Pulse chain ecosystem, the websites to go to is like gopulse.com. It lists most of the coins. So if you are going to track market caps of coins, you can do that there. And if you are a true Hexicon, the Hex Scout app as well as their website, that's my favorite, like for tracking my portfolio for Hex and Pulse. Yeah.
Okay.
So.
Now, the one thing that you're not mentioning, Doc, is that if anybody's getting into this ecosystem, they need to realize that it is before its time, and we are going to fulfill all of the regulations before the regulations even hit the books. So if you go to pulsechain.com and you download the code to be able to go to the bridge or go to Pulse X. That's what you'll want to do, because you don't want to rely on a website to get you where you need to go for the future. You want to be able to download that code yourself and use that code off of your own hardware. Do you agree, Doc?
Yes. Again, baby steps. You can't throw someone at the deep end of the pool directly. So yeah, after they get familiarized with how things are, then yes, you have to talk about the other security of like doing your own, running your own server on your computer. That is what the website or the links to the
code,
hex,
right?
Pulse X and Pulse X code do. Yeah. So
I have a question for you, Doc, and please don't take this the wrong way. But are you over in the Middle East, or are you in America?
I am in the Philippines, Asia Pacific.
In the Philippines. Okay, good. So how do you see governments? Because this was the main topic of this chat, was how do you see the governments changing the regulations to get us out, to get solid decentralized finance out?
See, the thing is, I don't think they want people out of crypto. They just want a control of continue to make money off of it. So what they will likely do is add more taxes, and they are not going to make it illegal or difficult. And like there has been a kind of a court ruling in India, my country of origin, that the Supreme Court has kind of made it a word that it is illegal to for banks to stop business with crypto. It is, even though that has occurred, like still crypto there, because before that there was a kind of a ban on crypto, and that itself caused a lot of cool down in crypto in general, and still people still consider it as a gray area. So convincing people is very difficult. Here in the Philippines, it's much more easier. The government is kind of pro crypto. Even like it's like there is a payment app, almost equivalent to PayPal here, and you can just buy crypto through that app, and there are multiple apps that do that. So it's very easy to get into. The taxes are okay so far, but I would say
here is the big problem. Is I have heard Donald Trump in America talk about in the last 6 months ending taxes on crypto. I believe I've heard him talk about it 3 to 4 times about ending the taxes on crypto. I don't know that is the same in the Philippines, but if you were to classify regular crypto and DeFi, they would be 2 completely different classes. One of them is centralized and one of them is not. So that is where we are worried about the decentralized aspect of RH Eco, with the decentralized aspect, wondering what's going to happen with regulations down the road. Do you see anything in your country that is going to be negatively affect DeFi cryptocurrency in the future, immediate future?
Yeah. First of all, like believing an politician will fulfill his promises after being elected is equivalent to believing in the tooth fairy. So take it with a grain of salt. First of all, second, like see, the US citizens don't have that problem, but here in the Philippines as well as in India, cross-country transactions are a big chunk of like transactions. So I think globally, the international payments wise, remittance, to be exact, like remittance market, the Philippines and India are like the two topmost countries. So for them, for remittance, crypto is like one of the best methods. So the government is quite open to crypto. As far as like these decentralized versus centralized, the end users really, very few understand the difference, and even fewer care about it. Only thing that they want is to see their money make money.
Understood.
But the part that I think we're losing them, Doc, or at least in the other speakers, I got really heated, so I lost them. It was that even after they make their gains, if we don't make sure that they accept our little magical monopoly internet money, we can't buy our chicken tendies, because then they'll say, "Oh yeah, I won't take them." So it doesn't matter if we did 100x, 1,000x, 1,000,000x.
Right. You don't accept DeFi.
Yeah, exactly. Because like that was what was happening with Tornado there for a minute, and then I get it. Now it's been fixed. Court has ruled against.
So here is
anyone that passed money through Tornado had to go through OFAC, jump
understood. Yep.
Back for their little money to get chicken tendies. Yes, sir.
But check this out. So even for those people who don't know the answer, but they're still using MetaMask, fuck you. Use Internet Money Wallet so that your transactions cannot be brought back into court by a government. Does that make sense? That is the very least. That is the very least that you can do as a part of this ecosystem, is knowing which wallet to use and not which ones not to use.
See, all transactions are going to be on the blockchain. So if your address gets linked to your identity, then it doesn't matter which wallet you use.
The next 6 months they want to implement that, because the first thing that they want to approve, that Gillibrand and try to like mute. There you go. Thank you so much. There's just a little bit of feedback.
Thank you.
When they passed that Gillibrand and Loomis proposal, which is this bipartisan bill proposal where, you know, they're going to try to sell it where they're like, oh, working together or whatever. They're going to shift the powers of SEC into CFTC. And how SEC right now, their main issue is registration or exemption of the securities law. CFTC is going to focus more on, obviously, not only digital commodities, but then on the mapping. I mean, I don't know what they're going to call it. I know in Australia they call it token mapping. The UK they call it. I forgot the name.
See, that's the issue. Is that Richard's ecosystem is the very first 100% decentralized blockchain with a 100% decentralized certificate of deposit per se.
Yeah.
So 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 if it's the first of its kind and it works 100% of the time, they're fucked, and they're figuring that out now. Right. So if anybody wants to check my wallet, it says bad motherfucker on it.
Yeah. the only issue that I have though is like with these fucking politicians, when they don't understand something, automatically they assume it's nefarious, and then they make it unlawful. And then you're like, bro, no, like I don't mind paying you like 0.5% or 0.25% in taxes, as long as, you know what I mean? Like, just let me do whatever I want to do over here on DeFi. I call it blockchain limbo sometimes.
Yeah,
and
for sure.
Whatever I send to DeFi, whatever I convert as a taxable event, which is used to apply all the way till the old, the old rules, the old revenue rules that got just shifted. So, I mean, I know I locked under previous rules because I was locking in 2019 and I was locking coins in 2018. Yeah, right. I'm sorry, in 2020. Right. So then the new rules for stakers, which that happened in the summer of 2023, that don't even apply to me. Like, sorry.
Well, you would think so, but they will find a way to write that in the code.
They're trying. Right. The way they're trying is by removing two things. They're trying to remove the wash sale rule, which crypto doesn't apply to crypto, and then they're trying to remove. They're trying to add, or at least I shouldn't say trying, but they've floated out there. Now, thankfully, that lady's leaving, Yellen, but they mentioned
and Warren
unrealized gains. They've mentioned taxing unrealized gains, and I mean for us, that, you know what I mean. Like that would mean that on some of those Genesis stakes, that you would be paying taxes on what, like 8, 9, 10 years before you even cashed out. Like, come on. Like, sorry, like guys, like that.
At 15 years, I owe. At 15 years, I owe 150% tax.
Right. Great. Exactly. So it's like, yeah, you were gonna. Oh, great, buddy. You were gonna make like $10 million on your stake.
Now I owe you.
Exactly. Your tax is 10.5. Congrats, you played the game.
So listen, I got one of those slips of paper on my refrigerator to write out I owe you.
No, I mean, like for us, they need to either grandfather us in because we played under the old, under the old revenue rules.
Yeah.
Or which is what I think they're gonna do, is they are gonna just change the rules completely. Meaning anything that's affecting SEC, they're gonna give to CFTC, and then they get to make their own rules. So it's just, in my mind, I can't even envision what CFTC is going to do, because the only one that I've heard them mention, and they did this year they went for a budget hearing in the summer of 24. So I have that one in my channel, guys. So they went to Senate. It's a small group because obviously it's just they're a committee. So maybe 10 senators, 8 senators. But you have to pay attention and listen between the lines. Listen to the small. Listen to the small.
Hey, listen. We literally have 9 people in this chat. So if 9 people can't go and find Nuclear Herbs on Twitter and go and sign his petition to become the ambassador for Finland, come on. I've already signed mine, and I don't sign my name to shit.
You could do that shit. That's so funny, like, bro. Like, if that happens,
like, I don't sign my name to shit. My name is Joe Blow. You think that's really my real name?
Right.
All you 9 people go to Nuclear Herbs and sign his petition to become the ambassador to Finland. So Trump already has his already knows his name, already knows that he's applying. So he's 100 signatures. He might already have 100 signatures. I'm telling you, he could 105 or 109. So go on there and sign that. And
I know we had a little bit of a spat at one point, but it was
all right. So that's fine.
But unrelated.
It's all about the greater good.
Exactly.
Stop holding us back.
Well said. Well said. Well said. Yeah, exactly. Sometimes I need to definitely do that, like remove the ego, and listen more.
Yeah, good luck with that.
I've been working on it. Like it's just it takes time because you know how it is. Like
do you know what it takes, my man? Do you know what it takes? It takes absolute silence.
There you go.
Absolute silence for 6 years. Then you're rid of ego.
Well said.
Seriously. All right.
See, that's a difficult one because I know that's the one that I struggle with, and even when I bet you the doctor can concur. When I started arguing and all that stuff in the other space, and I was like, why am I arguing? Like I don't even need this. You know what I mean? Like I could just walk away.
No.
But sometimes
do you know how hard it was to come? Do you know how hard it was to come back to this spaces on Twitter or on X and have this conversation with you guys for the very first time ever?
It was.
I am having this. I am having this conversation with you guys.
Oh, bro, it was awesome.
I'm like 240 million hex in. So it's like to have this conversation doesn't do me anything. I can literally just look at my slip of paper on my refrigerator that says hex is number
earlier
one.
Today, bro, and then it pissed me off when it's just the only thing that was the second that they say, "Oh, it's gonna be okay," and I'm like, you know what? If it was a lottery, yes, I would obviously put money in because I think that we would be in the, we have now Trump going this way. It looks like he's putting some regulators that are going outside of crypto. So I was like, yeah, it looks like for the next 4 years, it's like make as much effing money as you can. But what if not? And then some of us were locked longer than his term. So yeah, I mean, what you said earlier, I hadn't even thought about that. The JD Vance that he can be for 8 years, but this is like it could be like a 12-year situation.
This is the start of something great as long as they do it the right way. Yeah, as long as they do it the right way, and as long as they have our interest at heart.
You guys know the age of
listen, I keep hearing this guy talking in my ear about USDT. Are you guys getting the same thing?
Well, the thing with USDT though is it's gonna get
no. What I'm telling you is I am talking to you right now and I hear somebody else talking over you about USDT. Are you guys getting that same bullshit?
No, I'm not. Maybe.
No? Okay. Listen, I'm going to leave and come back. I'll be right back.
You got it. Yeah, the thing with USDT, though, or at least what I've noticed with some of the influencers is that they're kind of fighting some users in the sense of yeah, I mean USDT will get here 1 second ago. So what I noticed with USDT is just that some influencers were kind of saying that it's going to get restricted or it's going to be illegal in some places in Europe. But I think it's just a regular listing to listing, which is still, even in the States, it applies to that rule, that IIJA, because that's the rule that they passed in November of 2021 that gave so much powers to these little tiny group of brokers, which is only right now Coinbase, Kraken, Crypto.com, Gemini. The banks have the authority to do it, but then they haven't been doing it. So they can do crypto custody if they want, but it seems that they're not trying to mess with it. I think they're just afraid of it or something. So instead of, because you know how like they work where like the deposits are the liabilities and all this stuff. So I don't think they want to be holding all this crypto. It's gonna go against them.
You know, see, for me, I think like USDT has really been battle tested in terms of being a stable coin. Yeah, we have seen so many, like they were debanked, literally, money stolen from them. They were able to bounce back. Yeah, and I have this conspiracy theory that it's Circle, which is the issuer of USDC, that is going after them. I think it was like, I think will prohibit use of USDT in Europe, but see, it doesn't matter. Once you are on chain, then you can easily swap between so many other stable coins and stable pools. So one of the reasons why there is a stable pool separately on PulseX, so that is also something to think about. Other than that, yeah, I'm going to drop off, but before that, yeah, just wanted to say
Mega
things
wreck,
like,
by the way.
yeah, couple of things. Yes, this is the word of the year, regulatory capture. That's what I can see. Like, who are the people making the laws for crypto? It is the bankers. And who are the people who are going to be most negatively affected by the crypto?
So you see, when I get into one of these spaces and everyone just tells me, "Oh, everything's gonna be okay," I feel like I'm talking to someone that was sent by the banker, and then to tell me, "Oh yeah, don't worry, we're just gonna take your money," or some shit like that. You know? Yeah, no, you understand what I'm talking about. And when I get over there pissed and everything, like I don't like people are like, "Oh yeah, like you're." Whatever. At this point, I can't go back, guys. Like, I'm sorry, I can't go back to Visa and MasterCard. Like, I'm all in. Like, this is like Travis Pastrana jumping out of the plane without the parachute. Like, I need the parachute to work, you know. And everyone else is just like, "Oh, it's okay. It's gonna be like a soft landing," and all this shit. It's like, no. I jumped out of the plane. Which is okay. Let me not say that as a negative, because I know that in the other space when I said it right away, someone was like, well, it's just like you're this and that. It's like, no, because I mean, I would, yeah, sure. Like you want me to be completely 100% honest? Yeah, I wish that all my fucking bag of X was liquid right now. Yes. And I could sell if I wanted to, and I wouldn't be able to affect the price like they were saying, because I can sell without slippage. I know how to do it. Some people don't. So even if it's like a large effing amount, it could be 10, 20 million units, and then they're suffering to 10% or higher slippage because they're not learning these basic things. That is in their best interest, by the way, because, I mean, we've been trying to tell them, guys, if you have a couple of million units now, they're going to be worth this much more in 2-3 years. Learn how to sell in low liquidity situations. Learn how to put limit orders. Learn how to get in and out of the liquidity pools without eating a shit ton of permanent loss. All these are tools that you use to your benefit before you even go to fiat, before you even learn how to then play the game of taxes and then pay zero taxes. Because the idea is that you learn their rules and then you use them against them.
I always just tell whoever I onboard, like, yes, the ultimate end game is you don't have to off-ramp. You should be able to transact directly in crypto, exchange
that's even better.
services. Yeah, goods and services for like, but the thing with crypto right now, especially with yield bearing assets as well as appreciating assets, like you don't want to be the guy who sells their 10,000 bitcoins for rupees as yeah.
Exactly. Bro, you can tell there's a bunch of the maxis that are so salty in the last 2 months. I checked the Bitcoin conference that they had like maybe 2 weeks ago. And you can tell a bunch of them were dumping a Bitcoin at 70K. They didn't even need to talk about it. It was in their faces, like they were like they were like, so what do you think about Bitcoin? Is it gonna go to like 100, a million? And they're like, I don't know. I know Chamath was like that, so like I mean, it's kind of funny because like they troll us all the time, so it's kind of funny that. Did you notice though that conversation, the one I'm talking about? They straight up asked. So this was you guys didn't watch the whole thing. It would have been like a 30-second clip, and they asked Chamath, who's the best trader of 2017? The fucking 2024. What the hell am I talking about? 24. And then he was all like, "Oh yeah, maybe it's a sailor," you know. So it's like he said it in a way that it was so funny because you could tell he did not want it to answer that.
Yeah, I didn't listen to that conversation, especially because I hate the piece of Samat. He's such a scammer with all his work.
Why do you say he's a scammer?
You know, he's like.
What did he do?
He's like literally the guy who, who plays, that game of pick the. There are 3 cards and you pick the queen out. Like literally, he's the kind of guy who does that.
No, but has he done something? I've never heard him done something nefarious. Like, has he done something?
Like, no, like so many, all his SPAC investments. Like, yeah, he's
all the old stuff.
Artist. Like, see, the whole thing is these are all kind of. I think like. Again, it's my conspiracy hat on thing. Like these are all faces. Like, the real money is still being controlled by BlackRock and a few elites and Peter Thiel.
Well, I mean, yeah, he's moving. He's moving in the bills. No, he moves billions of dollars. So you got to understand. Once these people are moving in the billions, they all play in the same pools because there's not that many people moving billions of dollars. That was the same thing I was telling this guy, a boring sleuth, a couple of weeks ago in one of his posts when he kept saying that Richer is connected to CC through this way and through this guy through that way and through the other stuff the other way. And I was like, bro, RH was moving money in 2011 in the millions with pools of $100 in liquidity. Like, of course he's gonna be like interacting with the big moves because I'm sure he needed liquidity everywhere that he would effing go because he would have millions of this coin and then $1,000 in liquidity, billions of this coin and then a couple hundred, $1,000. So I bet that he was always like looking for where to go, where he's like, bro, I like the technology. I'm trying to move money. They're limiting me. They're telling me that I can only move this much. This liquidity pool only has $50. I mean, I remember he got stuck with us in the 2018 debacle, that whole Prime Coin thing. So I'm sure that he still has coins on that crap, and that went nowhere. But at the moment, it sounded amazing, in like 2018, it was called like the Prime Coin. And I mean, technically, if we think about it, that would have been maybe the start of T-shares, because the way that it was designed, a new a new block was going to come out every time that a new prime number would, so it was almost like the prime numbers popping up. That was almost like the t-shirt price. So it was a good idea, and it would have been connected to Bitcoin, and a bunch of us have been wrecked with the Bitcoin private pre-mine. Like, I don't know if you guys know about that other mess. So that would have been like late 17. But anyways, the point is that this has been a cool story, a cool chat, Joe. Like that when you said that, bro, like that was awesome, because I just remember having a feel in the summer of 19 that we were ready to rock. And I was not that involved in the dev chat and nothing like that. So I was just going more for what Richard would post on his lives. And of course, we don't know the whole joke of like the 4 more weeks.
Right.
Joke, which it was like, he was waiting for that final audit. But but I keep trying to tell people that it was just not the same feels of when we were waiting for Paul's, because with Paul's we had sacrificed our money. So it was almost like, even if there was no like expectations of gain or whatever, but it was almost like
bullshit. We all had expectations, right?
But then with Hex, there was just absolutely nothing. So I mean, like I needed a W. I needed a W. So
I understand.
Bro, 2018 was so bad, bro. 2018 was just so bad. And it was just like the money.
I had just gotten into Strape in 2018, and I was just feeling him out, man. Yeah, right. Him and what was his other guy? One of his admins, Dan. What was his name? Dan.
Dan Edmonds.
Dan Edmonds. That's it. Dan Edmonds. Okay. Listen, I had it out with Dan Edmonds, and I'm like, look, man, Dan, I just need to know what the deal is. I need to be able to, if I'm going to put my money somewhere, I want to know that it's in a good space, and I want to know that I'm in the right crypto and all. And I literally asked like 50 questions all in a row, forcing Richard to give me the answers. And Dan tried to cock block me, and he tried to call me this and call me that. And I'm like, look, man, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to Richard.
We're getting so flooded around that time. I remember.
Oh my God, dude, it was brutal.
Because remember how there was no voice chat, so there was like just the chat.
Right.
And,
right. And here I am typing away, man. My thumbs are going 1,000 miles an hour trying to reach Richard, right? Yeah.
It was so awesome because like it was so easy to get in touch with him, and I mean it was like that all the way. I would say probably July.
For sure, man. Yeah. So for me to tell you that I
messaged him right there in the chat, it would just
right.
So
check this out, man. So check this out. From Strape. Like I was in Strape for probably about maybe 2 or 3 months trying to feel it out, because I had only heard about Bitcoin back in 2013, and I kept an eye on the price, but I was busy working. I was climbing ladders, and I was a house painter for 22 years. So I don't need a laptop on top of the ladder. So I'm just spraying, and I'm come down at the end of my day, and I hop on and I try to figure out what the fuck is going on with this crypto shit, because I gotta. Anyway, so when Bitcoin Hex first emerged and the t.me/Hex crypto emerged, when Richard finally made the decision to doing this on his own, because he knew that he had enough knowledge, he knew that he had enough insight and enough, I don't know what word to use, but it's like he knew he was enough to be able to create his. Yeah, like he knew that he could do it better than the rest because he had been watching all of these assholes take everybody's money and had been hearing about it on Straight for months and months and months about all these people.
That I got in 17 when I heard the first stream with him talking with Chris DeRose. I remember thinking that same feels because I was like, wait a second, this dude is not trying to sell me anything. But then he's calling out all this other bullshit that we all know, but then we don't kind of want to talk about it because we don't want to like affect the price or affect the image. Of
right.
Or affect
we don't want to cause any FUD. Yep.
Right.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. But we were all thinking it. I mean, I was thinking it for a while now. Then I was like, wait a second, why is this influencer saying this? Why is this guy getting away with that? Why is this guy getting arrested, but this guy gets a bonus? So I knew that it was just not the same play for everyone. And then, like I said, like the fact that he was calling all that out, and I mean, it was awesome. So shout out to Richard.
Leaving bodies on the floor. Yeah.
Back then, it was just like everyone's like all the streams were kumbaya because all the streams were like, oh, we need to pump our bag, guys, and Bitcoin, we need a good image and all this. But it was bullshit because everyone that knew what was really going on, you know, they could get into the blockchain. They could see what was happening on chain. They could run their own code, or they would see the BS that was happening on socials, you know, like censorship.
Right.
And some people would get promoted while some people would get gate capped. And like it was so refreshing. Yes, sir.
Right. But check it out, though. So it was literally about a year before Bitcoin Hex came to be starting to work, starting working on that. It was literally only a year to 18 months before that, before anybody knew that Richard could literally do this. Richard had the tenacity and he had the knowledge and the smarts to be able to create a token that nobody else could come up with. But it was only 18 months before that for anybody to even know that was even the case, with everybody getting wrecked. And you know, what is it? Richard's calls. He had Richard's calls up for forever.
That ran to maybe like a year ago, I think. Yep.
Oh, did it? Okay. All right. So Richard helped me. So listen, so I come out from painting houses, 22 years, having a stroke, and I was able to sock away about 10 grand and keep it under the mattress. And so I'm like, Richard, man, I'm talking to him in a DM. I'm like, Rich, bro. I says, I've got 10 grand. What should I do on this Bitcoin shit? Because it's at like 10 grand right now. He's like, hold on to it. I'm like, yeah, but this this Bitcoin Hex is supposed to launch and I need to get my Bitcoin now. And he's like, just hold on to it. And I held all the way down to 2985 or something is what I held down to. And Richard said, sell it now. And I said, okay. And I sold mine. I was able to take my 10,000 and get, four Bitcoin. That went immediately up to like 13 or 14 grand at that time. And I was able to sell off. And then it dropped back down to like 5 something or 4, 8 something. And I was able to buy more. So that helped me to be able to get into Hex with Bitcoin and my referrals and all the rest of it. So I did okay. Listening to Richard, I did better than I'd ever done painting any house.
I know I did too. Like I was trying to tell that to a couple of people because I was like, well, I'm still holding some of the coins from Q1 of 2020. And those coins, we were getting them at 3 and 4 zeros. And I don't think that's the part that some people understand. That they assume that in 2020 the price was 1 penny. So in their mind, they think 1 penny 2020 means that everyone's bags are at the same price. And I keep telling them that's not a negative. It's something that you need to learn. Because if you learn that you're acquiring coins now at a 1.2, 1.5, 2 pennies, 3 pennies, whatever you're acquiring them, when it's 20, 30, 50 cents, that's when you're gonna be like,
Right.
oh, so now the goalpost has shifted, and now everyone else is going to be acquiring coins at acquiring T-shares at 50, 60,000 units of hex, but then now the price of hex is 5 cents, 10 cents. So then,
oh yes,
but you were acquiring coins at 40,000 units, right? And then like the value is 1 penny. So
because of Richard,
thinking about that.
Right, but because of Richard in my life, just through DMs, I was able to put 40K through the AA lobby. So for me to put 40K through the AA lobby, right? This is like and I started out with 10 grand. I started with 10 grand after 22 years of painting. Right? So it's like, look, if you could just understand, right? It's like, oh, Richard has got me. Listen, if he needs somebody to step in front of the bullet, I'm there.
Bro, that's how I felt by like my day 3 had put in money. Like I remember I messaged him, like I still have like that DM because by like December, because I held, meaning I would go every day to go.hex and I would look how many ETH were going in. And since that was our only metric, you know, because I can't get it. Like sometimes people are like, oh, well, but if you would have gone to this side and this chart and this metric, and I'm like, guys, nothing like that. There was just one metric connected directly to the contract, but we're looking at it there like dum-dums, just looking at the number just go up. And
waiting for that sniper.
Well, this many. Yeah, exactly. Like the only metric you had, guys, was 500 million units of hex were being bought by this many thousands units of ETH that were going in every day.
It wasn't even that many ETH. It was only like, it was like a couple hundred or whatever. Yeah. It was like, well, I mean, now later, all of a sudden at the end.
Later started dying out, exactly. But like the first few days, you know how like he had like the billion units on day 1 and then 500 million afterwards. But by day 3, that I figured out that ratio, I was like, all right, what I need to do is just wait. And wait. And then by the time I put my money in on December 20th, which it was like day 18th, I think I got like 40 times more, 50 times more. I don't remember the exact number.
I did not jump in on day 1, but believe me, this south side of Chicago house painter who was able to get 40 stacks, in his crypto wallet because of Richard, I took my time. And I was in that channel, in that chat, 14 to 18 hours a day for 18 months, bro. I didn't say a word for 6 to 8 months.
In the first one, I would be so quiet because I was just
6 to 8 months. I didn't say a word, bro. I'm like, you guys are not talking about Commodore 64. You're not talking about Commodore 128. I don't know nothing about what you're saying. And then Kyle came in.
When all the maxis were showing up, and then it was just almost like negative, or at least they were trying to talk about like Richard was trying to steal the brand and all that BS. Like, I mean, but it's like always trying to be negative. But back then, I was just not as loud as I am now. So I would just kind of let that BS run, and then nobody would complain about it. But it was so unproductive. Because we could have had really good conversations with Kyle and some of the other guys, and then more and more explanations. And I know later
it was everybody was working, man. Everybody was working.
They're happening in like this Marty Pants group that only had like 40, 50 people, and then us in the other chat were like just dealing with all the trolls, or at least like the Bitcoin.
Oh yeah. Yeah. What was the name of that channel? I Hate Richard or some shit. I forget the name of that channel. Is that where you were, man? I should not even talk to you no more.
I couldn't put up with any of those. I couldn't stand the hex audit, the hex bear, hex trading.
I remember.
I always felt that there was like a vibe about the channels.
Let me tell you some history. Let me tell you some history. So I remember when Nightly Crypto his name is Peter. Nightly Crypto came in and he did the very first arbitrage and made like 30 grand off of the backs of the people that believed in Richard, and he was like, fuck that shit. So he straightened it all out by whatever he did with Ethereum and
It's just he had a bunch of hacks whenever nobody had a bunch of hacks. Like I remember, like at the moment I only had like maybe 10 mil units of hacks or something. I think he had 200-300. So some crazy number.
Right.
Mm-hmm. So like I remember a bunch of people like troll him and all that stuff because he was doing like early sales, and I was like, no guys, he extracted money at whatever price he wanted to. So I was like, that's real fucking money. Who gives a shit? Like it's money. And I don't know, like the community took that in a way. But me, I was like, fuck it, that means the fucking product works. So, and then so sell, they get to sell, and it was just it was a confusing time.
It was available, right. All the liquidity was there for you to do whatever you wanted to do from the gate. Bingo. So so check this out. So, and this is the first time I'm saying this. So, Hexologist left the community once Bitcoin Hex didn't launch because of me, right? So Bitcoin Hex didn't launch.
Man, I remember that shit because I think he was asking Richard like the whole like, when is this launching and all this stuff. I think he got muted for
right. Okay, I don't remember him being banned, but I do remember him coming back finally and saying and talking to me. He was literally talking to me physically, saying, "Hey, I hear that this Hex is going to launch. Can you tell me anything about it?" And so I was there because I was an admin of the poll. I was an admin. Yeah. So I was able to let him know, hey, man, I realize that you left, but check this out. This is what has happened since you've left. And I got him to get back in and create a couple memes or whatever. But, it's like, so if you were to hear this today.
I was doing the memes. That's true.
Right. If he were to hear this today, if he was in this chat today, he would know exactly who I was. He would be like, oh man, like he wouldn't want to admit it because later on there was a whole debacle. So for Hexologist to get into the Richard ecosystem that has made him a very wealthy man was because of me and telling him exactly what has changed with Bitcoin Hex and Hex. And like, I laid it all out for him and told him exactly what was going on. And he decided to get back in. And I'm glad that he did, man. For him and his family, I'm glad he got back in. And I'm glad he listened. And so.
Shout out to him. So I always say that because of all the streams that he was doing in 20, that's how the community grew. Because at one point, we were just like the little weirdos. There was no Hexicans before like March or February of 2020. So we were just like the ones that came from like either watching Richard or we were on Straight Chat. And we were like, and I keep saying like the weirdos, but it's just like, you said it perfectly. There was just so much fucking fun at the end of 2019 that the one of us, the few of us that we stayed, we were like, all right, well, let's fucking see what happens. Because we have nothing else. And
but there was literally only a couple, maybe tens of thousands of us at that point to change, to literally do a 10,000x within 18 months. Holy shit, there was like none of us. Imagine if the whole world.
You said that you were admin at that chat. Is it true or not that there was less than like 500 people active through 2019? And I've said this story sometimes and people were like, nah, there was like all these thousands. I was like, dude, there was not that many of us.
No. So it started out, I believe that it was January of 2019 that Richard launched the Hex crypto channel. And if that was January 2019, and then the early guy bug got found out in February. It took there was probably maybe 100 people in the channel at that point when I brought out the early guy bug. And from 100 people.
Thank you again for sharing that, because like we've always heard this side of Kyle then working on it and then relaunching and then the wait because of all that, but I hadn't heard then on who broke it. So thank you so much, man, for sharing that with us.
No worries, man. So then from there, the first 100 people, then about maybe 3 to 4 months later turned into 500 people because they started hearing that or realizing that Richard was working on his own thing, and had an issue, but now it's being fixed, and now we're waiting for 4 weeks at a time. That was when about 500 people got in. There was 500 people in the channel. And then from there, they had some type of giveaway or something like that brought it from 1,000 people up to like 25,000 people. And we were like,
that was the Monarch thing. That's probably the Monarch thing with the Beatles.
With Beatles. I was actually the one talking with Beatles to get it done. If you remember the very first tipping in Hex, where people could tip in the Telegram channel in Hex units, I set that up. I set that up with Timmy. I went in and I set all that up. And even though it turned out to be a scam and those motherfuckers should burn in hell, but even though I'm probably the only person in all of the Hex community that tipped 1 million Hex.
Nice.
So
that's awesome.
So
I mean, like, the idea was awesome, because back then there was no other usage. We were not. I know some of the guys, the HP Morgan.
There was roughly 1,000 people there. There was 1,000, right? There was 1,000 people there, but there were literally only about 500 that were engaged enough, like 50%. And then there were maybe 20% of that. So let's say the first 100 to 200 really engaged people were the full community. Like, those were the guys that were there.
Those days, was there a specific moment that you kind of like flip and you said, all right, well, sure, I'm going to put this 40K or this, that? Because I know that you just mentioned Hexo, which it was the time when I remember at the end of 19, when he had that interview with Richard, that was the first time that I said, all right, well, like, regular folks. I mean, not trying to insult Hexo.
No.
It's just like,
I held my 10K. So Richard helped me get my Bitcoin at 2980 or 2985, something like that, in like January, because the whole thing was you had to hold Bitcoin to get the 10,000 Hex per Bitcoin.
The free claim. There you go. Okay.
The free claim, guys, right?
What he's talking is that not everyone acquired their Hex through Adoption Amplifier. If you were holding a unit, you could acquire 10,000 units of Hex for free, because you were not swapping your Bitcoin for Hex. You were just signing.
Yep.
Proving. Yeah, exactly. You were proving like ownership, and then you would get 10,000 units. Awesome. So
I was holding my Bitcoin and beating up old ladies in the street to be able to eat. And so I was holding my Bitcoin and I'm holding it. And then he decides to release the 1-day stake rather than the weekly long stake. And I'm like, okay, so I released that. So, all right. So I'm like, fuck, man. Now I don't know how long this is going to take, but Richard and company, the devs, dropped off the face of the planet at like March of 2019, and they were doing everything in the background. They were not releasing any information except for 4 more weeks, for all the way until October of 2019. So I held my Bitcoin all the way from January 2019 all the way until December 2019, until I was able to then claim my Bitcoin and then swap my Bitcoin for Ethereum and then drop in. But I only started out with 10K. I started out with 10K. I made a 40K because of Richard, and I dropped that in over the course of that 350 days. AA lobby. So, yeah. So if it wasn't for Richard, I would still be climbing ladders.
That's awesome.
Be honest. To be honest, I'm being honest.
So, like, what are your thoughts then on because depending on who you talk to, and this is something I want to have in the other space, and I wasn't able to bring it. What are your thoughts on this thing where, like, supposedly Kyle, like, ratted on Richard or whatever? I mean, like, I went through the whole document back in August.
Okay.
What I read was everything stuff that we knew. I mean, everything was public info. We knew Kyle was available in the groups. I mean, I messaged Kyle maybe all the way to like maybe 6-7 months ago.
Okay.
And everything was just normal. And then, like, all of a sudden the other day, like, people were like, no, like, he was like ratting on Richard and all this stuff. And I was like, well, yeah,
no.
If the feds call you and they say, give me your opinion on this thing or else. I can
guarantee you that Kyle told the truth, but the truth, there was nothing wrong with the truth.
Oh, yeah, no, I
read
the document, by the way, guys. Yeah, I'm not trying to create anything against Kyle. Actually, I read the document. It was like 14 pages. And everything that I read was stuff that we knew. Because back then, Kyle, today Hexa posted out of his channel the old bacon wrap steaks and all that stuff that he was showing us. That was his channel. It's just that his channel, it was very technical. So it was like golden alpha. But it would get
nothing but nuggets.
It would get like 200 views, right? So if you go by the views, you're like, this video, nobody like this.
There's 200 people that really know what's going on, right? Basically, right? But listen, so Kyle is the type of guy, and I talk to Kyle every day, like phone calls every day, and so I knew Kyle well, and all right, so Kyle is the type of guy that he is going to tell the truth because he's not worried that there's anything wrong with the truth. It's like there was nothing wrong with what Kyle stated because it was the truth and we all knew it. Richard has not been hiding the truth from anybody.
That's the feels that I got when I read it in August. That's why for me it wasn't like a big deal because when I saw it, I was like, well, yeah, of course, Kyle was the fucking, like, you know, he was in there. He knew everything. Of course, they would have asked him stuff.
Right.
I didn't felt that it was like negative or against us or
not at all.
Richard or the code. I was like, actually, that was exactly what I wanted because I was like, I wanted them to talk to the expert, but on the code. You know what I mean?
Right.
This is how we prove that this is just not another ERC, that we're different. That in 5 years, in 30 years.
Kyle was not about, sucking anybody's dick in the crew, right? He wasn't doing none of that. He was going to tell the truth no matter what. And he was not the lead dev. TBC dev was the lead dev that was writing the code, but Kyle was the guy who like brought out instances like, do you think that maybe this would work better than this? Or do you he just gave his own opinion on how things could change to make it better. He was always trying to make it better. And Martin, I don't know if you know Martin.
Give yourself some credit then for breaking that, because some of us, we believe in the stake, we believe in the t-shirt. So thank you so much for being there in the test net and putting those hours, because some of us we use it, we use the product, we believe in it long term, and it's thanks to guys like you and Kyle, for testing it and breaking it. And then, of course, it was annoying because 2019, we were like, just launch it.
Everybody hated me, dude. Everybody. So, but yeah, so thank you. Thank you for understanding that all I wanted to do was game the system. And I was there long enough hours each day to know the only question that Richard had to answer for me was, are these going to be minimum of daily stakes or weekly stakes? Because that was the conundrum. They didn't know whether it was going to be a weekly stake or a daily stake or a weekly stake. And once he said daily, I knew right then I could just include my we are all Satoshi bonus into my stake for the next week. And I would just roll over every 6 days. I would roll it over and I would be, and I said that publicly. And you can ask RG3 if you want to take a copy of this thing and send it to RG3 and say, hey, man, is this guy serious? Yes, my name was Michael and my username was Breeb050. And, I went on to try to create other things because I was living on the south side of Chicago, and I'm from the south side of Chicago, and I wanted to be able to go to the bar with all my other painter buddies and construction buddies and say, listen, man, we're all around here shooting pool at the bar. You got to check this out, man. I finally found something that could change your life. Download this and then go ahead and get into this app, and this will change your life. That was my main purpose. I wanted to get more people into the AA lobby. So Kyle
and guys, the
and
AA lobby works so awesome because the gas fees were just so low that we could just do so many. I mean, I remember a couple of times where I was doing 2 and 3 AA swaps per day. Because after a while I was like, oh yeah, like on days that it was very low, so you would see very few units of ETH, and you were just trying to buy as many as possible. And I knew that there's some people that at least their interpretation is that there was all this wash ETH and all this stuff. I was like, well, I mean, some of us were buying hags, swapping it back for ETH, and getting more units. I know at the end, I had so many more units of ETH compared to. But
if you think about it, but listen, ID, if you think about it from my perspective, okay, I am a 22-year painter who's had a stroke from heat stroke and whatnot. I could barely walk. I learned how to walk again. It took me 6 months to learn to walk again. And for me, it was all I had to listen to. And I'm from the south side, bro. I'm not from the white neighborhood. You know how Richard talks about how, he likes to talk about this when he's around black folks. Okay, yeah, listen, I'm from the south side, and I'm telling you that I can spot a scammer a mile away. I had guys every time I went to the liquor store to get some candy or whatever I was getting at the liquor store from the time I was 7 years old, tapping my pockets to see if I had change on the south side of Chicago, saying, hey, man, you got any spare change? Like, I'm from that place. And so for Richard, it was no doubt in my mind that he wasn't a scammer. He was telling the truth. He came from good stock. He came from a good religion that once you leave that religion, you can't come back. Like, my very best friend of mine is a not born again Christian, is a Jehovah's Witness. And so I understand the Jehovah's Witness take on life and religion from him. And we talk every day. So that's my buddy. That I'm like, okay, so what you're saying is that if Richard was born and raised as a Jehovah's Witness, he cannot lie. If he lies, he's fucked. And that's what he was born and raised with. So if you think that this man is going to lie to you in any sense of the word, you don't know how strongly convicted people can be about their religions with God. So I knew that. And then to hear Richard through that first year, he helped me get my Bitcoin. He helped me hold on to it. He said, hold on to it. Help me go. And I told Richard at one point, listen, just delete all of my messages from your from the Hex crypto. He said, are you sure? I said, I am 100% positive. I don't want to look like some moron who doesn't know anything about crypto, because I don't. And I didn't. And I didn't want people to like, what the fuck is this guy talking about? Like, I didn't want that to be my legacy. So I told him, I said, delete all of my text messages from your channel, or from the channel. He said, okay. And he did it. And I'm here to tell you that if it wasn't for Richard, and it wasn't for this community, and it wasn't for my faith in something greater than myself, looking over the rest of humanity, like the people that believe that lying is a sin. If it wasn't for me understanding that, because I will never lie myself, to see that same thing in Richard, like I can see it. Like you can't deny that stuff. And to know that Richard is not lying about
it triggers everyone in crypto, because like, you know, like in crypto, nobody likes that stuff.
I know, but fuck you. Fuck all of you who think that lying is okay. Because it ain't. Pulling the rug out from somebody ain't okay. So I'm telling you, I know this for a fact, and I'm probably one of 20 people on earth that can tell you Richard's not lying. It was very important that I came into here today, and it was a small group, and it was only a few people, but I'm able to get this out because, yeah, there's like 3 or 4 people in my life that know the truth, that know that, you know, I don't mean no harm. I'm not out trying to hurt anybody, but they know me since I was young, and they got in, and they understand what's going on. They understand me, that I'm not ever out to hurt anybody. And I can see that in another human being coming from the south side of Chicago. Because if you're not from the south side of Chicago, or you're not from that worst type of American slum, then you think that you know something. I'm telling you, you don't know shit.
Right.
So when Richard came out, and I was skeptical. I asked him all the hard questions in Strape. All you got to do is search my name in Strape. I'm still there. I asked all them questions about Dan Edmonds and Richard and his fucking watchdog, and fuck him. So I'm just letting you know that I asked all the hard questions, because if I was going to get into something, it was going to get into something that I could trust, and I don't trust easy. So
Nice. That's awesome.
So for that to have happened,
in the south side, there was like a Nabisco factory or something like that.
Okay.
Have you heard about that?
The Nabisco factory on the south side of Chicago? What? I'm confused.
Yeah, like cookies. They used to sell like cookies or something like. I don't know if that company's still out there, because like they've sold like the brands. They keep selling them and all that stuff. But there was like an actual factory.
Nabisco factory, I have heard of, and I knew people that worked there. Go ahead.
There you go. So that's all I was saying, because like my folks, they used to work up there back in the 70s, but then they went back to Puerto Rico.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
That was like just like a couple, you know, just like
same for the Tootsie Roll factory. You know what Tootsie Rolls are, right?
Yep. Yes, sir.
Tootsie Rolls, south side of Chicago.
Nice.
All right.
Nice.
All right.
Bro,
So
this conversation has been so awesome, because like it in the last couple of years, the conversation, it's nothing like this. You know, like it seems like the new group that's come over, maybe, and I don't want to sound like I'm judging anyone, but it's just like maybe they want to be like crypto celebrities or crypto famous or something like that, but then they're not thinking about long-term effects or benefits or even it could be negative about what we're doing. And
they have no idea what the founders' goals are. The founders' goals are the most important thing for me in something I'm going to buy. I know big homie down the block is getting a bird every 3 days. And I know that I can put $1,000 there and get 1,500 back in 3 or 4 days. I know that. You understand what I'm saying, right? All right. So I understand who's going to lie to me and who's not. Because all the liars have had their asses beat. So when it comes to Richard telling the truth, that's all he wants is to be the very best that God made him. Whether he'll tell you that or not, I know it inside.
Nice.
Period. And whether you believe in God or not, doesn't matter. Let's just look at God as the truth. If God can be truth, where can you go wrong? You can't. He is going to do his very best to be the best human being that he can be for all of humanity. Period. That's all it did. And I could see it, and it took me 6 months to realize it, in 14 to 16 hours a day in that channel, going through reading messages I couldn't even understand. I couldn't understand all the dev talk. I couldn't understand it. I'd have to go Google search. What the hell are they talking about? And because I only know Commodore 64 dev shit. So I'm trying to figure out what's the difference between print line 12, so it took me a while to understand that Richard, and when Richard listened to me,
I think that was the only mistake that I made, that if I had been in that chat instead of the regular Hex chat, man, I think I'd be a billionaire now. Because all that we did in 19, I would have been DCAing into ETH. Remember that ETH at that point, it was like 50, 40, and then $80.
80.
But, I mean, we could have been DCA'd. Yeah, we could have been DCAing into ETH at like $80. And I was just not taking it that seriously. I admit, in 18, I was just burned out. I have been burned in like the last like 3 projects that I have been into, and I have put time on marketing, time on the chats, time on art. Some of the projects I was doing art for them and everything.
Right.
So
listen, man, Hex, I don't know why it is, but Hex was my very first cryptocurrency after having a major stroke and couldn't walk again, climbing up and down 32 and 40 foot ladders for 22 years on the south side of Chicago as a non-union painter, just being able to take care of my family, my mom, my sister, my niece, my nephew. That's all I did, was take care of my people around me, go to work every day for 12 hours a day. I'd work 16 hours a day and be out there with halogen lights aimed up at the painting so I could spray this last side so I could get paid to be able to take care of the bills. Like, I'm telling you, Richard is not lying, right? He's not lying. And there was one instance where I was worried about.
Rick. No, he's not lying. He's made millionaires, right? And I keep telling that to people, and like I don't think people get it. I think people need it to be at all-time highs again for them to get that.
I know.
I see it still every time that I had that conversation. Like I had it today. Like today I was thinking, bro, some of us are still 100x up. And someone was like, no. And I was like, oh, okay. Like, I mean, yeah. I was like,
some of us
the moment that they showed up, maybe the price was 1 penny, and then now it looks like it's a penny. So it looks like it's a linear, type of movement. It's like, well, not all of us were doing AA at 1
once
penny.
All
yeah. Yeah.
all of this, all the SEC and Interpol, once all of that subsides, you are going to see a hex like you ain't never seen before, because it is the only one that you can lock up and get paid for keeping your word on your own computer, under your own control, with the code in your lap. I don't know any other one that's like that. Do you?
I don't. I keep telling people, because sometimes they say, "Oh, well, you're such a hex maxi and all this." I'm like, if you find me something better, I mean, like right now the Genesis stakes are making 88. So as those come out, I'm still sending new ones 15 years into the future.
Right.
And I mean, I was like, I don't see other products doing that. I sure don't see them in TradFi. I mean, I see what the regulators are trying to do when it's almost like they're trying to. They can't
duplicate it. They can't duplicate this because the code for the platform for go.hex.com/stake, that code for the user interface can't be duplicated because it's trademarked. So, I mean,
they can buy it.
I don't know what to tell you, man.
They can fund the crap out of us to have it at 1 penny on year 5. And people, I mean, I did not think that we could get eHex at these prices. I did not think we could get Hex at these prices. Yeah.
I
mean, not on year 5. You know, on year 5, because I do remember,
right?
Not thinking that on year 2.
That's the problem with the DeFi. If it was just some standard centralized bullshit that didn't have to go through all the FUD and the gatekeeping that we've had to go through. The reason why we're going through all this gatekeeping and FUD is because the people who are going to list it on their exchanges can't make any money on it, other than some small fees. But does that make sense?
That's the other part that concerns me, when then the people that are lobbying then in Washington, that's what they do. They are CeFi, they are the Coinbase and Kraken and some of these other ones. They're putting a lot of money into all this lobbying.
Yeah.
And that's the only thing. Like if I were to see that they amend that law, especially that one, the IIJA from 2021, then I don't care. Or if they pass the bill from Warren Davidson from Ohio, which is called KYCA, or Keep Your Coins Act, because that one then would supersede that old one. It would just say, all right, well, it doesn't matter. The federal government is not going to go after these coins over here that are in self-custody. And then I wouldn't have an issue. I don't care anymore, because I'm like, all right, well, now my hex is as good as gold.
Right. Okay. Oh, well.
Yeah, because in the meantime, what they're doing is they've given through all these broker-dealer rules, which I know that a portion of it was, had that decision in court. But then now this new one that they just passed, what it does is it keeps giving CeFi most of the powers, because CeFi, sure, they can hire a bunch of CPAs and provide all these 1099s, ask for your KYC, and then be compliant with the regulators. But then if they're making all these platforms do the same in DeFi, well, these platforms don't have that facility. So what do they do then? Either now we have to give our KYC to some random dev that we don't even know who they are, or the government just kind of says, oh, well, now you can't use that dApp. Or your dApp has to go through OFAC. Now you have to explain in OFAC why you have all this money over here or there or whatever. And I don't want to do that either.
Well, so it's going to take the fog to lift up over the ecosystem, right? The fog has got to be lifted for the people who are willing to work with the normies to come out and say, okay, this is what needs to be done. And it all starts with Nuclear Herbs becoming the ambassador to Finland.
I need to check this out for sure.
I'm telling you, bro. I'm letting you know that is so important for Nuclear Herbs to become the ambassador, because he has said in multiple, I don't know, text messages or spaces or whatever, that he and his wife are already packed and ready to go to Finland.
That's awesome.
They're ready to go. So
the
if
thing
we
that I've been
had,
trying to alert some people is like all these politicians that got signed up in the last week, they're not all pro DeFi. So there's 280 pro crypto, meaning they like CeFi, they approve of Bitcoin, they don't want to restrict it, they don't want to censor you that you use it.
Yeah.
They want
all on the back end
level. Yeah, of course. Because eventually what they'll do is they'll start saying, oh, but guys, by the way, you normies don't know how to handle your crypto, so only Coinbase can handle your crypto for you. So now you have your little numbers on your phone, but then not your keys and your crypto. You don't own nothing. And then everyone's all
you guys keep buying
Bitcoin. And
you guys keep buying Newport 100s.
Hook it up to your 401k and do direct deposit. I'm sure that they would incentivize everyone to just keep buying more and more Pauls. I'm sorry, more and more. Pauls and Hex, but more and more Bitcoin directly out of their paychecks. Not even take it to fiat, not even anything. Just send it directly to Coinbase and turn it into crypto.
Right.
Don't get your.
But here is the thing that you need to remember is that no matter what the government does, they will always be behind the cutting edge of technology. Because the last time I went to the DMV, they were using computers from 1984. So there's no way in the world they are going to stay in front of us. We are always in front of them. And this community will always find a way for you to get what you need, whether that's through the Monero, but not Monero. What did you say? I forget.
Tornado.
Yeah. Sorry, I had a stroke. So through Tornado, it's like there's always going to be a way, and the community will always make sure of it, because there's a lot of smart people in this community.
I think so too. I think they're still there, and maybe that's why I get the way I did in the other space. So guys, I apologize to anyone that was here that were in the other space, and then I'll talk to the guys, and I'll talk to Trillion and all these, because it's just it's like Joe was saying, it's just counterproductive, and we're all pulling for the same message. We want the best for DeFi, we want the best for the RH ecosystem, we want the best for Richard, we want the best for Hex, we want the best for Hex.
We want the best for the truth.
Yeah, that truth, exactly, because the problem is that when we were locking, when we were using the tools that were there for us, they were not putting all these new rules. And that's the issue that I have. That's why I get a little bit salty, because it's like I feel that the way that I made my play in 2019 and 2020, it's still working great. But then they continue to flood my bags. They have this issue with Richard and the SEC, and then they're limiting what the technology can do, because they continue to put all these loops and hoops out of Washington, and then they say, oh, but it's just all for your protection. And then it's like, no, buddy, because in Singapore and Hong Kong and all these other markets,
communism comes with protection. Thank you.
Oh man, but it's like,
communism comes with protection. No, thank you. I'll be okay on my own. You just let me be free.
And that's exactly what I want to. It's like, just give me enough freedom for me to either make it, or you know what, I'll get wrecked, which I have in crypto 3 other times. Then I've succeeded, So it's just a matter of.
So you come from a tainted past, like you come from a place that I've been wrecked in the past, and I imagine that with the amount of people that have been wrecked in cryptocurrency because I've only heard about it. I have never tried or ventured out of the ecosystem created by Richard Hart. So I am afraid. I am afraid to buy PDI. I'm afraid to buy Bear. I've got no reason to go there. Like, there's nothing that's going to do me better than Richard trying his hardest to make sure that his people come out on top. Period. And if it takes all this bullshit going on with the SEC and the Interpol to be ended, for him to be able to finally do what he desires to do for his community, we all just got to hang on till then. So if you got to just keep your bags secure on a Trezor or whatever until Richard's able to do that, and you go out and sell fucking oranges by the freeway, then just go do that. Period. Trust me, Rich is gonna be. Rich has got you. Hey, are you gonna be able to post this space on a recording on your channel ID? Yeah. I can't hear you, ID. Are you there? Do me a favor. If you can hear me, just post this recording on your portfolio or your, yeah. For some reason, I'm not hearing you any longer. It was good to meet you, brother. I'm going to get back to life.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you. Thank you, bro. Sorry about that. I just left for a second.
Oh,
thanks for hanging out, bro.
Okay.
I mean, that conversation was awesome, especially that talk about the, because I've only heard that, because like I said, I wasn't in the dev chat and I was not using the test net. You know how he was launching the test net sometime at the end of 18 and then it ran all the way to the launch and all that. And I was never part of that side. So like I keep saying it always as a joke. I was like, that was my biggest mistake, because then on the other chat, it was all about FUD, bro. Because like we had the Maxis joining in and just trash talking always like, but why is Richard using the name and why is he putting Bitcoin in the like he's just trying to steal our name and our brand and blah blah blah. And I just remember thinking like, bro, no, we're trying to do this other thing. But
the reason why Richard wanted to include the Bitcoiners was because he was a Bitcoiner himself. So he was like, look, man, here's a way for you guys to get this free token that can do something that your Bitcoin can't do. You can't, your Bitcoin's never going to earn you any more Bitcoin unless you give it to a third party. Here I am. I'm figuring it out for you. Here's your free hex.
Because on my side, if I would have claimed, I think I would have gotten like maybe 20-something thousand units, because it was less than 3 units. I don't remember at what price, maybe 4K, 5K Bitcoin, maybe 7. Okay. I don't remember. But the thing is, like, I wasn't even going to try to claim it because I was like, no, let me just do the adoption amplifier. And that ended up working good for me, because then the 3 times that it dipped, and when I say dip, meaning less people put an ETH into the system, I just went like all in. Like I was just like sniping every time. And then I was doing self-referral adoption amplifier, and I was doing doing short-term stakes. Yeah, like those short-term stakes, like I wish I would have left maybe 30% of them, because I would have been able to sell 2 or 3 mil in fiat at the top, But then instead, it's just that the ones that I did at 18 months, at 24 months, it made sense at the moment to do emergency end stake, because once it was before, you know how it worked, right? That it was like the contract worked different before.
That was when RG3 came out and said, listen, if you've got stakes that are ending at this point, like, bro, it would literally behoove you.
As much as I fight with RG, I always tell him, bro, you bring in that shit, like, made me like, I don't want to say the number, but it was such a great.
There's no sense
because I knew that at that moment I didn't need the money, even at the top in 21. But I was going to have all this fiat all of a sudden, or I was going to be able to, all this liquid, that I was going to be able to dump. And then the brain is stupid. So I was like, no, instead, what I needed to do is like, because if I was like thinking, no, this is my retirement play. Let me end this stakes. The ones that were at 70, 80, 90%,
you were good then. You got your principal back.
Yeah, exactly. You your principal and then a little bit of bonus.
and a little bit extra, right.
You throw even longer. Oh, dude, I'm telling you, those, and through 2021, those fucking stakes were making almost 200 APY. And I don't think people believe me.
Right.
So I have the fucking screenshots. Like,
I know, you ain't got to tell me, dude. I'm the one cat on this fucking, on X that you ain't got to tell. I got it.
Those are making 88 today. And still, I'm in a year effing 5, and I keep trying to tell everyone, and then everyone's like, "Oh, well, we can't make that." And I was like, "Yeah, I get it, but even if you're making only 30, you are beating inflation. You know, the U.S. Inflation in the U.S. is horrible, but it's not like that horrible.
So the money printers go burr. Hopefully, they stop after the 20th. Of January.
They figure that out, and then guys like Saylor, because I feel guys like Saylor are already in their minds asking for Hex and T shares, but obviously they don't know it, and they might have issues with Richer, and they might have issues with the OA or whatever. But what they're asking, it exists, because I mean they already they were already the other day like, oh man, I have all this Bitcoin. And how do I make yield out of it? And I was like,
good luck.
They're thinking about it.
Here's how. The only thing you can do with Bitcoin is either buy or sell. That's it. That's all you can do.
So once other public companies figure out what he's doing with his little play of like buying tops, let it go down, ask for the impermanent charge, then launch the doing the stock split. Then use the money from the loan to buy more of the asset, ride it, and then do the same thing over and over. Other people are going to do that with hacks. I mean, I'm trying to do it. It's just I'm a brokey right now until my stake starts coming out. But basically, that's what I want to do. I want my LLC, Identity Block LLC, to be backed by Hex. And then that's the valuation of the company. And as the price goes up, then it goes up. If the price goes down, then obviously I could get wrecked. But then obviously I'll hedge in other ways, right? But I feel that other companies will be able to do that, because there's companies out there that they might be making $1 million a year. They're making $3,000, $5,000, $10,000 a day. But then Wall Street will.
All you got to do is be like Ruka and sell oranges by the freeway. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Like, if that works, that takes me where I need to be. Like, I'll do it. For sure.
So listen, I remember coming into this chat, and I just sat there and I just listened, and you were just ranting and raving, and you were just in bad mood. Oh my God, you were so pissed off about whatever you were pissed off about, and you sound completely different right now. So. If you want to, why don't you go ahead and find RG3 and thank him. If you haven't done it yet, thank him for giving you the advice that got you out, that got you to today.
Yeah, for sure.
Right?
Because I know
that
at that moment, it would have been just all the money that I would have been extracting. It would have just, I know myself, I was in a bad plays in my head. So I wasn't ready to have all this, meals and all this stuff. And I needed to learn all the other stuff and then learn how to multiply. Because the other thing was that at that moment, I know that I was going to end up paying so much in taxes that it just made no sense. That's why now I get trying to tell people, don't try to be in fiat. If you need $100 to live per day, why would you need 105? Why are you going to pay taxes on that extra $5 that you don't need it? You hold it and then they make you money for the next day. Right. But it's just not many
hold off on getting those fucking Suzy Qs. Hold off on getting those Suzy Qs, man. Wait until fucking 5 years from now when they stop making Suzy Qs. Like they've stopped making Suzy Qs, by the way. So
I've been trying to tell anyone that if they do use Hex that way, if they're encapsulating their purchasing power and their capital for 5 to 15 years and 2 months, I mean, they're going to be unbeatable because the dollar is just done so. And it's done so in a way where everybody wants it, everybody's using it, and they still figure out a way to debase you. So if you're not more than, and I shouldn't just keep saying dollars. Sorry, guys, just fiat, wherever you are, wherever you're listening to me, like the government or the bank, whoever's printing your paper fiat, they figure out a way, guys, to debase us even under the money in the mattress. So back in the day, we could hide gold under the mattress and it was cool. Not anymore. So anyone that's not in one of these assets and is earning more than your inflation is depreciating the currency, they're done. Because I don't see any of these, your employer gonna be all looking at inflation daily and be like, oh yeah, we're at 30%, here's a raise. Like, yeah, sure, like last year, like half of your money got lost to inflation and bad government decisions. Here's your bonus.
But none of those decisions you're talking about can be attributed to RH selling any of his stack. Right?
Bro, I posted about this maybe 2 or 3 weeks ago. How is it that RH gets so much flack, but then when all Bitcoiners sell, no issue. When we see some of the transactions, what they did, no issue. When the not the Pulse Chain Foundation, guys, we don't sell. We're brokies. So we're like, but when the ETH Foundation, when they have all these public sales, how is it that they don't
centralized?
But they don't get like flag or nothing. I know maybe a month or two ago, Hexo tagged.
Because they're sucking because they're sucking the big bag of dicks.
That's fucked up. It's almost like they're hiding. I'm not hiding, but just I don't know. Just be like, oh yeah, this
just telling you.
Can sell, but then this guy's over here. Even if they're not selling, we'll make them the bad guys of crypto.
Well, because those guys that haven't gotten in are just not getting what we're getting. They're not getting that. They have to constantly trade. They're constantly trading this or swapping that, and Hex
promoting and getting paid and sponsored.
Right. Whatever it is, they're doing something extra.
When those articles came out, how many of all these like influencers were like right away, oh, I knew it. Look what I knew all this about Richard and all this BS.
Right.
And I was like, guys, so now all of a sudden you guys are team Gary Gensler? Like, what's going on? Like, can you at least ask some questions? Because you know what? The best example. What was the feel that you were getting around Q3 of 2019? What wasn't a feel of, sure, it's about the launch, and all the other influencers were kind of like gatekeeping RH in an odd way. Like I remember every time
100%,
bro,
100%, but
and they would be like, "Well, RH, what is?"
But the problem, hold on. The problem was they didn't like to see their mentors in crypto get slaughtered at the door. and Richard was slaughtering everybody. And so all of the other people that were in crypto that were doing their best to fool all of us into getting to their Ponzi schemes. There's no Ponzi scheme when it comes to Richard. And let's see, you got what do we got? 12 people listening or so, 12 or whatever. Of you 12 people, and this is the first time I'm looking at my screen in the last hour, how many of you, by a show of hands, have actually learned something from this chat? Do that for me, please. I ain't see your hand.
Nah, it's probably like Sunday afternoon. They're probably all like just
listening. I got you. All right. So if you could thank RG3 at some point and say, listen, I just talked to Mike, the painter from Chicago. He'll be like, oh, so you talked to that guy. Like, he will know exactly who I am. I literally met him in his truck at the first conference, the first Hex conference in Las Vegas. Listen to this crazy shit.
Nice.
So listen to this crazy. So I took my girlfriend at the time on a vacation. She hadn't been on vacation in years, and you know how women can get. So I finally did okay. So let's go to Vegas. And we go to Vegas, and I find out while I'm in Vegas that there's a Hex conference, and I knew that it was coming up, but I didn't know how soon it was.
Serious? That's awesome.
So I'm like, what? I'm like,
go to that one. Was that the one where
I told her
the blue T-shirt? Like people were wearing blue T-shirts and whatnot.
So I told my girlfriend, I said, listen, I'm going to stay here for another week because the conference is in a week after we're supposed to fly back to Chicago. I'm like, so you go back to Chicago. I'm going to rent a car. I'm going to go to Washington, go say hi to my kid. And then I'm going to come back. My son is in his last year at Washington State University. And so I told her, I said, just go back to Chicago. I come back. I'm at the Hex conference. I meet with RG, and I'm like, he comes and picks me up because I got a rental car, but I'm like, okay, so come over here and come get me. And he comes to get me the first time him and I met in person. And I'm like, hey man, it's nice to finally meet you. Now RG3 had gotten into Hex after me. Well, it seems like everybody got into Hex after me. I haven't found very many people that got into Hex before me. So after meeting him and, hey, how you doing? Then he realizes who I am because he knows, like, he's talked to Kyle and we've verified all the stories and we've, so everything is verified. So if you were to go reach out to RG3 and say, hey, I just met Mike, the painter from Chicago, he will have something to say to you. Trust me. And so I'm letting you know that it's okay. Like all these ups and downs that are happening right now, Richard's got it covered, man. He's got it covered. And he will shine the light on the path to least resistance. I just know it. I know he will. He's already done it. 100 times he's already done it. So, it's up to us to come up with our own ideas of what we're supposed to do and run it across the board, so to say, and see if that's a good idea or not. But as long as we stick together, and as long as we've got each other's backs, we're good, man.
Yeah, we do.
All right.
We do.
Hey, do me a favor. Will you post a post? I don't know who this guy is. The Pulse Chain founder. Is that what it says? The Pulse Chain founder?
Oh, the Pulse Chain.
The guy that's Pulse Chain Foundation. Okay, so I'm following them as well, just in case. But could you do me a favor and on your channel, on your X channel, could you please post a recording of this because I want to be able to bookmark it, okay? Because this is the first time I've ever talked with anybody about any of this.
Oh, cool.
All right.
Let's do it.
Right on, brother.
Yeah, no, like I'm recording it, so I'll forward it. Then I'll post it probably like the next hour. Sweet.
And let's just continue to keep me anonymous. If you want to talk to RG, that's fine. But don't blast me because I don't want to be blasted in the community because there's issues. I just don't want to go there. All right. So, all right.
You got it. No, I mean,
right on, brother.
I appreciate the conversation because, like I said, I had heard always then the other side, meaning, and obviously this is not like it's like a positive or negative type conversation. It's just that the side of Kyle doing the dev work and then working on the models and all that stuff. So it's been awesome to then hear to your side of like you coming up with I'll be able to break it. So I appreciate it because some of us we use the product. I mean, like right now I'm using it in 4 chains. I keep joking that even on this this chain thing with no transactions and like $1,000 in volume per day, I still have my stakes over there, and every so often I stake more because there's no volume. So it's not like I'm able to swap into other things, and I can swap out. Right. I have a bridge, but why? Why am I going to swap out of a coin that is now at 4 or 5 zeros? And it can make me more units. And then maybe one day someone says, oh, you know what? That coin over there that nobody uses is worth half a penny. Right. And then all of a sudden I have $2-3 grand over there. And then now it's like $1 million. And I'll extract.
You're talking about the cunt coin, huh?
The what?
The cunt coin. The cunt token. Stop being a cunt. Right? You know what I'm saying, though, right?
No, it's hacks on this other chain.
Yeah. I don't follow none of that shit. Yeah,
I did for a minute.
I got you.
Because like after a while, they everything worked, and I guess I try to use that in the case of like, all right, what happens if there's very, very low volume? Will these products still work? And they do. I mean, like, it's funny because obviously not that many people are swapping over there or nothing, but they still work. And then the t-shirts earn you hacks, the t-shirts earn you Hedron, and you can swap your Hedron for Icosa. You can swap your stake for Icosa.
God. Right.
So like what I did just as a test, what I just kept telling everyone is just don't put new money over there because there's almost no liquidity. Very low volume. Yeah, so just you'll be stuck. You know, like they'll be like, oh yeah, you want to bring in all this money? Sure, we'll take it, but then you won't be able to extract it. But what I tell everyone is if you have stakes over there, don't let them burn because they work. You know, they're just proof of work stake.
Everybody, please keep your word. If you've promised to do something, continue until the end, until your promise is done.
I'm using all those chains because what's happened is, you know how like the logic in the contract works, you know, less t-shirts, more ownership of the pool and all this stuff. Well, it works the same. So then over there with just like 5 or 10 grand, which is like a couple thousand t-shirts, I mean, you're absorbing all of this supply, which again, I'm telling people, it's just, it doesn't mean fiat. It doesn't mean, you know, so I'm not trying to tell anyone like, oh yeah, it'll be millions of dollars in liquidity. But I'm letting anyone know that if you already have them over there, don't let them burn. Don't, you know, because maybe today they're only worth $10. But then, you know what? Maybe what they can do is if they learn how to swap with low liquidity without getting wrecked to slippage, because over there's no limit orders. So then you have to be very careful with the market sells and buys that you're doing. But then they can still bridge that money. I mean, out of the, before they swapped.
That takes so much work.
Yeah, it does.
That takes so much time out of your day when it was designed to let you not think about it.
Yep.
I don't want to think about it anymore.
For sure.
If I stop thinking about it and I just go sell oranges by the freeway, I'll be okay.
No, for sure.
So when you stop thinking about it, think about it this way, ID. So if you close your eyes and you thought about me, this is the very first time that I have ever gone onto any space and talked about what I'm talking about with you. And if it wasn't for me calling out the bug, the early guy bug, Hex wouldn't exist.
Can I counter on
And
that? Can I counter a bit on that and say that, you know what? For me being lazy, everybody that's getting my free burnt, hex stakes that I didn't claim on ETH-W and ETH Fair shit is getting like way more t-shirts because of that. So like, you're welcome, everybody, for me being lazy. Yeah.
Wait a minute. So you let your stakes go over?
Yeah, man,
Is what you're saying?
Hard on those two chains, for sure I am. For sure.
No, but
why'd you do that?
He's talking about the ghost chains.
But ETH was just, it actually wasn't worth the amount of money that it took to
Now it's
fucking
called something
understand.
else. Now it's called DIS.
So it really was. So it really was not really worth the amount of time and effort that was put into it. But maybe now it is. You never know. So I mean, yeah, man, maybe. I'll claim it. No, I like claiming it, man. You got to claim your hex stakes wherever you got them, bro. Wherever you got those things, claim them.
Every so often,
Okay.
like every 1 or 2 months, I go over there, I claim all the Hedron.
Let's go for it. Yeah, the Hedron, baby. That
And
Hedron.
log it again.
Yeah,
Hey, bro, thank you for speaking up and saying, what the fuck? Right?
yeah, man.
So,
Yep, sure. Carry on, guys.
All right.
Yeah, it's just
All right, no problem, man.
Because I mean, like before, so maybe like right when they came out, after maybe like Q3 of 22 or whenever there was some liquidity, so I was able to extract. I mean, I think I extracted like maybe like 2K. That now is all in pulse.
I'm still waiting to buy HSIs, ID. Waiting to buy HSIs with the Hedron. Let's go. I'm still waiting for that.
What I was doing with the HSIs, though, I was burning them.
Those are
Like, even if they don't go
problem.
into the auction, the system lets you burn it for ICOSA, because the problem is there was almost no liquidity. So if you wanted ICOSA, the only way was just to buy Hex, lock it as HSI, and then burn it, and then get the ICOSA, which it was not even a good ratio, by the way. It was like 1 to 100. Yeah,
whatever you got.
That, or do like 80,000 swaps for you to get like $50.
Yeah, but listen. Whatever you got that was not Hex. If you got something else other than Hex, and you did not put that back into Hex.
Oh no!
Right, and
no, because I have like whatever was in ICOSA stakes is still in ICOSA, and that's earning Hedron, and then the Hedron stakes earn ICOSA, and then
understood.
The Hex stakes earn Hedron.
But that's all extra shit that came after Hex.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah, that's like layer 2 on Hex. You can say
exactly. Like the gains of all those that I just mentioned, they're gonna end up in more Hex of those chains. Because what I'm trying to do is not to bring in new capital, but I still want to keep you playing the game. So
it's impossible.
I'm generating.
It's impossible, man. Because you might as well buy. You might as well.
Dude,
you might as well buy.
For 2 years. This shit was
no, bro. I looked at the numbers. They do like closest stakes. If you do closest stakes, bro, you're upside down.
There is apps. There is nothing. There is literally nothing out there that is going to give you.
The all-time low was the local low was in April. So after that, I was just like DCA.
Yeah, I mean, as I said,
now it's up like 200x.
Keep your principal and DCA in. I mean, once this shitstorm is over, oh my God, because there is somebody out there, and I'm not going to mention any names. But there is somebody out there that once the fog clears is going to have tens of billions of dollars to put pulse chain in every human being's face on this earth.
There's already billions of dollars there, and almost 7 of them.
No. So if there was a problem with somebody, we're not going to mention any names, that guy. If we're not going to mention any names, that guy can't do anything until the fog clears. Once the fog clears, he can do whatever he wants to use mailing, right. That's what I'm getting at. I'm getting at everybody's going to hear about it. And if you don't hear about it, sorry, your $1 million loaf of bread is beyond your means.
Freedom of speech. I think using blockchain, just because you write certain words on blockchain, you put some ones and zeros or something together, it's called freedom of speech. Just because you write it differently than others, and then other people can't understand how the thing works, it's not my fucking problem.
Yeah, but it is your problem if you ever invite somebody to get into this.
Because now I just got to outlast that problem, right? So I learn better, I learn smarter. Right? So as long as the transactions go through on chain, baby, and the 100% uptime, we're winning every day. I just
that's it.
Yeah, man.
100% uptime, flawless code. It's not you don't have to worry about it. Yeah, that's the one worry that everybody else has got. But we don't have.
We don't have it, man. And it's already been proven. Test to the max, stress test. And I mean, transactions on daily levels are up. Before it used to be 13, 22, 48, transactions per every, 10 seconds? You want to finish it off at 10 seconds? Now it's like 70, 85, 130, 240. 70.
You've got way too much time in front of your monitor, brother. You need to just go ahead and stake it out.
I talk to the computer. I say, hey, give me 240 transactions. Let's go. Yeah, I do. I love good, bud. Yeah, man. So you get excited, man. You start looking at these numbers, but actually transactions are up. Chain flawless, like you said. So I'm with all your points right now, bud. You see me talking some good things. I like it.
Right on, man. Right on. Yeah, I mean, to have all of this come to where it's at right now, based on 5 years ago, I mean, I realize that we've gone through our ups and our downs, but sooner or later, the centralized world is going to be like, you know what? That's that one you got to leave alone because that guy means business. So,
well, we'll outprint them. That's what we do. We outprint inflation. We outprint other things on a way of earning it for a reason of freedom of speech and whatnot, like I said before, bro. So I mean,
you are the Fed.
Yeah. Yep. So it really is truth in that. I sacrifice for freedom of speech with no expectations for the work of others. That's a fact. Yeah. So I really didn't. If it didn't go, I'm like, whatever.
Good for you, man. Me too.
But it did go. You know what I mean? But it did go. So that's cool. Well, hey, happy.
Hey. So it doesn't matter how much you sacrificed what you could. It's all good, man.
For the reason of freedom of speech. Actually.
Yep.
Right? Yep. Not for monetary gain, but for the right to speak freely. Using email. Email used to be, email is freedom of speech, isn't it?
If freedom of speech if freedom of speech can't keep food on my table, fuck it.
Yeah, dude, what am I doing? Why would I talk to someone else about selling another? Why would I even start a business?
Right. Cheers.
The learning curve is there, and I think, been down in the forefront. I mean, pulse chain and whatnot, everything on pulse chain, majority, I mean, most of it is pretty far out in crypto land. So it's like 3 steps away from Bitcoin. It's like Bitcoin. Okay.
It's so far ahead of its time. Yeah.
So that's beautiful, though. You said 5 years. Where did you see yourself in 5 years? Is always a great question to ask yourself, bro. You should ask that every day almost. Right? So, I mean, honestly, so I saw myself where I'm actually pretty on point, man. I might be like a year late, but I mean, fucking things are coming to fruition just as they should. I don't think that we're that far behind, man. Yeah.
Hey, listen, man. When I saw 100 mil on my wallet, and in my wallet, and I'm like, fuck, 100 mil. and I just got off this $27 an hour job painting houses. What the fuck? 100 mil? I thought it was never going to end. So I took a squirrel away, couple $100,000. And I'm like, okay, let's see what happens from here. And that shit went down 98%.
Yeah,
I'm still there.
Like you did. You were a smart guy. So like, I'll never make that mistake again, but I'm still rolling. It's okay. All right. But
right.
I didn't grab the cookies at the top when the cookie jar was overflowing. I didn't grab that much.
Right.
I put away a little pocket for myself. Right. But that's okay because I'm still earning.
It's okay. You got time. Yeah.
Good. Maybe I got time on my hands and I'm a professional at what I do. I can go get, I can make $1,000 a day for doing whatever I want to do that I enjoy to do. But that's okay. I don't
right.
worry.
It's all good. Hey, listen, and bread doesn't cost $1 million a loaf yet, so you're good.
That's right. We're getting there though. It's on its way up, man. So, but I'm outpacing everything. So that's pretty cool. And it's still working.
That's the most important point.
Yeah, and I think you were saying about, so like, let's say Buddy Guy there, right? He has the ability to pull some triggers on things, right? But I think there's a bunch of other community too that is, there's some big other people in the community that want to, that are helping and doing a good job. I think the community in its a whole, if you were to separate Pulse Chain from Hex and just say Pulse Chain community as like a layer 1 community, I think it's strong for sure. Hex is Hex. I like Hex. Nothing wrong with fucking Hex. I love Hex, man. That's what got me here. Besides Bitcoin and Hex, and now Pulse Chain. Let's go. But
but see, if you think about it this way, that I understand that Hex came first before Pulse Chain, but they're all RH ecosystem. He wants every one of his tickers to be the best.
Well, so 1/4, like if you look at the whatever, it's like, so 4 of those should equal 1 of those, and 3 of those should equal 1 of those, and how many of those equal 1 of those? Yeah. Right. Yep. And they roll together. So they go together. They're somewhat tied, maybe a bit. But I don't know. Pulse Chain might separate. But if you look at E-Hex versus P-Hex, what do you think about that?
Well, so I started out with E-Hex, and I got my P-Hex from it. Yeah. And I mean, I guess I kind of...
Some people don't like E-Hex. Sorry, I don't mean to cut you off, sir. But like,
no, you're all right. So I get it where E-Hex has gone down. P-Hex has yet to reach the all-time high that E-Hex did.
Ooh,
they're 2 separate tokens.
Nice call. That's a funny one. Yes, we will wait till like P-Hex reaches his 55-cent target, and then we'll be like, okay,
yes, sir.
We'll see which one.
Okay.
Then we'll see which one has more T-share rates climbing against the other one, and who's going to then go into E-Hex because it's cheaper to get T-share rates, and then it's a back and forth game.
Sooner or later, those people that have hundreds of millions of dollars are going to understand that if they put in this much money for this much time, they're going to come out with more Hex in the end.
It's facts, though. But also, sometimes you don't want to be too big of a whale because it's hard to move around. Is that a problem for some people?
Well, that depends. That's what I'm saying. So how many Hex are on the market? Can somebody figure that out? I think there's maybe 400 million Hex on the market. Is that right?
I think you could print more of it, though. Can't you print more of it? Because if you print more
of it... No, you can't print any more. No, you can't. No, I'm talking about...
Back in history.
I'm talking about the amount of Hex that are available for people to purchase off the market.
Yeah, like Cash Money buy. How much Hex is out on the market right now today?
I believe it's 400 million. Am I wrong? If anybody can say. So let's just say there's...
I'm going to say it's 400 million. Go with that. Yep.
That's important. That's important for every person in Hex to know, because all the rest of those hex that belong in an OA wallet are they're got out of sight, out of mind, because those aren't going anywhere. So if you look at just what's on market, and you got 400 million on the market, well, what's 1.5 cents times 400 million?
1.5 cents, 1.5 cent right now for Hex?
Yeah.
No, really? Is Hex worth 1.5 cents right now?
1.5 cents.
Both put together.
No, well, I mean, let's just do PHEX, because that's where we're at this point. So 1.5 cents times 400 million is how many?
$200,000 or some shit.
That's all it takes is for one of those guys or a couple of those guys to buy up all of the PHEX on the market, and they're gone.
It makes me feel
no more PHEX.
I'm just joking.
Now let's see if they stake them. So if those guys stake those PHEX for 15 years, guess what? The only hex that are available are the ones that come off from their staking, come off the market, come off of staking onto the market. Those are the only ones that are there. And maybe those guys don't even want to sell their hex because they shouldn't. They should restake them. And so if there's no... It's supply and demand.
So if you have, I think keeping a little sack of liquid hex along with your stakes is always good, because you can sell it. You know, you're just looking up for a price.
Right. If you need something, you need something. You got surgery, you got surgery. Right.
Right. You know what I mean? So that's cool. So you can also flip like that. And then that's why you can restake and just carry forth, because sometimes the price will help you out. So that's cool. Yeah, man.
So that's like where people will finally someday understand that they can only, there's only this many
company on
hex available.
I gotta jump off, guys. I gotta go pick up the dog from the buggy daycare. So yeah, well, thanks for the good talk.
I mean, that's just me. That's what I look at. I look at what's available. None of mine are available. I wish that Elon Musk would put a timer at the top to see how long I've been on the chat. ID says you're talking, but I'm not hearing anything. Hey, listen, guys, it was nice talking with you. And ID, it was nice to meet you. And I will see you on X, I guess. I'll DM you.
Bro, thanks for hanging out, man.
Right on, man. Stay in there, guys. Don't fret. Shit's gonna fucking work out. All right? Enjoy the rest of your weekend, guys. Bye-bye.
Sorry, guys. I'm checking a couple things at the same time. As Joe was talking and the captain was talking, and then I left the app for a second. But yeah, I wanted to have a conversation because the earlier chat right away, it almost felt like I was talking to a couple feds trying to tell me that everything's going to be okay, when I'm trying to tell them that, hey, I'm in crypto, I'm in the long term, and I need to figure out a long-term strategy. It can be 2 or 3 years, 2 or 3 months. So whenever someone just tells me everything's going to be okay, we have to just kind of accept that I'm going to have issues, because some of us, we've been in crypto for more than 10 years. We've been in Hex for now 5. We've been in this community for about to be 8. So we want to make sure that our long-term bags are okay. By some random motherfucker that might not even have any Hex, So that's why I appreciate everything that Joe was saying and all that info, because even on that conversation with Joe, I have heard the other side of that discussion, of what was happening with the launch of the staking side and the AA, how it had been fixed, the so-called, I guess he called it a bug. I never had seen it as a bug. I thought, it was just a hiccup in the sign, and it got fixed. So I appreciate they had this conversation today, because I had no idea. I hadn't talked to the person that actually created the hey, there is, so created the alert of, hey, there is a way of, because I know someone like me, I'm sure that I would have figured it out, because I was doing short stakes early, and I'm sure by the way that I did the first 90 days of stakes, I would have figured something else, because we were all trying to just game the system. So it's good. It's good to see a fellow I guess day one, because I still consider myself a day one Hexagon, even if I didn't put money on day one. We had talked about it. We were like, yeah, no, we have to wait. We have to be patient and think long term. Because the problem, I think, that the conversation that we're having is, when we're doing everything right, we're trying to help people, and then we're still getting harassed and even threatened by some of these motherfuckers. I don't take lightly this motherfucker Trillion Hex saying that he's coming after me. He's coming after, sure. Send people to fucking Puerto Rico. Send people for me. I'm tired of all this fucking crazy ass bullshit of people that have been here for a month or a year or 2 years, and then trying to, just face people that we've been here for fucking 8 years volunteering. We've been putting to work. We've put in thousands of fucking hours. We got it right. Because that's another thing. They're little buddies that they've been buddies with in the circle jerk. They didn't get shit right. They didn't get their price prediction rights. They didn't tell you how to prevent some of the losses on the Hex side that now are turned into gains, because you're buying Hex, Pulse at these prices for now 2 years, which was everything that we were talking about, by the way. We're not trying to FUD nobody, but we want to make sure that people know that it was a possibility that the prices could go down. So yeah, I'm sure not gonna accept that all the work that we did, because we put it in there, we put it on video, and now nobody can take that away from us, because it's just gains on the blockchain. So you either did it or you didn't do it. It's not the same to just talk about it on a space, to actually just do it on the blockchain. And now you're just having a conversation about your experience. But then there's some of these motherfuckers that have no experience and then no gains. So it's like, well, what the fuck are we listening to these people for in spaces for talk about what? How to build a website? Thank you. So I was like, it was like, I mean, I see Joe here back, so awesome. Like, it's just like when on that other space, it just felt like, hey guys, we're trying to alert you for what's going to happen in 5 years from now, 10 years from now. And then when someone just automatically tells me like, it's going to be okay, I'm not going to just accept it, because that's how it was in 2021 when we kept telling everyone like, guys, some of these folks from Liquid Loans, they're coming in and they're going to extract some of the value. They're trying to create all this other platforms. Their main intention is not to bring in money for Hex. And that's all I wanted. Like, it seemed that everyone just kept debating me on like the technology and what it could do. I was like, guys, I do crypto taxes. I have clients that have used Liquidity. So yeah, I know what it does. But I want people to focus on Hex. Or at least, I mean, like what I kept telling everyone was just, let's focus at least the first 6 months. Because if at the launch of Pulse Chain we were not focusing on Pulse and Hex as like the main like priority, boom, 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 then who cares? And everyone's like, oh no, but I need this platform and I need this other stuff and I need this other crap. And I was like, yeah, no, we're gonna need that. But if we don't have a base, and then everybody knows that the network works and everything is good and where to go, what decks to use. And I feel that we diluted the message before we even launched. So we had all this infighting and all this arguments and debates with people that they didn't understand what we were saying. Because now I'm sorry, but it's just I'm gonna keep repeating this. Like when I was having some of these conversations with people about crypto taxes, liability, tax events, all this different conversation, nobody understood what the fuck I was talking about, but everyone just kept telling me that I was wrong. And I was like, guys, I know exactly what I'm talking about because I've talked to these people. I had even talked to Susan Sano, which she was the one that did the that revenue update in October of 19, which affected airdrops and forks. So it's like that's why I cannot accept someone that's just in their fantasy fucking world telling me that, oh yeah, like, well, maybe this is what would happen. I was like, no. I've talked to the person that's signing the paper. She worked at the Joint Chiefs staff right there in Washington, D.C., and I have conversations with her one-on-one. So why the fuck am I going to waste my time trying to like imagine that maybe this could happen when I've talked to these people? And it's like, well, why waste that time? And then in that other space, there was like 20 people over there that now all of a sudden it's like, well, like if we could just ignore this and sit on our fucking hands, then Trump's going to make us rich. And I mean, and I voted for Trump, so don't get me wrong. Like, I'm not anti the guy, but I'm not like pro-politician. I'm not just going to sit on my hands and be like, oh, yeah, the politicians are going to make me rich. Like, fuck no. Like, some politicians give you an edge, and some of them, they were like the last like 4 years, which apparently got like the boot in our necks. So it's like we couldn't make no gains because it's like they're not pro crypto, and then whoever was able to make a little bit of gains in crypto, they're like hitting them with double-digit inflation. Or then if you were swapping with Tornado Cash, they would just completely freezing your money. Because then they were sending it to OFAC and telling you, like, yeah, just go to OFAC and deal with them for 2 months. Thank you. Have a nice day. And then you're like, bro, I moved like $200 on Tornado so that I could pay like my electrical bill or something like that. No, illegal. Can't do that. And even today, like some people were like, oh, well, now you can do that. Now you can do that. I was like, well, did that allow the Tornado Cash dev to be released? Because I still see him very locked up. And I mean, it's working. And some people are donating to his cause and all that stuff. But it's just, like, guys, that's not what Satoshi wanted. That's not what Richard wanted. That's not what I wanted when I got into DeFi. Because like Joe was saying earlier, like, I mean, if all we're doing is we're playing by the rules, we're sticking to the truth, we're sticking to the truth engine, then what are we talking about? We're not using we're not using DeFi for, and again, I'm not trying to be not sarcastic, what's the word? Naive. So I know that some people do, they do nefarious activities, and 2, 3, 5%, whatever percent is not used all for good. But then like the whole other 98%, 95% has to then stick to all these reports. And then what I kept saying earlier too, the fact that they are gonna token map everything. So now, obviously through Arkham and through other dApps, yeah, sure, they can do forensics. That's pretty much my job. Because like to complete your return, the way the tax system is set up, I mean, if you don't report the correct cost basis, you end up paying more taxes than you even need. So they've even figured that out, where every time that someone tells me, like, oh, well, I won't report my taxes, and they're like, all right, well, now they have the incorrect cost basis. Now they think you owe more taxes than you actually do. And then you'll have to pay penalties and interest in 3 or 5 years anyways. But we face the beast if we continue to engage with some of these lawmakers, especially the ones that are pro-DeFi, pro-custody, like Thomas Massey, and then Warren Davidson and Tom Emmer, and then we'll check the new guys. Because I've seen some of the Democratic side that they are, you could tell that they are pro-crypto, but the way their message is, they can very easily be turned into pro-DeFi, self-custody, and others. It's just that right now, obviously, Brian Armstrong and others are paying their bills. So I understand their loyalties. But it could also be that they just haven't seen it yet. You know what I mean? Because like it's what we were talking about Saylor earlier about some of the things that Saylor has been saying or doing. It's almost like he's asking for hex. He's asking for products that could earn him this yield as he's just chilling, waiting. So at some point he's going to figure it out, because he's just not going to, eventually he's going to figure out that he can do this much with $1 billion of Bitcoin, or he can do this other much with $500,000 in hex. But eventually companies are just going to keep doing that, because his idea right now is brilliant. And it's just going to take an act of effing Congress to switch that. So it's just right now, it's like he's the only company doing it. It's him and us. Because then the coin that we launch, we attach it to Pulse. And then as the price goes up, then that's the valuation of like Identity Block LLC. Which today is just obviously nothing, because like I said earlier, the coin doesn't have any liquidity. The coin doesn't have, we're not trying to make any money. We're not trying to like pump it or whatever. All we're trying to do is just have a representation of stakes on the blockchain, like we called it a tokenized stock certificate. And today, it's only allowed because it's less than the $10 million, and then the securities and the SEC, you can do like Reg D exemption and all that stuff, which I have not completed all that process, so I shouldn't say anything about that stuff, which we will. But I think that we'll just teach other companies to do this, especially on Pulse, because it's so cheap. In Ethereum, minting all these T-shares sorry, not T-shares, the tokens, and launching them and then distributing them. It's very costly, especially when Gwei is 40, 50. But then on Pulse chain, it's very doable. So. And I think all these big companies, they're gonna like it. I'm not pro, BlackRock and this and that, but I mean, like, it seems that Larry Fink gets it. He's trying to tokenize a bunch of stuff. The treasury is trying to tokenize treasuries. So we'll see how that works. I think that us, by being some of the first ones to do this, it will give us an advantage. So we'll see. Like right now, we're just trying to experiment since we were just kind of like waiting for our hex to pump. So it's almost like, so what do we do with Pulse Chain? How do we use the network? And we were like, you know what? What if we remove middlemen, which is something that Richard has mentioned, and remove these people from, they're called like DTCC, which they're like the holders of the actual stock. So instead of you holding some paper, which obviously the idea is that at one point we can determine at one time of the year or something, we can say, all right, whoever's holding this percentage, they own 2% of the company. So let's meet up one day. We'll go to a notary, and then now here's your actual stock. Like whenever I register my LLC, they actually gave me like all the paperwork and the stamp and everything. So eventually I would like to do something like that. So not just like a blockchain representation, but to have actual stockholders on the blockchain. Feels that it would be a cool thing. And then as the company grows, like I'm assuming that this is going to be needed everywhere, meaning more crypto tax experts, people that can do crypto tax education, people that can just lower the price of this. Because in the other space, right away, everyone was telling me, oh, well, what you need to do is just shut the fuck up, and then you're the expert that is overcharging all these people. Well, I don't want that. I want all the knowledge that I have in my head to be everywhere, so then the price of this is as cheap as possible. Like there's no winning of me being the only expert or the one of 100 or one or whatever. It just makes no sense. That just means that crypto, there's still censorship. There's still more hoops, because then the person that wants to invest $1,000 or $2,000, they're not want to spend $1,000 in crypto tax preparation. That's ridiculous. You're gonna be like, that makes no sense. Why am I gonna even touch this thing? Let me just leave my money in JP Morgan, where I'm getting half a 0.0% on my savings account. But if everyone knows all this information, and everyone knows where to go and get all the references and know who to contact, and then all of a sudden, instead of paying $7,000, $8,000, $2,000 for crypto tax preparation, now you're paying $700, $600, $500, maybe less, maybe cheaper than regular tax preparation today. Because then maybe tax preparation today can be eliminated, be done by AI or something like that, and then all this can get even made cheaper and cheaper and cheaper, and then even remove the human element. So, I mean, I appreciate it if like people want to make me like a effing billionaire because I'm going to solve a $100 billion problem or $1 trillion problem. Because I mean, in the States, taxes is a $3 trillion problem, and I can fix it. I know exactly what we need to do. But I want this to be made as cheap as possible. And that way, everyone can just use crypto. Because if not, nobody's going to use crypto. And then the guy that has $400, $500, that guy won't be able to make millions of dollars in DeFi because they put in the work and put in the time and put in the effort and put in the sweat equity and learn the tricks and learn the rules. You see? And that's what I want. So guys, I think we should leave it at that. I think it was a good conversation. So thank you so much, Joe, that was here. Another OG, and telling us that great stories from 2019, because we had heard the side of Kyle, and then the dev work that he had done and all the work with all the models, but I had never heard who was behind the breaking of the system and testing, and not breaking, but obviously if there hadn't been any updates, how then the people that like to game the system were going to be able to make more money in year 3, year 5 than the people that from year 1 locked in all the way to year 15. And now we know that that's not the case, right? So if plus you have the incentive of the benefit of receiving emergency end stake bonus and the penalties and all that stuff that for just being staked and playing by the rules. So again, it's just we're having that conversation earlier, and it triggers me because it's almost like the conversation that I was having in that other space. It's for people that just don't believe in the same products that we're in. So maybe that's all that it is, you know. And it's cool. Like I shouldn't have gotten all triggered. I should have just been like, sorry, I thought that this space was pro DeFi. I thought that this space was pro Hex. I thought that this space understood that laws that are being passed today, starting in 2027, will affect our backs directly. And if we don't do anything about it, it will affect our backs forever. And some of us were already all in. We've staked our money longer than January of 2027. So we need solutions. We can't sit on our hands, because when this was passed in November of 2021, some of us, we did the alert. I talked to Lit on the day. We did a video. We talked about it. And then everyone in the community would just tell me the same shit. Oh, it's going to be okay, ID, don't worry. And I kept telling them, like, guys, I'm already in. I'm locked, and I want to make sure that my bags are, protected. And that's it. That's why, like, the second that someone tells me, like, well, this guy is, like, not under that, this guy is, I was like, I get it. Like, you don't have the exact same commitment that I do, and that's okay. I shouldn't judge people for that. And I should have not created the drama that there was in the other space either, because it's not productive. But I'm just not going to accept that I'm not right on this, because we've been talking about it. We've been following the hearings in Washington, D.C. We've been seeing when they interview Gensler and Benham from the CFTC. So the random people that just hang out in the circle jerks of the little founder groups and all this stuff are not going to tell us that we're wrong on this. We did it the right way. We locked the product, and now all these bureaucrats are passing all these laws that are affecting our bags. And if we don't call it out, then we're the ones that can't complain, because then, we could have done something. We could have, gone through the commentary period. We could have talked to our Congress people and put some pressure, or at least teach them, because maybe it's what Joe was saying. Maybe they don't even know what the F we're even talking about. Maybe the only people that have talked to them is only the people from CFI, meaning Armstrong and Jesse Powell and these guys from the big exchanges. Well, do you think they're going to be talking to them about DeFi? They don't give a shit. It's like Joe was saying, we don't pay DeFi. We get the hex and we lock it, and then we earn more hex. And all that time, Coinbase made shit. So yeah, do you think they're going to lobby for us? Quick guess. No. Like, they don't give a crap about us. So, just, I'm not trying to defraud anyone, but it's like, if you hear someone with that type of mindset, just get away from them, because you know that they're either not staked, they don't care about the long-term repercussions of what could happen by these law changes, or they're just ready to dump on your head. So it's like, sure, whatever. Like, if a new law happens, they can just dump, and I'll go to Solana, I'll go to Bitcoin, I go to here, there, wherever. Well, some of us, we can't do that. And I shouldn't say that as a negative. This is the product that we're in. and we have the benefits. It's making us all this hex. But we want to make sure that we have those conversations. So yeah, guys, I'll leave it at that. Hope everyone's having a good weekend. You know what? And since we're already here, whatnot. The other thing, don't take lightly one of these motherfuckers threatening your life, guys. We're living in the 2024 of crazy motherfuckers whacking people for 10 and 20 bucks in crypto. So when someone publicly says that they're going to come down to Puerto Rico to come and get me, make sure that they understand that then I can do whatever the fucking fuck I want. Okay? So I'm not going to take my life being threatened very lightly. I don't fuck with that shit. So tell that to this motherfucker Trillion Hex, especially if he's hearing one of their little fucking alt accounts as they do. Because we're done with that shit. And we got guns. Like Joe was saying, we got pew pew. So we don't put up with that shit. I just don't like that. Don't take it lightly. There was a dude killed just this week in Puerto Rico, and now they don't know if it was like overdose, if it was doing ketamine, but it was right there, dabbing Dorado. So we don't play that game. Like, I keep it into the blockchain, the things that I can prove, all the work that I've done, and yeah. I mean, I don't know this dude Trillion X. Like, he just showed up here like a year or two. I don't know whose balls he's been fucking rubbing to think that he's here someone or whatever the fuck. But I don't, like I said, I don't play nice when someone threatens my life. I turn into a motherfucking beast. And then if other people in that fucking space thought that was a fucking joke, I need to question those motherfuckers too. Because that was another thing that I did not like, how that was all of like, oh yeah, no, it's okay. Yeah, no, it's okay. Like, I don't play that shit. You know? Because like I don't know who the fuck these motherfuckers work for. They work for another fucking government, for what? Or they work for some government agency or what the fuck. But yeah, I wish that one of these motherfuckers would threaten me in real life. My 6'2", 250. Okay, someone's asking for the mic and it's not letting me. Oh, Hexico, here you go, brother. Up here, man. Can you hear me?
Hey, what's up, man? Can you guys hear me? Yeah, I hear you, ID.
There you go.
Yeah, I just popped in on the tail end of that. Trillion threatened your life? What? That is wild.
Like, damn, bro.
Listen, I don't think he doesn't have the balls to threaten anyone. Well, I don't know what he said though. What was the phrasing? Do you know?
I don't appreciate just any type of commentary like that, bro. Like, we're living in a weird fucking world, and you know how many people have been whacked
out of line.
Crypto people just in PR. So we're not talking worldwide. I'm talking 100 by 35 little fucking island. You have people floating here and there. I just don't like that crap. But anyways, like, my biggest deal, like, it was just what we were discussing with Joe. which is the parts of the legalities of the issue, because it seems that over there where I was losing people was in the tech. And Joe explained it beautifully. It's like we're not questioning the tech, guys. If we were questioning the tech, we would not be here locking up our money long term. And that's the part I don't care. You know, like I don't care about locking the money as long as they tell me that I'm gonna get my little 7 hex today, and then if tomorrow there's emergency instig, I get my 10. And then if someone else decides that they don't want to stake, now I get a little more because there's less t-shirts in the pool. So as long as we're going by those rules. But the problem that I think that they're missing is like, those rules don't matter in their effing fucking fake ass world of fiat. And that's why I was so triggered earlier today, man, because it's like I'm like, how can I make these folks understand that it doesn't matter if you win first place in the race. It doesn't matter if you win all the chips in the casino. It doesn't matter if if the second that you try to cash in, they said your little magical money doesn't work here, then does it really matter if I made 100x, 1,000x, a million X? And I mean, I've seen it. I've had this fucking debate in 2013. I remember having this fucking debate, and dude, it gets me fucking PTSD. Like that's why, like the second that, like earlier, like we were like, I like people telling me like, oh, this guy's drunk. It was like the same conversations that with Liquid Loans chat. Remember? That's why I kept saying like, are these people like just paid Liquid Loan chills? And my thinking is, back in 2013, everyone just kept telling me how, like, the second that the bit license was in, everything was going to be great and we're going to be rich and all this money from Wall Street was coming in. Like, people think that that's a new conversation. That's not a new conversation, bro. That's a decade old conversation. And I've seen the results. And I've seen that there's only like 40, 50-bit license today. So 10 years later, there's this little bit. And, but people still go into these spaces because they've been in crypto for a year or two. And then they go and say like, yeah, it's going to be okay. You know? And I'm like, no. I don't want it just to be okay. I want them to get the fuck out of our way. They're holding us down. They're holding us back. And then a conversation like that today, that's what I'm telling you, bro, that I wish more people would have like been on my side and been like, yeah, these people are fucking wasting our time because they're not thinking long term and they don't care about our products. Because then if they just are saying this today, we know how slow Congress works and how useless they are. Here, 1 second. Oh, Doc's here. What up, dog? If we've seen how slow they work, any changes, any amendments, when they say I'll work and I'll do this on day 1, that means that it'll probably be like month 3. So all this like letting Russ go free and all this stuff, it probably won't happen till like March or February of 2025. And then they'll have to start doing all the Congress work. Like the Bitcoin Act. So that's the Bitcoin Strategic Reserve. That'll probably take like 2 years. That'll probably be a slow process because even if they do like a presidential executive order, like what is he going to do? Like that presidential executive order that buys 200,000 Bitcoin? Probably not. And my biggest issue, which is that law that they passed in 2021 that we've been talking about it for 3 years, while everyone over in that specific group was shilling Liquid Loans and was shilling all these sacrifices and everything will be okay as long as you put money in this place and that place and the other place. So they're little buddies, they make money. They made lots of money. But did that change the rules? No. And then now in their minds they think, well, Trump won, new SEC guy, everything's okay. But then if the law doesn't get changed, what happens when Trump leaves? What happens when whoever's in the White House in 28 or 2029 appoints someone new that maybe doesn't like crypto, or maybe it's like Gensler, where like they kept saying like he was so pro crypto and even did MIT classes, and then all of a sudden turns into this crypto troll. Because I mean, I remember when he got appointed,
that 180 was crazy, man. That 180 was wild. Everyone was watching this course. I was watching, when he's teaching those courses, I was like, wow, this is very bullish for the U.S. This is gonna be great. And he got co-opted so quickly. I didn't even have time to register it. It was crazy.
The same boat with me, because when he got appointed, I remember sharing some of those videos. I was like, yeah, no, this is pro, because before him, everyone else would just be like, we don't understand it. We don't know how it's affecting our markets. It's a tiny market. We don't care. But then this guy, he had actually given the classes, and you were like, well, this guy's going to be in China and Hong Kong, like just, creating new markets and bullshit, bro. Capital creation, my dick. Like, this dude's probably just been in Washington this whole time, just passing all these penalties and Will's notice to people. Instead, we needed someone that could speak other languages, that could speak maybe Russian and Mandarin, and go to those markets and just incentivize commerce. Even in Puerto Rico, some of the senators that I know, I kept telling them, even when Trump won it the first time in 2016, and when was it that he won? In I don't remember, he won maybe 17. Anyways, it doesn't matter. The point is, they were passing at state level in Wyoming all these new rules. And I kept telling everyone, guys, if you just change the name and just say that this is Puerto Rico, you guys pass something similar. Obviously, just don't copy everything, but pass something similar, meaning giving clarity to crypto users that you guys are not going to go after them. Because a lot of people don't know this, but the people that are in PR are not because of pro-crypto legislation. It's because of like taxation. The incentives came from back in even 2012, so even Bitcoin wasn't that big back then. But then these guys, they knew that they needed to make some money. The party that was in power at that moment. So we're trying to sell these treasuries when like nobody wanted to transact with Puerto Rico. We were in debt. We were like $70 billion in the hole. But this dude got it. You got and I mean, the crazy part is they were like AAA rated, what are they called? Like triple guaranteed bonus bonds. And at one point it said that those bonds had to be paid over the local firemen and cops.
But Adi, can you hear me?
Hey Doc, sounds like you're in a tub or something.
Yeah, I'm in Costa Rica at the moment, just in a little area where I can actually speak. Okay, let me see if I can go somewhere better.
Hey, by the way, those European micro regulations, I believe, are going into effect in about, 8 hours? Or they're starting to, right? They have a 6-month window. So, see how this turns out.
You know what? I was going to have that conversation earlier when Joe was talking, and I totally forgot. What I think that'll happen is in 3 months, they'll reverse it. Maybe not 3 months, maybe a year.
Really?
You know, maybe they'll.
You think they'll be to have enough pushback, or what do you think is the?
It's enough money. It's how much money Tether moves. So sure, some money now is going to shift to Circle and USDC, but they won't be able to stop that train. So it's like, okay, cool. Then it's delisted in Coinbase, it's delisted here, it's delisted there. So that just means that those guys don't get paid. Other people will get paid. Meaning other exchanges that then do hold USDT. They've been trying to kill the USDT since like 2016, 2017.
Yeah, that FUD. I'm surprised it hasn't been really taken down, because that FUD was really epic. It was a concerted effort from a lot of prominent people.
What do you mean, recently?
No. I mean, the period you're talking about, last eight years.
Yeah.
It's been like waves and waves of Tether FUD.
And it's odd to me because, I mean, you figure that Tether works with them. Like, Tether's like another Fed agency by now. You know?
Yeah, with all the treasuries and all that.
Well, yeah, not just that, but then like they also are OFAC compliant, and they're also censor you in the case they need to, and they also can freeze your account in the case they need to, and they can print as many billions of units as they want. So then they have all these rules that are for thee and not for me. So I can't print Tether. I mean, I could, but you know how that goes.
Yeah, but I don't know that Tether won't comply at some point. Did you hear anything where who's that guy, Paulo, maybe said he wouldn't, or
Paulo Ardoino?
Is that how you say his last name? I never heard it.
I just a joke always with there's some guys in this fan group that they don't like him for some reason, and then I do this a joke. I just say his name was a joke every so often. My thinking is, if they already comply to all this, they're not going to stop. You know, it's a matter of who asked for the information, or who asked for the accounts to get frozen. Is it DOJ? Is it what group, what agency? And the other thing is just like when I was joking with saying the name, is that he's publicly come out almost saying like, what's that word? Proudly. Like, oh yeah, we've stopped some of this. And you know what? Cool. The ones that he has said it is because it's been a hack and da-da-dee-da-da-da. And that part, I get it. So he's saying it like, oh, cool, we stopped the criminals or whatever. And that part, cool. But then what happens when he runs out of criminals to stop? And then he goes after my bags.
So, ID, do you think, can you hear me? Can you hear me okay now? Am I clear, or am I still kind of?
Oh yeah.
Bathtub.
Yeah, much better.
Great stuff. So, in terms of, I mean, okay, we're all kind of slightly in fear of governments, agencies, whatever institutions causing problems for us, stopping our bank accounts, stopping us to be able to do, you know, crypto transactions and so forth. But do you think that regarding whether you've done something criminal or not, put that to one side. Do you think these guys will or are near having the audacity to start doing that kind of stuff where they can freeze, a bit like Canada, where Canada said, okay, if you have interactions with crypto to try and be part of this particular group that were doing some kind of demonstration, that we are going to stop your accounts, however you can transact. Do you think we are at that stage now where governments, US and maybe some other governments are in that position now where they can say, right, F this group, they're against the government, they're protesting, whatever, let's hit them where it hurts, stop their crypto. Do you think they are in that position now with the stable coin powers that they have now? For instance, they've got the Coinbase, and maybe not whoever runs Tether, and maybe not some other smaller players in the market. Do you think they are at that position right now? Because that's, just to add to that, because that's one of the things that I fear, is that, to be in a situation where, I'm doing my ordinary thing, and just one day I may move, a certain amount of money during the bull, the bull run, or I may move some money that's slightly over the threshold of what a bank thinks is under the radar before my account. Which
now here, at least here in the States, is almost impossible because now it's been lowered to like $600. So I mean, I moved $600 just
you're kidding.
For my regular bills every so often.
Hey, wasn't that?
Yeah, it's a go.
Oh no, I was just gonna say, wasn't that like they stated it, but then they never enacted it? Because I heard about it a year ago, right?
That's never.
It's live?
That was never like amended. So that was passed, and then what it'll do is, if you're handling cash over 10,000, you have to file these Form 83. So 8300, 8300, and if you do any type of digital crypto, digital virtual currency, Venmo, OnlyFans, what is the other one? eBay, Cash App. So if you're doing any type of either pay for service, which we know like some of these like OnlyFans situations and all that, and if you guys know some ladies that are doing this, like let them know that I know how to work the whole taxes on that side. But they've changed it where now if you just receive $600 of whatever, then what's going to happen is you get a tax form directly from these platforms. I'm telling you, brother, that's my biggest concern, because it's like they're making all these platforms create all these tax forms, and then at one point they're gonna go to Hex, they're gonna go to Pulse, they're gonna go to Pulse X and say, we want the tax forms for this. Oh, guess what? There's no HR. There's no CPA working for Hex and Pulse. Oh well, since you guys can't come up with your 1099 form, well, we don't want to accept Hex in the States. And that's the part that scares the shit out of me, because everyone just keeps telling me everything's gonna be okay because the tech works. I was like, yeah, no, I don't doubt the tech for one bit, or I wouldn't be here every day. You know what I mean? Like I would have been putting the hours that I put.
But ID.
Yeah.
Now, this, what you just said there is, because I thought it was something in the region of maybe, $3,000-4,000 US that might flag up depending on your account. But for you to say, roughly around 600, surely that's hundreds of thousands of flags, maybe every week, where people are moving money into and out of crypto exchanges. And we're not talking about big people, we're talking about regular a guy that may have saved
exactly. But you know how back in the day, all these transactions were just the cash transactions of the suspicious activity reports coming in from the banks, and these were being held by FinCEN. Now, it's all in the blockchain. This is all on chain. And they'll put a nerd like me to flag all these transactions, all done by the blockchain, all done automatically. And then it's just, they'll have a list somewhere. It's just some CSV file with all this data.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly. So it's just like, I agree with all you guys. Like, the tag is not the problem. The problem is when they limit me. The problem is when I go to a Uniswap and after like Richard makes them all famous and all this shit, now they tell me, oh yeah, but we don't want your service here. So we don't care if you're a multimillionaire. We don't want to take your EHEX. And that to me is a problem because I've seen it in real life and not lived it, thankfully, but I've seen it in places like China where like I've seen people that are billionaires. And if they go against the party's rules and they get flagged and they have all this negative products, negative marks and all this stuff in their credit report, or they call it like social report or whatever, bro, they tell you, oh, well, now you can't use your account. Oh, you have these cars? No, they're that happens. What happens to take? No, we'll take them. So take the bus. Oh, you want to take a plane? No, sorry, your billions are not accepted here. So you can't fly on this plane. And then and again, by the way, guys, I know that I'm sounding what's that word? Like 1984, all like. But my point is, if we don't talk now, when we still have quote unquote liberties, when we have a pro crypto president, when we have a pro regulatory framework for the next 4 years, then we can't complain. And that's why I guess yes, sir.
Because I was thinking that we were still maybe a year or two away from what you have just said.
Because you know what? I didn't even answer your question. I apologize. I went to your rant and tangent. That I didn't answer your question. That was funny. So what you said, the problem is, Doc, that's already happened. That's already happened, brother. Like, I don't want to sound tinfoiler, but that's already happened. We've had the issue with Tornado Cash. We have people being arrested outside of the U.S. jurisdiction. We have people being fined in the millions or billions of dollars. So all these negatives, I've seen them already. But of course, I go to crypto Twitter, and then everyone tells me that Trump is going to save me, and that Gary Gensler is out, and then my bags are going to 1,000x from here. And then I go and look at my bags, and I'm like, great, as long as what Joe said doesn't happen and I have to buy hot dogs at $1 million, then I'm gonna be great, because I did great already under the previous system. You know, I already reached a certain level of fiat in Hex at 1 penny that it really doesn't effing matter if the price of Hex doesn't go anywhere. I'm gonna make all these extra units of Hex. The price could stay at this price. It could be 50% down. I'm still gonna be chill. But it's because I got all my access at the start. Not everyone's going to be able to do that, so they need to like play the game or learn what's being affected. You know, what's affecting them.
Yeah, because it's funny because I, over the last kind of 2 or 3 months, I've been starting to think about because I've had my account stopped, or one of my accounts stopped. None of them have been closed, but I've had one business account stopped. Because of a crypto transaction, and I've had 2 other accounts stopped where I've actually closed the accounts myself over a period of the last 2 years. And I just see it as a cost of doing business. I just see that's the way it is. I need to keep ahead of the game. So one of the things that I have been thinking about is, well, hold on, there's going to be an endpoint where lots of the doors for me, you know, hypothetically, are going to be closed. So I'm trying to think 2 years ahead now, where you have just said with the $600, I'm thinking in terms of the UK, I'm thinking, okay, a year or 2 years from now, what if it is £1,000? You know, £1,000 and a flag goes on my account. I don't know about it, but it's there. And then only when something else occurs, boom, account stopped. I can't do anything. So I'm trying to look at alternative ways of maybe moving my money either in another jurisdiction or trying to work a way of, peer-to-peer working. But the ultimate issue that I always come up with when I sit down with a little, board and I start writing down all of my ideas is that the banks, no matter how we want to say that we want to be, unbanked and separate from banks, at the moment, I'm still hitting to get the money. I need a bank account at the moment. Even if I do peer-to-peer, it is still going, unless I want to go with, go to someone and, around the corner and we I give him cash and blah, blah, blah. But that's unrealistic. It's still at the end of the day, a bank account. But I didn't realize until you just said it now that actually it's here now. It's not a year away or 2 years away. It is here now for you guys. And I'm assuming, most things tend to start from US. And if it seems to work, other countries in Europe and maybe some other countries around the world start looking at that as the precedent, and then they start.
Definitely been happening. Yeah, that's the problem. I mean, like they've been going after people outside of the US. They've been going after people in the US. And then if people in the US were making a certain amount of monies, but they were not in the right account, which, let's be honest, not everybody knew this. Let's say that you got lucky and you made 20, 30, 100, whatever much money out of something like Sheeb or whatever, one of these shitcoins or whatever. But then some of these people were buying out of Robinhood, or they were buying out of the free account out of Coinbase. Well, all those accounts have limits. But then once you made all the money, if your money's already in there, locked in there, then you're screwed. Like, I mean, I saw that a bunch of people that then they had made $1, $2, $3 million, and then the accounts that they were in limit them to how much money they can extract per day. So they were only limited to $500 per day or $1,000.
I gotcha. Yes.
Yeah, that was horrible. Especially, the one that triggered that a bunch, it was the sheep one. Because I saw a couple people that did that they got a bunch of sheep when it was super cheap, so you can spend $200, $300, $500. Then the thing got burned. Then the thing pumped as crazy as it did, and then some people were like, "All right, so how do I extract my coins?" Oh yeah, you can remove like $500 a day. And they were like, "Bro, I got like $1 million. Like, how do I get my money out of here?" I'm like, "Bro, $500 a day times 365. It'll take you like 100 years, but good luck."
And also, sometimes I think for some exchanges, the money doesn't hit your account straight away, right? I mean, I think there's some it's a small embargo of a couple of days before you even realize the money. So, yeah.
Well, but that one is a tricky one, because what that happens with that one is like they'll incentivize to just do money wires. And then if you send them a wire, it'll cost you more. Here it'll be like $40, $50. But as long as you do it before noon, that money's just there available as cash. And the bank will guarantee it, the wire, network will guarantee the swap. And then it's just that I've seen it where like some people use it either as an ACH, or maybe they do receive the deposit, and then the exchange will say, well, since you don't have a reserve here with us, we have to wait 2 or 3 days for this to clear. And I've seen it where like they've held my money 7 days in Coinbase. And if you were to have, let's say, like $1,000 in Bitcoin, and then you do a deposit for $1,000 in ETH, then they'll say, sure, withdraw the ETH, because we know that if something happens to that new deposit that you did, we'll just remove your Bitcoin. Like I've seen Coinbase do that too.
Okay.
Yeah, like in the cases that they were to have like some type of cash back or something like that, that's what they would do. They were like, "Oh yeah, sure, you have $1,000 here. I'll give you up to $1,000 on your new deposit. Or if you want to wait the ACH deposit, then you have to wait 2 or 3 business days, or maybe up to 6, 7. But if you just send cash, in a wire, then they'll say, all right, here's your money. So it's sad because more, like I've noticed that 80-90% of the times that I see someone complaining, it'll be like they use their debit card. And then they say, oh man, dude, like now you're freezing my money and I can't use it. And now you're holding it. I saw a case like that. Someone that was about to get liquidated, and it did. They got liquidated.
Oh, wow.
And it was because they had the money on Coinbase just frozen there for 2 or 3 days. And this kid, like I read the whole thread. I mean, it was really sad because you could tell that the kid is like trying all these things. Like, how do I do it? How do I move the money? How do I this? And he's all complaining to Coinbase, but then he's using like the cheap version of Coinbase, which, you're going to get like very bad customer service. They don't care because it's almost like they go by whatever the system tells them. So if the system already froze you for 2 or 3 days, there's nothing that, unless you deposit more money, unless you deposit more money, and then they'll say, oh, sure, but then the new money has to be cash. Right, because you have to deposit the new money as cash, meaning as a wire, and then it makes the money available, and then you're like able to remove what was already frozen. This new money can be taken at any time. Yeah, they play some BS like that. It's almost I used to joke that it was almost like their own social credit score from Coinbase. Because I know at one point the freezing time was only like 48 hours. And then one day I remember that I screwed up by $3 or $4. So something happened. I don't remember what I did, but I had like a program transaction. So it was like a DCA thing that I was doing every month. And I had paid for something, and then they were going to remove $100 out of Coinbase. But then when I paid for whatever, my balance went to like $98 or $97. And when they went to pool the ACH, my bank rejected because I had it where like don't do a draft, don't overdraft.
Okay.
Because if not, it would have been kind of annoying because then my bank would have paid the $3. But then they come back to me and charge me $35 for an overdraft fee. So instead, I tell them, no, just freeze that, because if I don't have the money, then I shouldn't be spending it. I don't want to get overdraft. But then Coinbase, what they do is they put you like in the naughty list. So if you were in the 48-hour list, now it was like you're like the
7-day
list. Right? They're like, oh, you want to fuck me up for $3?
You want to play around, eh?
Oh, okay, buddy. Okay. Like, let's see next time that you, and then the next time that you deposit, it's like 10 days to remove your friend list.
Let's teach this guy a lesson. So Ivy, it looks like that really and truly, from my perspective, it might not be reality, but from my perspective, it looks like we're in an invisible straitjacket. We don't see it, but our arms are tied because we're still playing the game of the financial institutions of the TradFi and their rules to some degree. If we don't play ball, we either get our stuff frozen at the exchange or we get our stuff frozen at the banks if we don't play by their rules. And therefore, we need to know their rules. We still can't say, oh, it's crypto. I don't care about any of that stuff. My money is unconfiscatable, whatever that means. We still need, if we're still interacting with the fiat world, so to speak, we still need to play by their rules until we get to a point where we're buying things directly with our crypto. But that's a bit weird because we buy stuff with our crypto. And in the UK, we get charged tax, or we can get, it's a taxable event for every single thing you buy, which is a bit crap. But yeah, that's another issue. So how are we going to look forward? How are we going to get around this? Is it to do with legislation? Is it to do with talking to Congress and in the UK, MPs and okay, I'll go to. That's the only way we're going to get out.
At this point, it has to be, because the problem is that bad legislation was already passed in November of 2021. So the only thing that we're seeing now are the effects of that bad legislation, meaning Gary Gensler got all these powers. Someone like Elizabeth Warren can implement Operation Choke Point 2.0, and it's legit because this was like a request from the White House. Like a lot of people don't remember, but this was like an executive order this was an executive order sent from the White House into FDIC, into OCC, into all these agencies where they were saying, no, you need to censor some of these transactions. You need to censor some of these platforms. So it's just what you're saying. That's why I get so triggered when someone doesn't take these conversations seriously and they just say something like, "Oh, you're drunk." Or I was like, "No, I'm not. It's not that I'm drunk. Like I haven't had a drink in like however long. All I'm saying is, some of us we believe in the tech. We know what it's going to do. So we're going to be here in 2030. We're going to be here in 2035. But then we need to make sure that at the end of our play, at the end of our hand in the casino, that they're going to accept our chips.
Gotcha.
It doesn't matter if I'm making 100x, 1,000x. It doesn't matter if I raked at the blackjack table or poker. If I go then to the desk and they say, "Oh, by the way, all these coins that you were playing, you played in the wrong table. You need to play in this other like SEC approved table."
That's a really good analogy that I think I'm going to start using, because that's something that can be understood quite easily. Where you say, look, when you go to checkout now, and you go, and you've got your chips, you've got your stuff, you've made your money now. You're going to check out a portion, and then you go there, and they say, no. These are from we don't recognize these anymore. These are the chips you should be using. And you're screwed. And now you have to go through and exchange.
And then now
your
we're
chips
seeing it, right?
chip.
Because whoever's been going through uni for however long, now all of a sudden they go over there and uni, they get a big old sign. So shout out to Hexa because he's been trying to get their attention for like the last 2 or 3 weeks, calling them out on that, because they continue to tell everyone that they're DeFi, but they get to the list. So they're not real DeFi. There's somebody out there. Yes, sir.
So what do you think then, just from us sitting down and just chit-chatting, what do you think is something that is viable for a politician to either make an amendment, to put forward an amendment? Because I presume it's going to come up with a new law. It's going to have to be some kind of amendment to the existing stuff. Now, what would be something that a politician could put forward that would make things a little bit more easy in terms of the 600, limit or whatever else they've got there that maybe we don't even know about? Is there something that you think could be put into place that would be okay in terms of the government and okay in terms of the crypto community, meaning that it's a kind of win-win for both?
Gotcha. Oh, that's easy. The first thing they need to do is remove some of the red tape, so that way they can incentivize more users into crypto. And then they need to eliminate cap gains and reduce income tax on crypto maybe to 1%. So as low as possible. That way, whoever's interacting with crypto, they don't even feel it. But then it'll incentivize more users, and then the government just take a cut out of that. So they win, they make some money, we win, we get more adoption. There's more users, there's more eyes on the, like Richard was saying, more eyes on our products. But it's the red tape, brother. It's the red tape and the taxes. They need to reduce the taxes so that they cannot see it. And then they need to remove the red tape so that more people are building in crypto. Because so many people are just not building out of the U.S.
Okay. Okay.
Plus, then now there's the issues like you had mentioned that then after I already picked the winning fucking horse, so I'm already still up. So as there's still people 40, 50, 60% down, and guys, don't worry, you're going to be okay. But as some of us are still 100x on this fucking products, then we go into uni and we go to some of these other dApps and then say, oh no, you can't use us. And then if I go, and then again, I get it. I can swap other places. I can do other moves. Maybe there are some places that there's a little bit of less liquidity, so I can still get hit with 5-6% slippage and be okay. But I don't want to. I don't want to jump through all these hoops that the guys were telling me earlier. I want them to understand that this can be fixed at the start. Like we can make them accept our products because we're not doing anything wrong. And we're willing and able to, play by some of their rules, like 0.5% in taxes. Like, I don't want any of that 20, 10, 30, 40%. Fuck that. Like, they don't need to be that greedy. Mm-hmm. Plus, what I keep telling people is just that's the same logic that they use when they try to tax the rich. And I'm like, oh, you want to tax us at 30, 40%? Sure, I'll come up with all the strategies to not have to pay taxes, but... so even if I'm playing by the rules, I'll be like, bro, I'm gonna be the chief master of these fucking rules. Like I'm gonna know the rules. And I mean,
so, Eddie, what about
sometimes with this contact? Yes.
What about in terms of the red tape? Would you also want the brokerage rules to be sort of softened, or you're okay with that? Meaning, for us to actually, in the future, for us to actually buy and sell, it's going to be a little bit like stocks at some point. You have to go to a licensed broker who can deal for you and blah, blah, blah. Do you think that is something that they will ever soften, or you think it's going to go that way, regardless?
I think that if we let them just kind of shift all the responsibility from SEC to CFTC, this will not get amended. And at that point, we have a problem because then all of these broker rules then apply, even under the new system, even under the new administration. And then we're limited because either we have to get licensed, which I'm ready to, like I have my LLC, I have everything ready, set, go. All I need to do is just start the process. But I don't want to do all that. Like, I just want to be in DeFi. And then once I sell, then sure, tax me. I don't mind paying you 0.25% in taxes. But I just don't want to just go through all these hoops. And again, all they're doing is just they're shooting themselves in the foot because in their mind, they're thinking, sure, BlackRock is giving me all this money. Sure, look, all the money that they're moving. So we don't need DeFi. We don't need... But they're thinking short term. They're thinking in scarcity mode instead of like, oh yeah, sure. Today we're only moving 500 million. Oh sure. Tomorrow we're only moving 3 billion. Oh whoa, 500 trillion. Damn. And then, but you see what I mean? Like all of a sudden it's like 0.5% in taxes of 1 billion, 0.5% in taxes of 500 billion. 0.5% in taxes, 1 trillion. All of a sudden, they're making all this money because they incentivize the market to grow. If the second that they see the market at 1 billion, they're like, "Yeah, we need to tax that shit at 90%."
The people then come out and work out ways of getting around it somehow. Yeah, lots of complicated ways of doing it.
Yeah, because they're like, "Yeah, I'm not paying this shit. I'll buy anything else but this."
But do you think, though, that we will never really get away from, because of, how can you put it, we have kind of been a victim of our own success in that, over the time we have done the collective. We have bought and sold and built things on all the different platforms and so forth. And now there's loads of different platforms that do all sorts of things. Some say they're a killer against some other derivatives, blah, blah, blah. It's the fact that there's loads of them, right? But do you think, though, because of the negative externalities, the negative players, the ones that are only in it to just try and take, regardless of the tech. They are going to make money. They're going to do whatever it takes, whether legal or illegal. They're going to screw over as many users as possible, however they can do it. Sometimes it's simple, sometimes it's very complex in their elaborate plan. Now, do you think because of that they will never allow us, meaning the average guy, at some particular point, maybe 5 years from now, we will never be able to, like me and you, just go and log on to, some DEX or some, central exchange as an individual, that, they will be using that as we are helping you, the average guy, to make it more safer by you going through brokers who we can then license. And if they mess up, whatever happens, if you lose your coins, whatever happens, you can then go through a proper channel of complaint. Either go and complain to the exchange. If they don't deal with you, then there'll be some kind of ombudsman. I'm not sure what you call it in America. It's like a body, an independent body that investigates.
Oh, here they just go to the SEC now, pretty much.
Oh, they all go to the SEC. Gotcha. Okay. So, something like that. Do you think that is what's just going to happen? Or you think there is still scope for the big boys like, let's say Charles Hoskins, whether you like him or not, and whoever else there are? There must be about 100 of these guys that have been around for 15 years or so to come together and then say, you know what, this is the way forward. You don't need to go that kind of route because this is something different. Because my fear is that even though we are educating these folks, to different degrees, I think it's just going to be at some point, they'll sit in the office, they'll be talking, discussing, blah, blah, blah. And then one person will say, you know what, let's just do this way. Because it's nice, it's easy, we get our money. It's based on something else that we've already done. We've already got these kind of channels where people can make a complaint, go to court, and maybe get their money back. Why do we need to do something different to these guys?
I mean, for now, I think that's all we got.
Yeah.
I think that's all. Yeah, I think that's all we got. Until I see that regulatory framework that they're trying to pass, which is the one from Cynthia Loomis, I won't know, because technically, if they were to leave it the way that it is, then everything remains under SEC rule, and then they bring in this new SEC guy, and then maybe he just looks the other way, where this other guy was like looking where everyone had put their dots and crossed their T's and all that. And I just don't know, because I don't trust them. I feel that this was all a play to get a bunch of money in crypto donations, and now, in my opinion, they have no responsibility to nobody, because Trump is not winning, not running again. So, I mean, sure, whenever I see it, I'll go and see it, and I'll be right there in the first row, and I'll support it and say, great, finally. But in the meantime, all I know is that law was passed in November of 2021, and then I go into some spaces, and then people think that I'm fighting or whatever, but it's just I'm talking to people that just don't even know this, don't know that it was passed, don't know all the powers that they have, and then how they're implementing all this through the regulators and making the regulators and the exchanges the new enforcers, right? Because if you think about it, then the exchange. Yes.
I think on that front, I mean, I didn't listen to your exchange. I think you were talking that you had an exchange where somebody said they were going to come to Puerto Rico and find you or whatever. I mean, I think
right.
I didn't hear any of that, but I think so. I think some people, from when I listen to this stuff, of various people talking, I think some people I'm not sure if they get embarrassed or they are presented with something that they don't know. They believe within their heart that it can't happen, but they don't know. But then when they are challenged, I think it is very hard for some to then realize, fuck, we are in a problem. Right. Someone is telling me, someone is trying to open my eyes to this. And I think some people find it very difficult to open their eyes. And sometimes, depending on how the information is presented, because to be fair, sometimes you can be a little bit harsh to some people. Sometimes.
Yeah, today I overdid it. Like I don't know if you.
Oh, you did? Did you?
Space, but I overdid it. It went over the top. It's just the second that I had it was such a like 2013 PTSD moment of it's okay. The bit license is gonna be just.
They just hit your trigger point. It just hit you.
Bro, it did, because back then that was my debate. I was like, guys, but what happens if we do accept all these changes into Bitcoin? And back then there was not even ETH at that moment. But my thinking was, we're giving all these powers to the New York DFS, and then what happens next? And everyone's like, oh yeah, but there's all this money in New York, and the banks are in New York, and like billions and billions of dollars were going to come in.
But I did.
10 years. Yeah.
ID, do you think though, when you sit back, you have a coffee or whatever, and you're just watching TV or whatever, right? You're watching your football game or your baseball, something away from crypto. Do you think though, when you sit back and you're relaxed and you just, you chilled out and stuff, that when you look back to 2021, when you were telling folks and where you were showing us the listings and you're reading them out and telling us what we need to be fearful of and blah blah, and then you still had me asking you dumb questions, blah 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 blah. Do you think we are at a slightly different place? Do you think though that we are at a slightly different place now, where when you sit back, there are more people that seem to understand it a little bit and realize, because some of these things have come to pass? Do you kind of feel that, or you don't feel that at all? You feel that people still don't understand the gravity of what is here and what is coming?
I don't think so. I mean, I don't think so, because I don't think that they see the severity of being limited to what Uniswap does, to be limited to what other places do. And then at that point, my biggest concern is what happens when the regulators can supersede the technology. So then at that point, the technology is not the problem, but then, I mean, literally exactly what they do with Tornado, where it's like you can swap in and out of the Tornado, and then a year later go in and try to withdraw those coins, and now you're being referred to OFAC.
Okay, I got you. Yeah.
And maybe I don't want to go through OFAC, even if I'm not doing anything illegal. Like if I'm just moving like $100 to pay my cable or whatever, my internet, do I want to go through all that shit? And then I think that that's what they would end up doing for us, because I'm not thinking that they would just tell us that our transactions are unlawful, like we can't do them or restricted. But I feel, or fear, actually is what I should say, that they would put us in that type of category where we're different, or we have to go to this special license, or we're we need this DeFi permissions. And again, I don't mind it for me, but then what happens if what does that do for the next 5 or 10 years? Are we bringing in new people when this DeFi permit or whatever the fuck costs $5 grand, $10 grand, $100 grand? And then for some of us, we're like, we kind of have to do it because we have all this other stuff coming out. So it's like, well, what do we do? We might have to pay that toll. But then there's someone else that comes after us and says, well, why the F am I going to pay for this $10,000, $20,000 license?
Can you claim losses against the license?
The captain's coming out. The captain's looking at us at the edge and how do we game this situation? The problem that I'm seeing is just that, or at least what happened in New York. Some of the companies that were applying for these licenses, they were multi-billions and multi-millions type companies. You know, there were Coinbase and there was Ripple and there was this and that and the other. So the money on their side wasn't the problem. Their problem was that they were not being accepted by the regulators. So even after they had the effing money, then the regulator would be like, we don't want you. We don't like your type or that type of stuff. Because if not, there wouldn't be 50 accounts. There would be way more. There's way more people with crypto money that could pay for a bit license in New York. But yeah, I guess like the what?
Is it? Am I hearing you correctly that your microphone is in and out? Or is it my bad connection?
Oh, it could be. Here, 1 second. I'll just reset it. 1 second. Yeah, because it couldn't be that. We have the feds listening, so
sounds like they checked in.
We have that echo. Shout out to the guys. I hope they bought the dip. They have a lot of money.
Well, I don't know. Try me. Mic check.
Here, 1 second. I'm not resetting this.
I didn't mean to derail.
Is that your audio bouncing across all over the world, ID, to avoid the Fed?
That's going through every different location to another location. It's going ding, ding, ding. Maybe because the host has the mic open too. It could be just a reverb. But it could be my end too. So let me know if I'm the one. I already did a hard shutdown and restart. So Doc Leverage, can you hear me clearly?
Yeah. You're perfect. It was
Okay.
ID. I mean, I could hear him through the kind of Dalek kind of the chopping.
Yeah, clickety,
of his voice.
click, chop, chop. Yeah. Okay. So it wasn't just me then. Okay. That's okay. We can carry it. We can kind of carry it while he gets his things figured out. What was the last topic there? You were talking about something. That was a pretty good conversation you guys were having.
Yeah, I mean, I was kind of probing ID more on. Okay, so let's say that from way back was the banks at the moment have all the doors at the moment. If we want to actually check out our cash, we can build up, we can have all our gains, but how do we get this stuff out? They're closing the doors. It's also
right.
the exchanges, the centralized exchanges. If you don't play ball, then they can freeze your account for a certain amount of time. Even if you play ball, sometimes I've seen where some people can't get their money out. There's a 2-day delay or something like this. All this kind of stuff.
Yeah,
it does
some more KYC, more KYC, more KYC.
That's it.
KYC.
Yeah,
man. So I think that. Can I kind of answer on that point?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, so I think if I was going to think about that, it would be to the direction of why, fiat off-ramps. So, fiat on-ramps are usually pretty decently easy. Like you can send money to Never Neverland if you want to. But with KYC, yeah. So, but like getting off-ramp is probably the harder part. And how much are you trying to do and how much you're trying to move? When it comes to just keep it in crypto, right? So if we go peer-to-peer across board, so let's say you're an ETH guy, your name might be like Famous or something. This is ETH guy. But or someone else, maybe Bitcoin guy, some other person likes to just exchange in crypto. Why even have to move things through banks? You know, why even bother? So that'd be kind of a good.
I think what ID was saying was
that's not.
Yeah, I think what ID was saying was that when we got to is that he was saying, well, hold on, you know, at the moment he knows that flagging now occurs on some bank accounts where if you get inbound transactions or inbound cash into your bank account now that's over £600 or sorry $600 coming
600
from
buckies.
Yeah,
so they dropped it down because it used to be 10,000, right? So 10,000 was the OG number. Yep.
Yeah, so he was explaining. I didn't realize that, but I thought it was something like $5,000 or something before you kind of got flagged and then they were watching you and so forth. But he says no, it's now down to 600 that you can get a flag, and nothing will happen maybe instantaneously, but you'll just get a flag on your account, and then over a period of time. Yes, that's it. Just watch, and then out of the blue, where you said that you maybe just trying to get some money.
Also, though, I think the bank. So it depends. Okay, but if we're talking about a bank, it depends what kind of entity we're talking about watching. So if it's a bank, or if it's a government, the government has to actually give you like a 24-hour notice, I believe, before they can actually look at your funds within a thing. I'm talking not across board, not across world. This is just nonsense I spill. Okay, so don't take it to heart. But yeah, 24 hours. The government wants to look at a bank account. They should, and legally by law, they should have to give like a 24-hour thing to actually look at that. That goes through. But if they're just watching from afar, it's not admissible, basically.
Oh, okay. And then ID moved it on to
Big Echo.
ID, is that you? I see Pulse Chain is on. It might be given to Mecca.
I think ID is trying to get his things together.
He's trying to get the viewer going.
Helen.
Hello.
I hear you like 3 times deep. Hello. Doc Clever, can you close your mic?
It is closed.
It's open on my end. Holy.
Wait, who's
Let me go ahead and
echoing?
come back in.
Mic test.
Yeah, I got mad at Echo Companies. It's coming
Oh,
through.
ID, the foundation mic is open.
Already knows to close the host mic. I'll just text. At least we got good music. You know what I heard today on the way? I got in the truck after an airplane ride. And what was the first song that showed up on the radio station? Oh, there you go. Did you do it? Way to go, ID. Look at that. No echo.
All right, we're back. What did you say you ran into, Captain Lane?
Yeah, okay, yeah. Well, yeah, whatever, dude. So I went in the plane. Yeah, I flew somewhere. When I got back to the airport, whatever airport it was, my truck was waiting there. I got in the truck and I drove. And within like a few minutes after paying for parking, which was a pain in the ass, wow. Is it, if you park in the wrong place at the motherfucking airport, boy, I tell you, you might have to sell some hacks. Oh, because that shit was expensive. My mistake. Should have known better. But anyways, so then whatever, get over that. Choke that one up as a loss. And then drive about 5 more minutes. And the song that I just switched to the thing in, it was All the Way Up. Yeah, All the Way Up, right? So it wasn't like Berwick singing it, but it was like All the Way Up, whatever song, Woo or whoever did the original, whatever song. But All the Way Up, man, because I remember Berwick doing a remix of that shit. So I was like, okay, let's go. And I hadn't been at the farm for a while, so I didn't know if things were running 100%. So, you know, I had someone on standby, so it was cool seeing everything running. But so that was neat. That was a good welcome home little gift. All the way up. A bit of old street cred. Now we got ID. We got the space contained again. Lost everybody because they went and did around the block before I went somewhere else. So. Oh, shit. Question for you, LN. Pulse, LN. So what do you think about the Christmas dump? Do you think that's a regular thing? Is it a yearly thing? Because I think Christmas dumps are pretty standard. If I could think back in my history, I think ID might be able to chime in on that too. But Christmas dumps are kind of standard.
Yeah, tax reasons, probably some other reasons, like some of the regulations that are coming online. So there's a few things. But I would say tax is probably a big one. People like dumping and taking advantage of the rotation, tax loss harvesting. I think we talked about it in another space. I don't. Maybe you weren't there, but yeah, that's the top one in my mind.
That's a gist of it. Yeah, New Year's. Yeah, so it's okay.
Yeah, 2 weeks. Also, some people want to buy presents and stuff. I saw a bunch of people buying Lambos and things for girlfriends and wives. So.
Girlfriends and wives with a Lambo? What? That's just, my goodness. If I was to buy my girlfriend or a wife a Lambo, I would make sure that they could drive it better than I could. You think that's a fair game?
Oh, the ones I saw were more the SUVs. I think ladies like the SUVs,
yeah, okay.
Not really the car. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. But, but even if, yeah, so actually, you know what? I give them credit on that. I give the ladies credit on that because I'd rather like a utilitarian vehicle rather than like a Lambo where you can't drive over a speed bump.
Yeah, it's a lot more practical. Getting into a Lambo is also a pain in the ass.
There's a special way.
Lambos NPR, no bueno. You can only have that
No
Lambo.
bueno.
What do you mean, no bueno? Is it the roads or is it the
roads are
regulation? Oh, okay.
No, they'll sell it to you. Yeah, no,
You drive it up the lot, you scrape the front bumper right off.
Come back when you need maintenance in like 10 miles.
I don't know if it'll make it to your house, but they'll definitely sell it to you.
Well, I heard, you know what I heard? Someone told me because I was driving through a thing where there might have been a boat going a ramp to get onto a vessel. And I was like, how did dudes get through here with like really nice cars, like Raris and Lambos? And you know what?
That's
what you do, I guess,
exactly how it is.
You put them in reverse, though,
There's,
bro. Drive backwards.
They'll have there's this Kennedy Avenue in San Juan that has everyone. It'll have it's a Ferrari dealership, the Porsche dealership, the Land Rover. I don't think there's a Lambo.
Who owns the tow truck dealership around it? That's what would be the best guy. Okay.
Yeah,
that guy's got the shit.
Like, all right, I'm going to sell some shovels.
He pulls out the fucking Lambos and the Porsches and the Ferraris. He just hit that throttle too hard, do a burnout, whack into the pole. It's like, I'm right here for you.
I'm telling you, there's a couple of areas I know in Condado that the second that it rains more than half a foot, 2 feet, it just boom, because all of a sudden there's the rainwater. I should say 2 feet. That's like 24 inches. If it rains 1 or 2 inches, then you'll get 2 or 3 feet of surge, because it's like you get the water from the ocean at the same time as it's raining, at the same time as the water's not draining, and all of a sudden you're in 2-3 feet of water. That's why I've told a lot of people, if they go to Puerto Rico, don't go to Condado, because it's like a really fancy area. But that was like a sandbar back 80, 100 years ago.
Yeah, that's right. But that's how you buy property.
Yeah, like you go from one side to the next, and you could tell like the entrance, you're going in through bridges, so it's at one point. It's just they don't think about how it looked 100 years ago. 100 years ago with not all these hotels, but it's basically one street, and side by side it has hotels, but then on one side of the hotel there's a lagoon, and then on the other side there's the beach, and then the lagoon is connected to the ocean as well.
Well, if it's tidal water, the lagoon's kind of good. Whatever. I would rather the lagoon have tidal water coming in and out of it rather than be standing water, rainwater, fog pit.
Yeah, no, that part is no problem. The problem is when it rains and you can't move your car because you're like flooded.
That's why you don't buy a tiny car, right? So you got like
as long as you get an
electric car, you got like
the second floor, you don't even notice. You just be like,
yeah, and then some guy drives
come out of the house
running on
3 days.
Like, let's go. Just jump in the back, bud.
I can't imagine the captain like, it's raining again. I guess I'm not leaving.
Funny, man. When I drove home today, bro, it was like straight up.
Hello.
There was balls.
They have them, but every so
there was like
often
full on hydroplaning. When you hydroplane, right? So you're talking about hydroplane.
You can't even hydroplane on this thing. You're like,
bro, I hydroplane like a boss though, because it's like a rudder.
Submarine.
I use the front wheels of my vehicle as a rudder.
Like 2 inches of water.
Back ones as
3 feet of water. You're
yeah, man. I just sizzle right over it. No, I just fucking sizzle it. Put it 4-wheel high or low, whichever one that makes it go.
You need a snorkel.
Oh, buddy. Well, it depends. Just don't let the wave hit you back. Okay, so if you keep pushing that water, you should be able to make it. Don't let that motor shut off.
All the time. Like people like,
don't let that motor shut off.
Try it.
Once you, I know. Once you go, you're like, oh, he's down.
Hey, did you guys see that Chinese SUV that can float in the water for like 30 minutes and navigate like a boat a little bit? Yeah, I'll post that. That might be the PR choice.
Bro, well, what if you just had some
I've seen some Teslas do good.
For your head.
How, they have their system in, and then they can go in the what? Which one?
What I'm saying is, okay, if you have airbags that can blow fucking airbags, that if you're gonna crash so fast, right? The boof. Now you got an airbag right in front of your face that supposedly saves your life if you're wearing your seatbelt properly. Okay, fine.
Yeah, that's
okay. And then you can get other ones that they go up the door line of the car and the vehicle. You're pretty much in a bubble. You smash your vehicle hard enough, right? You bounced around. Okay, you survive. But the thing is, on the outside of the vehicle, right? So if you fucking straight take your truck, yeah, you send it into a river just for the fuck of it, right? Just for the heck of it. You should maybe have some airbag things that float, that pop off underneath the undercarriage of your vehicle, that then you can just put the thing in 4-wheel drive and drive like a duck up the fucking river or not. I think that'd be a pretty cool idea.
I don't even know what those guys do whenever it rains, because it feels that area floods at least once a year.
Bro, but they come up with new names. ID, they come up with new names. I'm sorry to cut you off, but they come up with these new names that they call them as atmospheric rivers, right? Some people be calling rains, like when it rains, they cause new atmospheric river coming in your area. And you get an alert on your phone. It's like, oh, it's going to be raining. How the fuck? I mean, like how do you get my phone number one?
Yeah,
How do you know where I live, number
it's
two?
raining.
And why do I need to give a shit about the same weather that's been happening for fucking all the years ever?
I don't know how they do it because it's just, I'm telling you, bro, the second that it's just not normal. Because you know that some places rains like 2-3 inches, but it's not going to flood
property
then
value?
4 or 5 feet.
property value, yeah, going up from like sea level
Dude, the
rise in
property
your
value is
following.
expensive over there, though.
No, but I'm not saying. I'm saying anywhere in the world,
on
the coast, right? So if you say global warming or the property or the sea level is going to rise or fall, right? So people say, okay, icebergs are going to melt, right? So that means sea level is going to rise. Is that their theory? I don't know. Or is there something else going to happen? Maybe that goes down. Probably rising. So if you buy something that's higher up a hill that no one else thought to buy because they're fucking not thinking 500 years in the future, it's like a long steak, baby. Right? So you've let a long steak cook for 500 years. I bet you that fucking sea level might
I told a
rise.
bunch of people, if you go to Puerto Rico, just buy up in the hills.
Yeah, that's right. And you'll be the last one left at the end of the day.
So much chill though, because if the areas that they're buying, bro, a guy got killed just this week. The part is
Some
like
guy got killed the other
if it was
day.
an accident, just like before New Year, before Christmas Eve, on the 23rd.
Really?
Some
guy got
Asian
popped
kid
down the
or
road the other
something.
day, though. Yeah, some guy got popped the other day, like just down the road.
No, but this was like he OD'd or something.
The gang squad hit. Oh shit! So that's not even getting shot. That's like,
he
just
like,
overdosed.
I think it was just an
That's too
accident
bad.
because like the people that he was hanging out
Whoopsies.
with, you could tell that they were like bigger, like just
Right.
physically bigger. So if they were just taking whatever
Yeah,
amount,
the same amounts of things. Yeah, if you do your math right,
yeah,
you
it
take
was
like.
just not gonna hit that kid the same because that kid. You could tell
Oh
he was
shit!
like
That's too bad, bro.
150 pounds.
Oh,
And I keep
little
calling
buddy.
him a kid, but it was like 30 something, 40 something years old.
Yeah, but little
he
dude
was,
should
like,
know
so
his math.
skinny.
It's like, yeah, but his little math numbers should have added up. I'm sorry to say that like so harshly, but
No, I
it's true.
I just don't know the whole story. You know what I mean?
Okay, fair enough.
It was
Yeah,
an
but I mean,
accident,
some guy did get popped, like shot. Yes, I mean, people talk about people getting fucking
When
popped.
in
popped.
PR?
Well, no, like down the road from a place that's a very quiet place in the place of wherever it might be around me.
Oh, gotcha,
Hey.
gotcha.
Where you wouldn't even know, like people don't talk about that.
Yeah, no.
I mean, people be popping off out in different places. It's kind of wild, man. It's like, oh, just down the street.
No,
pop.
but it's been happening.
Pop, pop.
Hey,
Yeah, man.
Captain, check out that vehicle. It told me ID. Do you think that will survive that area? Because I think it's ideal, actually.
No,
I put it in the
perfect.
nest.
Like if it could just the main idea, I guess,
That thing looks
when
cool.
it rain. Yeah, as long as when it rains, it's not getting flooded, so the engine doesn't get flooded. So if it's sealed, I mean, I've seen people.
It's all about that
what they do is
snorkel.
They would buy. They used to buy these bubble things, where as the water was just sloshing around, the car was just in there, like kind of sealed.
Just
like
don't
a
come in too
Ziploc
hot
bag.
and swamp it to the fucking roof, right?
I just
Yeah,
wouldn't live there.
yeah,
bro.
that's
Like, I mean,
cool.
I really like the area to
I like that
hang
image.
out. I used to go to the beach over there and stuff. But the
How
second
high
that
of-
I was done with it, I was out.
How high of a steep climb can you get out of the pond with this thing? What are you talking about? So this is Lambo, Alan? Is that what this is?
No, this is some Chinese car. I think BYD or some Yangwei or something. Yeah.
Oh yeah, but it's cool though. But he's fucking hammering down. Yeah, he's got a snorkel, so he's floating. Yeah, he's floating. Oh, he hit a rock, a
Pretty
little bump.
steep. I would guess like what, 45 degrees?
Yeah, so
You can
45
drive up
degrees is pretty good.
Pretty
yeah,
comfortably.
that's pretty
It
good.
might be a little more than that because I've seen some tests, some what do you call it, demo videos
Really?
where
Yeah,
some vehicles can't do really steep climbs, but this one does.
Well, that's why
Yeah,
Humvees
they're
do
doing a
nice
decent
because the
job.
wheels are front. Yeah, that's cool, man. Jeez.
I've seen this actually in I saw one demo where they were same vehicle in a river The river was flowing, and they were driving actually
Up against the current?
in the current, yeah. And it actually did it pretty well. I was surprised.
Well, that's what I mean. Yeah. So like going up against the current, you just kind of waddle your way sideways, right? You're doing like a sidewalk across it.
Yeah. So if you're in an area that floods a lot, that's a great like emergency feature, you know. But you only have 30 minutes, so you have to get out of there in 20 to 30 minutes, I think.
Oh, really? Only 30 minutes? But that's what I mean. So like if you had something from the undercarriage that could be like the airbag.
That would be perfect.
Yeah, but strong and then strong airbag things. So even if you hit a rock under your fucking way, you're like going down the river with your old GM, right? You know, boom, you hit a rock and she's not gonna pop on you, but you can still have some steering. I mean, this is kind of getting wild.
That would be perfect for that area.
Put tires under it. That's a nice. How much does one of these cost you?
I think 50, 60K dollars.
That's pretty cheap. Yeah,
something like that. Yeah, it's not
cheaper than a Cybertruck.
It might actually. It might be even cheaper. I don't think it's higher. I think it's lower. If I'm wrong,
I'll take one. Well, I'll take 3/4 of one. You want to share one?
Mid-sized cars. Remember back
then,
like the Corollas and the Accord?
What kind of motor?
The Camrys. Those are 50 grand now.
Oh yeah. That's kind of entry level is like in the US.
Yeah, because now they sell like these Camry SR what is it called? TRDs and all that. So obviously it's like the fancy one. Like I'm sure there's like a Camry at 20 grand.
Well, it's probably be super like duper Camry called a super duper.
It Captain Land,
like the 1.0 engine.
Hey, Captain Land, I was gonna say the that tweet is a reply to another tweet which shows the more features. So if you just scroll up, you'll see.
Yeah, well, yeah.
It has a cool feature where you can do like a 360 turn without. It's basically on the same spot.
Oh, it's got the four wheel.
Yeah, you can turn all the wheels. It's pretty crazy. Yeah.
That is pretty neat. You know what? That can get you out of tight spots pretty quick. Yeah, but you got more working parts. Yeah.
Very nice.
Who'd they steal it from? Who'd they steal the fucking shit?
Probably the Russians.
The Russians.
I think it's a mixture, like probably mixture of like Land Rover and a bunch of other things. Because they have a sports car that can do that 360 turn too. And it kind of looks like a Lambo inspired.
Well, yeah.
But they're playing all sorts of design games. It's very interesting.
I wonder if four-wheel
ideas
in tight areas, to have the four-wheel turn. Right, you can have the backs and fronts go whoop. You can have a very tight turning radius. You can sneak around shit way better. But as far as like,
I've never driven like a sports car like that.
Yeah,
that would be kind of crazy.
That would fucking flip the thing right over. It'd be like too grippy, almost fucked up. But that's cool, man. I think it should be almost in every vehicle. That should be like a standard for safety first. That they should have airbags that if you fucking smash yourself into a side of a lake because you're a dumb fuck to start with, right? You should but check this out. No, but straight goods. It should be the law that the thing has some airbags so you don't just sink in your fucking vehicle.
I was like, here you can go to 3 knots per hour. And Captain's like, 30.
If you're not going backwards, you're doing better. It's good.
He's like, if you mistakenly crash into a waterfall, like, wait a second. How are you driving?
I got you.
Don't use the autopilot over here. The captain's like, we're going 30 knots. Put the autopilot.
But this is like 30 knots is way too fast for having fucking airbags under the thing. I mean, I'm talking like 1.2 knots. It's not 0.1. If you can do 0.2 floating with your family still in the vehicle and cruising across a lake by accident. Like,
bro, that commentary sounded like that movie, Captain Ron. Do you remember that movie?
Yeah, it does. Captain Ron's a boss, dude.
Like, fast, go.
Hey, is that the one where like a family went on a boat with some guy? Oh, okay, yeah, I know that one. That's a great movie.
Out of the way, and then
he parks it like a boss, bro.
Navy boat, like Navy ship. Yeah, another word. They'll
Well,
move,
no,
they'll
they-
move out of the way.
Yeah, it's like burr, burr, and he just fucking parks that thing. It's like boom, and he jumps off that boat. He parks it so nicely, lands it. Everybody's like, "This guy's crazy." And he's got his one eye.
That movie was recorded. A lot of it was recorded in PR.
Oh yeah, well fuck. I think actually I looked up the
Oh,
boat.
nice.
The name of the boat. No, but the name of the boat from that movie is actually a pretty famous boat. And there's only 2 of them that were made. The actual, I can't remember the name of it, but there's the name of that vessel. And is it the right movie? I might be fucking my words. Oh, stop. Captain Ron lays it down though, right? He does.
That was such a funny movie.
Captain Ron, man, and he, Goldie Hawn and Captain Ron, okay, they got it on. That's it.
That was a good movie.
Let's carry on, but I mean, there is also things called ducks. There's like ducks. So like if you go to Alaska, you get something called like a duck tour. You go up there and you get like this jumping next like World War II thing, right? Just smashing off the boat ramp, boom, right into like the water, and you go around some like I don't know, go for a little adventure.
Oh, that's the one where they have like they have parties on, right? You can drink alcohol and they'll drive you around and on the water too. I think I've seen something.
Sneak your own booze on though, unless you want to pay a lot. Sorry to sidetrack the conversation. Let's get back to the, how do we float our boats, right? So do all boats float with high tides?
Wait, was that the conversation?
That's what I'm bringing back to you. Yeah. So does every boat float with high tide? Questionable. Not the ones with fucking holes in them.
Yep.
So, I mean, where we at? We're 100% uptime, right? Alan, you've been ripping up 100% uptime, buddy. Well done, sir. Like, hats off to you, bud. Well done, sir. Yeah. And, and just in general, the amount of things take time. And where I thought where I'd be right now and 5 years ago, where I am now, is exactly where I'll see like 5 years planning time, man. That's good. So I'm sitting here. I'm looking at this. I'm looking at a fireplace. Looking at some plants. Not kind of crazy plants, just plants that are actually need some water because I was away for a bit. Dog had to pick up from the dog daycare. You know what? I fucked up on parking though, Ellen. Man, holy $585 for 9 days. Fucked up.
Fancy.
Wow, is that like in the middle of a major city or something?
Dude, I fucked up so bad. I parked to the closest thing to the thing that I could, because I was used to the companies paying for stuff. Oh, jeez, don't do it with your personal vehicles. Don't even try it. It's a fucking wreck show. So, you don't get the same VIP service because you get the bill. But yeah, 585 buckies for what, 9 to 10 days. Good thing I had a visa. Wow. You know what they probably do is sign people up to a new visa through the airline. Betcha.
Hey, where did you go where you required a visa? I thought Canada had pretty good coverage.
Oh, yeah. No, we're good on that. Yeah, no, I wasn't talking about visa on that. I was talking about a visa card to pay for the parking. So, like, the parking company. Yeah, so the parking place was like, well, just get a visa with us because you owe us $585. Yeah. And they give you a visa, and you put that money on the visa, and then they charge you, they get you like 30% a year. Guess that's the only way. What if you couldn't pay for parking? What are you gonna do? If you went out of there, right? They're like, well, you owe us $600, sir. They're like, well, I can't pay it. I have my vehicle. The only thing that's stopping me is like being a good citizen. What do you do then? Tell me pay them monthly?
Yeah.
With interest.
Hey,
That's what I mean. So yeah.
Hey, ID. Just on another note, not to cut you off, Captain Line, but I was gonna ask about. I don't know if you heard about this. I think it's Palau. They have a digital citizenship program, and a lot of people have signed up for it because whatever restrictions they have, I think, is it Tim Draper? And I think Vitalik, they both have it. I mean, they're on the website, so they're kind of promoting it. But it gives you a lot of benefits because, if you're in a certain jurisdiction and you can't sign up for an exchange, that's kind of like a drop-in replacement. And you can just use your Palau's digital citizenship to sign up. And I was kind of wondering how what you thought about that, or maybe you need to research it. But what the tax implications
I need to check it out because I know that sometimes they charge like this much and that much to have their citizenship, or maybe you have to buy property or something like that.
Yeah, and that's actually one of the cool features about this. It's I believe it's like $250-$300. You don't need property or anything. You can do it all online form. Supply your thing, and within I think 30 to 60 days, they send you an actual ID. And,
what? Okay, so let me get this straight.
And I think that ID allows you to spend about 3 to 6 months in Palau if you choose to go there, but there's no requirement to do that. It's basically just a digital residency, so you can use everything that a Palau resident can use. And they don't have a lot of regulations, so you can avoid a lot of the red tape if you want to.
I like it so far.
Yeah, that makes sense to me.
Yeah, but here's the thing: you got to do your own research because.
Yeah, but what are the requirements? What are the requirements to become Palau?
I think you pay that fee, and as long as you're not like some crazy crime lord, right? If you just prove that you're a good stand-up guy, the barrier to entry is really low.
On the books.
Who's judging that? Who's doing that? Who's doing that check and balance?
Yeah, who we had to pay?
The government. Right?
That's okay, but I mean, the government knows I'm already a fucking beautiful, absolutely fantastic individual. So it's cool. So I should get it for free. $250 is better than $250,000.
$250. Yeah, I mean it's really cheaper, close to free, right? That's so cheap.
Because if you do the PR situation, I mean the original was super cheap. I don't even remember back in 2012, but then it's kept increasing, and now it's over 10K.
Oh, okay. So I think this one probably, if there's a lot of demand, they may increase it. But
for sure.
But yeah, I'll try to find the website and share it with you. Look into it because those two guys do a lot of financial activity, and if they find it useful, there must be some utility. There's some reason for doing it. I mean, they're both like in the 20-30 billion. So if they're doing it,
I'll follow. I'll bring my $10. How is he going to make it though, right? So if you don't follow what the fucking people do, well, no, don't run off a cliff. If everybody runs off a cliff. Everybody in like fishing, right? I'm looking down the list here. I see fishing for T-shares or what? He's changed his name now, yeah. So T-shares now is, you changed your name a couple times, but you still got the nice boat.
We were trying to do that, right?
What's that?
What you guys were talking about almost creating another nation. But
Hexaco,
it's difficult. Yeah. Well, I mean, technically, like Hexaco is just as long as it's accepted internationally. I mean,
who's to say that they can't accept shit No, but here, ID. Here's a real question. For you.
Dude, I even looked up all the
Okay,
requirements
check it
and
out, right?
everything.
So if I sacrifice whatever I think is valuable, yeah, not money, but what I think my time and my value is worth, yeah, for the reason of freedom of speech, yeah, and then also for the right to assemble, yeah, so I can assemble with my buddies and say, go fuck yourself, people, right? Whoever doesn't like what I say, you know what I mean? But we're here for the good reasons, you know? So if I have something like that, and then who is out there to say that I have to then bend by their rule book? You know, so if I run by a Canadian citizen or another citizen,
whoever.
No, but I'm not saying to you. But what I'm saying to you, bro, is like my question. I'll reframe it now that I went through the 1, 2 trees. Now I'll reframe it into that. Do you think that it's possible to have just a straight up like a hexagon ID for a passport or like a false change, right? You know what I mean? Because
as long as it's not just like a bunch of idiots just in a Telegram chat.
Well, for sure, no, they can't be fucked up. No, it's gotta be a real thing.
Yeah,
no,
bro, like we're the
deal.
sovereign hexagons.
No, yeah, I understand you there, and I agree with
I
you.
get pulled over by some cops.
Yeah, I'd be like, whatever, dude. That's already been done. They already got jacked, bud. It's like, whatever. Don't be a fucking arrested.
NFT.
Don't rent a Lambo. We gotta buy them, motherfucker. Get your shit straight. Okay? So yeah.
I mean, I've seen it. We have to get in deals with the crown, and the states will respect it. Like right now, this is what's happening with Disney. Right now, the governor of Florida, DeSantis, he was trying to take all these exemptions to Disney, and Disney just said, "Fuck off. We're part of the crown." 1600.
Right, which is crazy to me because in a sense, I went to Disneyland back when I was a little youngin'. Yeah, my dad and my mom took me there. Me and my sister, my dad and my mom. To Disneyland, they sell Disney dollars. They were worth $1 fucking dollar.
Hell yeah.
For shit that they overcharged, right? In Disneyland. Yep. You get one Disney bucky and they fucking tore that shit up. You know what I mean? They printed their own fucking
like
dollars.
1 to 3.
Yeah, man, they break that shit. Yeah, it's like 1 to 3, baby, ratios. It's like, let's go.
I bet it was like, damn, everything's $1. This is great.
Oh, it's so cheap around here. So what I'm saying is, yeah. So we like, I think that we're pretty.
So, yeah, I mean, like, as long as we were to do something like that, you know, we need to have some type of.
I think, you know what,
from
on the seas, but that's a big fight. You know, being on like a big, to have a passport and something. It's like, why as well not have one? Why don't you just
Doc was here. We needed to send Doc over there to go and talk to the Queen.
Yeah, just send the guy in to go get the passports and give us all passports.
Supposedly until he's done.
Oh, go ahead,
Rob.
Until he's done?
I'll end your stage.
I think ID was saying until he's done something. Oh, maybe he got. Okay. Yeah, I was just going to say, yeah, I'm just pulling it up again just to look at the details. I did send you the link ID. It's in the group chat. But it says you can use this ID. It's a digital residency program. You can use it for check-in, for a flight, boarding, for rentals, exchanges. There's 180 days stay if you want to visit Palau. So that comes with like a free, entry. That's like
is there a coordinate on that, or is it wherever you are?
Oh, it's everywhere. I mean, you can use it's an actual country.
So wherever you are in anywhere, but for your 180 day residency, is that wherever you are?
Oh, it's 180 days in Palau if you wanted to go there for half a year.
Okay.
Yeah. So
okay. So
and then there's 0% tax imposed for outside of Palau income, and then it says the citizenship is available to 138 countries. I think the U.S. and Canada and most of the Western countries are included. So, yeah.
So 0 tax over there. And then I got a bunch of tax over here and a bunch of tax over there. So I mean, hey, do they extradite people?
That I don't know.
Just I don't know, man. Like not like I would think I'm not getting myself in trouble. That's a solid question.
That sounds like a question a troublemaker would ask.
Well, no, but it's like just in case I stub my toe and I scream, "Go fuck yourself" too loud, someone would be like, "You're out of here." I don't know, man.
No, it's a good question. Yeah, I don't know about that, but yeah, it's one of those islands, so I don't think they have too much in terms of regulation and the way it's like a simple small government. So yeah,
it's pretty free out there. Yeah, so that's cool. Thank you for the intel on that. That's great. That's cool. Wow. I thought I saw that going down this on the timeline there. Like, what is this thing? What is this? I don't know where it showed up from. But yeah, that's kind of cool to check out because it went out, and so like on and off ramp is good there. We're gonna get ourselves.
Yeah, I mean, basically what I heard was people, some exchanges they don't allow. If you have U.S. residency, they don't allow it, and then they're not really. Okay, here's the thing. I don't know U.S. law. I'm not American. I'm not Canadian. So you're going to have to research this. But there's some people who use it as their primary ID where they don't want to use their other ID, right? So they may sign up for an exchange using it.
Yeah, KYC over to another.
Yeah, because it's actually a country. It's actually a legitimate legal ID. So you have the choice, whether you want to put your Western ID or your island ID. Right? You could be an island boy for that organization.
Boy, yeah. I don't need to get any tattoos, do I?
Yeah, maybe I don't know. You go there.
Yeah, but that's cool, though. But I you know what? That's thank you for that. Maybe we won't go into it too much deeper. I just see nice numbers on the scale, but that's cool.
Yeah, ID. What were you saying?
To get the ID. 250 buckies gets me a proper ID on an island that is a reputable see how hard that was. Reputable situation for me to to actually put myself there as I feel needed. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, the options, right? You want the maximum optionality. So.
Yes.
But that's the thing. I'm surprised that it's still 250. I mean, it's so much more valuable.
Well, that's what I mean. So that's way cool. So I mean, I'll put down 250 on that red. Fuck. So. One more minute, maybe 555. I have 3 clocks though. I'm looking at. Wow, I'm way off base on like 1, 2. 1 hit. ID. Time. I need a boat.
You said you need a boat?
Yeah, I need a boat. Big boat. I want to drive a boat. I miss driving
You're
a
the
boat.
captain, man. I thought you already had a boat. What kind of boat would you get?
I got one in mind. I didn't pull the trigger on it. It was just, I listened. You know what I did? I did wrong. Listened to the wifey. And now we're not together anymore, so now I can pull the trigger on things. So, it's like a off, for, what do they call them? OSVs? Offshore service vessel for like rigs. Yeah, it's like a big fucking tugboat where you can tow the fuck out of shit. You can fucking put everything on the back deck, big crane. Like offshore service rig. Yeah, man, that's what I would do. I'll rip around to the islands. I'll smash into the coral reefs. Holy fuck. Oh, why did we slow down? I'd hit my head into the fucking front bunk and be like, cruise. Who'd I put in front of the wheel? Like, fuck. I'd be all pissed off for a while. I mean, you have to put down like 10 G's to like rebuild a reef that I ran into by accident, but I'd just plow through it, sink the boat. So I mean, besides that, yeah, that's kind of the plan. Big crane.
You're always crashing into things in these stories, Captain. What's going on with your driving, man?
Nobody. Oh. I tell you that the thing is not about crashing into stuff. It's about being able to crash into stuff. So if I want to go drive it, and I want to just like go up to rocks, like a big bunch of rocks, there's this big boulders, and then you're standing on top of a rock over there. I just want to be able to like take the front of the boat and then put it in full, well, not full throttle, but like for whatever, bit of throttle, and crunch the front of the hull up. And maybe pushing rocks in too. Maybe I could use the boat to like push the front, the wall in to make a road for you. But you know what I mean? It's useful. So having a strong vessel, very good. And if you do get yourself stuck in a situation, you want to be able to grind your way out of it. So I'm not saying like fucking, I'm not here to crash on things. But if I do crash into something, I want to be able to break right fucking through it. That's a fact. So I mean, if I were to hit something sideways on some like a big sailing boat, like, oh, look at this fucking sailboarders. Okay, sailboarders out there, they need to like check the fucking balances. Honestly, they've got their charts on it. Oh, whatever, sailboarders. They got a big tow going. I mean, I'll tow in. So I think I could do fair trade, Ellen. Honestly, I think I could do fair trade for like if a vessel breaks off the seas of somewhere and I'm just rolling through that area, but I got my mic on, right? I'm listening. Okay, like how fast those guys can get there, how fast those tugboaters get over there, how fast I'll be like, if I'm in the air, I'll be like, whoop, I'll swoop in right, I'll grab a hook on that bitch, I'll fucking yank it right into shore and drop that fucker off. You guys taking it from there. Give me 200 G's. Like, fucking done. Let's go. Next port. Let's fucking send it. I'll just work my way around. So, I mean, actually running a good vessel like that, you know, doesn't take that many guys. So it's fun. It's fun to me.
Yeah. It's a good service.
Teams can stay connected while they track updates.
I got a phone call though. I got to bounce, but thank you for the good chat, guys, and I'll be back.
Try it for free today at asana.com.
Your bill, ladies.
I got it. No, you don't. Yes, I did.
People with the Wells Fargo Active Cash credit card prefer to pay because they earn unlimited 2% cash back on purchases. Visit wellsfargo.com/activecash. Terms apply.
Kind of went off on the tangent. ID, you still there? Anyway, I think he might be looking at that link. For other people interested, I'll try to post it and maybe under one of ID's posts, and you guys can check out the link. Okay, I just put it in the comments if you want to check it out. I'll probably delete it in a couple days, but it's below ID's Spaces tweet. Hey, actually, I was gonna ask Famous. Famous, that Micah stuff affects you too, right? In oh, where you're at? Oh wait, he's not speaking.
Your bill, ladies.
I got it. No, you don't. Yes, I did.
People with the Wells Fargo Active Cash credit card prefer to pay because they earn unlimited 2% cash back on purchases. Visit wellsfargo.com/activecash. Terms apply.
Every time you feed your pet Hills, you help feed a shelter pet, which helps make them healthy, happy, and more adoptable, changing their life forever so they can change yours. Science did that.
With Asana, AI teammates can help level up your goals by connecting them to relevant projects, so every team knows their role in the bigger picture. Asana, the #1 AI work management platform. Try for free today at asana.com.
Find your favorite TV shows on YouTube. Get Paramount Plus, Stars, MGM,
You.
and more on YouTube.
So, damn, that just hit me. So I think I'm gonna leave it at that. I wanted to have that little rant earlier on, and I wasn't expecting that that chat with this guy Joe. That was cool. But yeah, I feel that we need to keep having all these conversations, because what it'll happen is then 2027 will reach, we'll be in 2 years now. It'll be January 2027. And then we're like, oh yeah, by the way, for 2 years, we just said, oh, it'll be okay. And then the part that just triggers me is just that I know that I've had these conversations 10 years ago. So when I have someone that's been in crypto 2 or 3 years, just try to tell me, oh yeah, everything's gonna be okay. And it's like, all right, but what's your expertise? Like, have you made your first mill? Like, did you make it in this coin, that coin, the other coin? And then obviously just seeing the people that some are hanging out with, which is like, yeah, obviously this group is just not gonna make it. I mean, at this point, I'm very clear that there's a large portion of our community that is just not going to make it, because they say that are in our coins, they say that are in our same products, but in my opinion, they're not. So when I have these type of debates, and then it's like, yeah, but it's almost like we're not debating out of their same starting point. Like today, when I was having a conversation with Joe that's been here for 5 years, then it was like there was a lot of synergy, or I don't know what words to use without sounding kooky or whatever. But he would say something, and then be like, "Oh yeah, I remember this. This happened this time, or this happened, or the other." And then I try to have a conversation with someone that's like, "Oh well, if like this fantasy world happened this other way," and it's like, "Yeah, I can't do it." I was like, you know what I mean? Like I have way too many reasons not to go by that way of thinking, because it's like the only thing that we can control. So why not not control it? And then again, like when I have that debate, and then it's almost like I'm having a debate of like the technology versus the legalities, and it's like, yeah, I'm not talking about the technology. I don't what's that word? I don't question the tech, and I don't think there's a better vehicle for what we're trying to do. So even it was hilarious, because at some point they were like, "What did you have put your money on Bitcoin?" Like, no, Don. No, I wouldn't have put my money on no Bitcoin. Even at the moment, I was going to be able to do it, because that's just a fucking 20x. So what are we talking about? Not a 20x. Mine. That's like so it was like $400. It's now 100,000. So that's like a 200x. Yeah, 200. But still, I did way more than that on Hex. Like the only thing I regret is just not having, like I was talking with Joe, like a bigger chunk of that money leaving in month 18, which I had it at one point. Is just once I noticed that the real value of the system was just to get as many t-shirts as possible for as long as possible. And I didn't want anything coming out on year 2, year 3. It made no sense. It just made no sense. I was like, I'm young, I'm working, I'm earning, I have other sources of income. So why do I need to just remove this big chunk of money and then put it in fiat to pay taxes and then pay? It made no sense at that moment. And I'm so glad that Richard had that stream, bro, because he did that stream out of the Sci-Fi channel. And it was one of those streams that it's hilarious, because it was the same thing that I was talking with Joe about, the streams from Kyle. where like those streams were for like people with like 150 fucking IQ or whatever, but then the stream would have like 8 views. And then you're like, what the fuck, bro? This guy is like teaching you how the system works and everything, and nobody would watch it. And then worse than that, then they would question you about it too. When you were like, bro, I saw the video, I saw the expert, the dude, the one that's doing it. Now I've even have more confidence with some of the stuff they was doing by having that talk with Joe. And yeah, and then you're like, bro, like I don't know what to tell you. Like I put the money on this way, it's making me 190 APY on that way, and then I can extract this much on the other side. I don't know, but I know that like it's what you said, Hexico. I think my issue today was just I got way too triggered, bro, because it wasn't a big a deal. Like even what Famous was saying it, he was like, yeah, bro, like chill, like and I was like, no, you guys, like what the fuck? You're coming for our DeFi, and obviously it's not that serious. They're not coming for our DeFi, but I'm locked in, I'm all in. So it's like, I want to make sure that we have our ways to extract all that value, because if not, I feel that, I'm glad that you said that that's a good analogy, because I'll use it then. Like I used to use it then for the Spanish group. We used to talk about that all the time because they were like, oh yeah, sure, I'll make all this money and I'll make all this money. And I was like, guys, if we cannot start making all these normies accept our crypto for products and services, it won't matter how many access we're making in DeFi or virtual world. The second that we extract it out, if then there's all these limitations where we have to pay high slippage or high taxes or high anything fees, then we're limiting what we can do with the tech. So that's I think like the only thing I cared about, because we used to talk about how that would be a Hexico, like being in like the 1600s and you're like the richest man in tulip receipts. I mean, it's like all of a sudden the tulip bubbles explode and then you're like, oh fuck, like I don't have the money and I don't have the tulips. Like, there was someone right there in that position 400 years ago. So I just don't want to be that dude. I want to make sure that our products that work, that we got into it, that Richard did such a great job designing, launching, and now that good combo that we have with Joe today, talking about Kyle and the testing and the testnet. And now it works, it's year 5, it's still working. Genesis stakes are making 88 per APY. New stakes are making 20, 30 APY, depending on how long you went. And so what else do we need? Of course, if you're playing the long game, slow game, you don't have to look at the charts every day game, that you don't have to trade every game, every day game, that no TA. And for some of us, it's been working. I understand that when I have that conversation today, some people just can't get by the fact that there's people that bought at different prices, bought different amounts, and then now they're up this much or that much or whatever, and then they can show them. But instead, it's better to just kind of troll and talk about whatever. So I should have just kind of ignored it today, because the second that I get into that group and be like, oh, this is just a bunch of people that they just want to make money in the next 24 to 48 hours. And of course, having a conversation about regulatory overreach that doesn't affect them for 24 months, that they're not going to care. But then those of us that were locked in for another 5 years, 10 years. I mean, like I said, last week I locked my last 15-year stake, and I'm gonna keep locking more 15-year stakes because I just don't see a better option. So now what I'm doing is some of the plays that I'm doing that are paying me in hacks or this or that. So every so often, after I'll get either 1,000 units or 10,000 or whatever, I'm locking them. So it's like, oh yeah, all these free hacks that I'm getting. Locked, and make me more Hedron and make me more hex units. And we'll see what happens. because I don't want to be in fiat. And from now on, if I remove fiat, it's $50, $100. I pay this bill, I pay for this groceries, and then the rest of the money needs to be making me more money. Because it feels like a waste of time. But yeah, thanks for hanging out, Mexico, bro. Like, I appreciate you, brother. You're always putting in the hours, man. Like, you are the man, bro. Like, I salute you, man, because you're putting 12 hours, 15 hours in all these spaces, and it's needed because you add so much value, bro. Like, you did it. You were one of the few that with this tiny amount that you raised, you're bringing in all this effing value and all this networking and onboarding and on-ramping. And man, I wish you, Kyle, Coast, some of these guys, like, would be getting more credit because you guys are putting in the work.
Yeah, I appreciate that, man. We're hustling. I think we might be one of the most active projects in Spaces. So, yeah, we're just collecting feedback, trying to improve the service. So, hopefully, we may have some big news. I don't know, within the first month. I mean, there's going to be a lot of big news. So our news might pale in comparison, but it might be very positive for our community in particular. So, looking forward to it. I don't want to jump the gun, but a few irons in the fire. So yeah,
that's awesome. Well, thanks for sharing, brother. Well, guys, I'll leave you at it. I hope you're having a great weekend. And tomorrow we'll have another stream, just talk about what's happening on the the regular crypto news and how do we beat this? Because I think it's gonna be they're gonna fight this. Which was another thing that I kept saying, guys. Like we needed to be the ones suing these people. That's why I wanted to set up the Pulsing Foundation, the nonprofit, and everything, because we can be the ones spearheading some of these moves. There's no way that now these people are getting sued when we have seen this coming for 3 years. So I know that us as a community, we're ahead of the game. So we need to be the ones taking the lead. Because if we're going to see this so far ahead of the game and some other people don't even notice, let's not wait. Let's just take the lead, attack, and start doing it. Before I didn't want it to be that public and I didn't want it to, I guess, not be like in the spotlight or whatever, but I'm done. Because some of the debates that I'm having is with people that they don't understand that this is coming and they don't understand how this affects us. So I'm like, all right, well, then I need to do it. Because it's like, if I'm at this point having conversation with congressmen and all this, trying to tell them, like, bro, like, this is how it's affecting us. And it's happening. This guy from Ohio, thankfully, Congressman Warren Davidson, he's really active on Twitter. And every so often he'll ask questions. He'll be like, so what do you guys think about this? And then when you reply to him, he answers back, and at least that's good because they're like, well, at least these people, they're not just puppets of whatever. Or they're at least, even if it's fake, fake engagement, but at least it feels real. It feels like they care about self-sovereignty and self-custody of crypto. So what we need to do now is we need to raise it another level and just start sending proposals to Washington. Because I feel that we're at that level. I feel that I've read enough bill proposals through the past 10 years that we could start doing that, even if we're not senators or congressmen. We can send these proposals through our Congress people. And obviously, I'm not saying that it's guaranteed that it's going to pass, but at least we send the proposals and then they get to study them. And then maybe they take a line from this one and a line from that one and then create their own proposals. But at least letting them know, hey, what we're doing in DeFi is very, very important. And you can't just pass all this generic rules that said, all right, well, if you're in DeFi, you can't do this and that and whatever. Because that's just not the way. So yeah, guys, I hope you're having a great weekend. And I'll see you around the block.
should have said, run around my head. Took a flight to see your face. We danced all night. Pull me in close. Look me in the eye. One night in New York City. Yeah. One night in LA too. I still wanna get high, just to feel okay. Now I'm driving home, and I don't know why. I forgot what I was fighting for. I don't recall with the movie stars and all the Brooklyn boys. One night in New York City. Yeah, one night in LA too. Still remember what you said we would do. With this one night, just with me and you. The one last night. Started a fire, but it just kept burning out. I just wanted to know what you are all about. What you're all about. What you're all about. What you're all about. What you're Take it, I surrender. The attack, never mind the killing, it's enough. Straight to the core, a moment was stolen. Time has on the soul. A moment was stolen. Time has gone beyond memory. Faces I see mean nothing to me. Only shadows in my dreams. Beyond memory. Why is it me? And no one can see. Only shadows in my dreams. Fake it, I surrender to the fight. I can see the darkness in your eyes. Down to the bone, your victim was chosen. Time has gone all alone. Your victim was chosen. Time has gone beyond memory. Faces I see mean nothing to me. Only shadows in my dreams. Beyond memory. Why is it me? And no one can see. Only shadows in my dreams. Paint me with your color and your love. Never mind the killing. Beyond memory, faces I see mean nothing to me. Only shadows in my dreams. Beyond memory, why is it me? And no one can see. Only shadows in my dreams. If I really want to be an astronaut and go out in space and really do that, you'd be okay, right? Sure, honey, if that's what you really want to do.
On the YouTube Music app, you can bump your fave songs in the background while you do stuff in the foreground.
Walking down the boulevard at night, you're on my mind, but I know that you're no good for me. They say love is just a waste of time. I'll never know. Now I'm just a lonely Valentine. I want you. 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 I want to. Dancing under smoke and neon lights. In a crowded bar with the misfits and the movie stars. A stranger's kiss finds me in the dark. With a broken heart, I can't help but I wonder where you are. I want you. 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 Love feels like a faded photograph. It's in the past. Now you're just a faded memory. Now you're just a faded memory. Now you're just a faded memory. I want you. I'm holding back insecurity, taking 2 steps forward, 1 step back from you. I'm afraid if I try to reach too soon that you might back away. How can I try to hide a feeling that's so wonderful? How do I tell you that you're the fire burning in my soul? 'Cause when you look in my eyes, I'm a rabbit in the headlights. And when you're touching my skin, I'm a river in the moonlight. It's got to be the right time, the right place, the right kind of moment. It's got to be the right kind of feeling and deeper emotion. Touching my skin, I'm a river in the moonlight. It's got to be the right time, the right place, the right kind of moment. It's got to be the right kind of feeling, deeper emotion. There is something I should do. Memories of vivid blue. I thought it was lost, but is it lost forever? What does it really mean when we say it's over, yet we feel just like a cut that doesn't heal? What does it really mean when I feel I'm failing constantly? As a chains are holding me, yet telling I am free. I still feel the same, no matter how I try. Like a burning flame, are we holding on or will we break it? Holding on, could you make up your mind? Been holding on and on too long. Stay Si séparer la vie de l'amour, la vie de lumière. Paris, si séparer, je suis dans un rêve que j'ai découvert. Paris, si séparer, toujours dans mon cœur, mon arc-en-ciel. Too drunk to drive. Carry me alive. Get me home tonight. I had too much of a good time. I'm too drunk tonight. Carry me alive. So get me home tonight. I had too much of a good time. Drunk tonight. Carry me alive. Get me home tonight. I had too much of a good time. Too drunk tonight. Carry me alive. Get me home tonight. I had too much of a good time. Too drunk tonight.
It's time. Your very own YouTube music recap is ready. Wait, what's even in your recap? Well, your top artists.
Why not climb to this and get dancing, Chapel? Let's go.
And top 5 tracks.
Oh my days! Central C, you're a sick guy, bro.
And your musical photo album and your listening timeline. And you get it. There's lots to look at.
I gotta hear that again, bro. What?
Let the world know what music you love this year. Share your 2024 recap now on the YouTube and YouTube Music app.
Nothing's gonna feel for you. Nothing's gonna feel for you. Back again, touch from the dark. Deadly is the way that we're playing our parts. But we still masquerade and act like nothing's changed. But you can play with fire and simply walk
The NFL season is here. Get NFL Sunday Ticket and YouTube TV and watch every game every Sunday, all in one place. Sign up today. Terms and embargoes apply.
I'm talking forever. Just need some time. 'Cause I'm fresh out of career to speak my mind. I can see a high window across our venture flame. Has the last straw broken? Do you still feel the same? You and I forgot something bigger than the law. Strange love, strange love. And we tear every page, leave nothing left to ask. Strange love, strange love. Not in your nature to be vacant. And it don't matter who's right. Just thought you should know that you can call it what you know. You can call it what you say. Love, stranger love. I never killed the feeling like the one we had.
Find your favorite TV shows on YouTube. Get Paramount Plus, Stars, MGM Plus, and more on YouTube.
When I said I would be there, my rock just held me back. So we go through the motion and swear on our line. No one else can disarm me. No one else has your life. You and I forgot something bigger than the law. Strange love, stranger love. Now we tear every page and leave nothing left to waste. Stranger love. You make me feel like I count for something. It's only after you realize our faith gets blinded. You can call it what you love. And it's a stranger love. I could be wrong about this. Maybe I'm stranger love. Let all our troubles fade out into the Just thought you should know that you can call it what you like. You can call it what you stranger love. We got a stranger love. We've got a stranger love. We've got a stranger love. Stranger love. A strange love. Stranger love. We got a stranger love. Stranger love. We got stranger love. Stranger love. I'm talking for stranger love. Just need some time.
What if YouTube had its own YouTube channel? Guess what? It does. It's a celebration of creators and all things YouTube. Like this, and this, and this. Discover even more